Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Became Captain America movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. In this story, secret plans of several villages will be revealed, the true face of many will be shown. Jiraiya is loyal to Danzo and not to Hiruzen, despite being his apprentice, at least not voluntarily. Naruto is seen by the Hokage Advisors and those of the Civil Council as a threat since he was little, so after the genin exams they get rid of him, with the jutsu that Jiraiya was developing for space-time jumps. An improved replica of the Hiraishin, but when using it on Naruto something went wrong, causing him to end up in another world, with another last name, and with asthma. Clarifications. Well, as it was said in the description, it will react to Naruto as Captain America. He will take the place of Steve Rogers. Minato is a son of a bitch. Kushina is under a genjutsu. Minato and Kushina are alive. With the above, they have 3 children apart from Naruto. Menma, Naruto's twin. Shiro loves Naruto. Katsumi loves Naruto. Boruto, author's note, I couldn't think of another name. He also loves Naruto. He doesn't know him completely since he's 4 years old. As I mentioned, all his brothers love him. Only in front of Naruto and Hiruzen they agreed to pretend that they don't get along, so as not to raise suspicions since Naruto was going to leave Konoha during the genin exams, after hearing that Kushina was in a genjutsu, that Minato was cheating on her with Mabuki Haruno and that they would make the graduates weapons. So Naruto decided to flee to Uzumaki and see what to do from there for his brothers. Naruto is not a Jinchuriki, but Minato, seeing that he would be a blonde pure-blood Uzumaki, fearing that he would be a stone in his plans, decided to put a chakra-suppressing seal on him. What they react to will be everything, not just the events of Captain America the First Avenger, so his brothers, the boys, Inari and Team Konohamaru will admire him. It will happen before the Chunin exams and Gaara is not traumatized, nor does he desire blood, he is just pretending to make his father proud who wants him as a weapon. Sasuke is not an emo avenger. Kiba is the original Kiba in character. Shikamaru the lazy bum as always. Chuji the same. Shino like the ones above as well as the rookies. Ino and Sakura are Sasuke fangirls, although Ino will be blushing for Naruto. Hinata is in love with Menma. The shinobi clans are against Minato. Kuratsuchi hates Inoki for blaming Minato for everything. Naruto Harem. Kuratsuchi, Natasha Romanoff, this, Hinata, Iruka, Tuchi and Ayam if they want, along with the Uchiha, who survived the massacre, Fugaku, Mikoto. Kumo knows about Naruto and hates Konoha, civilians and pro-Minato, for what happened. Tsunade knows about Naruto, and when she found out what Jiraiya did she got angry to the point that she almost took it out on Orochimaru, since he was in the Sound Village just to hit someone. Sakura is going to suffer. Karen will be Sasuke's partner. Tenten Deniji. Lee is going to admire Naruto. Akatsuki are not bad people, because they maintain their ideals. Obito has another group and they are the ones who, along with Zetsu, want the Jinchurikis. Mito, Hashirama, Tobirama, Madara will appear. Possibility of other animes that it brings. None, don't ask for it. The presenter of this is the one and only Prologue. A bald man with white eyes glowing can be seen as he watched various worlds. This man was the Watcher. The Watcher. Do you wonder what would happen if some event in your life had happened differently? He asked, observing worlds as he paused on one. There were several worlds: zombies, anthropomorphic dinosaurs, heroes, villains, ninjas, robots. Worlds where evil triumphed. Worlds where evolution forced all traces of life to become technologically advanced and live in a virtual utopia. Of all the worlds he looked at, he focused on a universe of ninjas. There he could see 5 children, in front of an old man with a white hat and a kanji symbolizing the title of Sandaime Hokage. These were Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, blonde with light blue eyes and mustache marks, 12 years old; Menma Namikaze Uzumaki, redhead with light blue eyes and marks on his face, 12 years old; Katsumi Namikaze Uzumaki, blonde with violet eyes and mustache marks; Shiro Namikaze Uzumaki, blonde, 8 years old, and mustache marks on his face; and Boruto Namikaze Uzumaki, bicolor, 4 years old, and mustache marks on his face, in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage of the village hidden among the leaves Konoha. The Watcher. This will be interesting to see. In the universe, Naruto, I'm fed up, hee. That idiot old man does nothing but generate hatred together with the mummy. He put Mom in a genjutsu, making me forget, all for not having chakra networks, and always warning you of every movement they make together with the civil council. Hiruzen, I know. Menma, added to that, they didn't let you get into the Shinobi Academy. Imagine red-haired Menma below. Boruto, Naruto and Ed Great smiling. Imagine him bicolor like Todoroki. Shiro, and what do we do? Besides, they know that Big Eyes Sensei doesn't use chakra, only taijutsu. Katsuma, I'm fed up. Let's not continue with this farce. It hurts me to tell you all this just because the old man doesn't like you. I know that in front of Gigi we agreed to be annoying, even the other rookies and heirs know it. Suki-chan wants to be with you but her idiot father wouldn't let her. Sasuke-kun too. The good thing is that Itachi-san massacred his clan, by order of Danzo. Something we saw thanks to Ino, who reported what was seen, leaving Itachi as a martyr after his death at the hands of the old man. Naruto, I know. Hiruzen, guys, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but there's a plan for you to do D-rank missions when you graduate, because if you ask for a higher rank, they'll send their root to fake your deaths and make you weapons for root. Naruto, I've had enough. Gigi, I want to leave the village. I can't stand being here anymore, where they look down on me as useless. Hiruzen, I knew this would come. Here, handing a paper with this, you can leave. Naruto, I know that as their older brother I must protect them, but Menma, I know Aniki. I promise I'll take care of Shiro and Boruto. Katsumi, we'll tell the rest just to prepare, since if what Gigi says is true, we'll leave here, with little Konohamaru and Boruto. Everyone would leave the Sarutobi district heading to the Konoha gate. At that the brothers hug each other goodbye while crying, and Hiruzen forms a shadow clone, where he distracts the ninjas from the entrance while Hiruzen hugged the group to say goodbye to Naruto, without them knowing that a white-haired man was watching everything. White-haired, I'm sorry sensei, but the Gaki is a threat to Danzo-sama and Minato. After leaving the entrance, Naruto entered a forest, following the path towards a village located in Nami no Kumi, the country of waves, where he would embark to search for new horizons, or so he planned, until a hooded man with an Ambu root mask appeared in front of him. Imagine the hair is white. Ambu, by orders of Danzo-sama and Minato-sama, your presence is dangerous here, so drawing hand seals at speed, while Naruto launched himself with a kunai in hand. Your destiny is banishment from this world, Shiki. A portal would open in front of Naruto, absorbing him. No matter how much he used all his strength, the boy would be absorbed by it. Ambu, my work is done, disappearing in a flash. With the watchman. The watcher watched all this with some annoyance. Something that was quite annoying was seeing how a child was mistreated, abandoned, or ordered to be removed from the game board by his own family. The watcher, I think I can give you what you want, boy. I'll break some rules, but it doesn't matter. Your destiny is something incredible. You'll show those who despise you who you are, and you'll become a beacon for those who love you. Using her powers, she opened a rift, putting the boy to sleep and sending him to the home of a blonde couple, where she added the memory of being parents, and Naruto added the memory of being adopted by them. Unfortunately, the boy's asthma, generated by the portal, could not be cured. The Watcher, this is your new life. Naruto Rogers. Chapter 1. We can see a being of pure light after several months after what happened in the previous chapter. The Watcher, I guess it's time I brought them in. Can you take care of this old friend? Sure, just let me fill you in on what happened. My broadcasting skills are ready to announce this story, about one of the greatest heroes in the multiverse. The Watcher, I hope so. Presenter, go ahead, just do what you have to do and leave everything in my hands. Flipping his microphone. Besides, we need someone to liven up the atmosphere, so bring that professor from the Hero Academy to keep me company. The Watcher, okay, snapping his fingers as a blonde-haired man with sunglasses and several microphones appears. Where am I? The Watcher, present Mike, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am the Watcher, the one responsible for the maintenance and observation of every world existing in the multiverse. Present Mike, okay, he said calmly. The Watcher, you'll be wondering why you've been called. Well, I need a good storyteller, and you, my dear, have been chosen. Telling him about the idea. Present Mike, YHHHHHH. My storytelling skills can't help but be present in this idea. A pleasure, mate. Taking a microphone. The presenter and present Mike would greet each other. The Watcher, it's time for them to come. Snapping his fingers. Elemental nations. It was just another day in the elemental villages. The villagers fulfilled their roles, the ninjas carried out their missions, and in Konoha, the third stage of the Chunin exams was about to begin. They will wonder what happened after what happened to Naruto. Because Hiruzen, as the days passed and saw that there was no news, along with Inoichi and Hayashi who were loyal to him along with Fugaku, decided to go after the boy. Where they found traces of the boy's chakra, while his presence disappeared without a trace, worrying the old monkey. While the three clan leaders could not get the idea out of their heads, Minato or Danzo along with the perverted Jiraiya had something to do with it. Other than that, Hiruzen sent his personal Anbus to travel all the way to Yuzu and all the surrounding areas looking for traces of the boy, but they never found anything. Naruto's brothers, with the exception of Boruto for being a boy, graduated as genins along with their friends, consolidating groups 7 to 10, where Sasuke and the Uzumaki Namikes had to be with the pink-haired board that everyone hates. After several months of carrying out missions, they had already begun to carry out the Chunin exams, where Konoha was the host, which was attended by all the Kages, including that of the Sound Village, Orochimaru. While the Neji vs. Menma fight was about to begin, a light enveloped everyone, the important ones, while a screen was present in each village for the villagers to see and hear. In the existential void of the Watcher, everyone was asleep while several of them dropped the genjutsus they had while they felt their chakra was fading. Everyone looked around and there were the important shinobi of each village, the genin of the tournament, who participated in the past tests, important, Akatsuki, where Nagato saw his little cousins who greeted him with joy while he saw Kushina crying for everything she was forced to do by the genjutsu. Being comforted by her nephew Nagato, there was also Red Down, an organization under the command of Madara Uchiha, with the objective of kidnapping the Biju and performing the infinite Tsukuyumi. Everyone was going to throw themselves like idiots to fight each other, when a voice called them. The Watcher, time, space, reality, is more than a linear path. Everyone was listening and Danzo and Minato's side were stupidly shouting that it will be shown it is a prism of unlimited possibilities, where a single decision can be divided into infinite possibilities and create alternate worlds to those they already know. At that point Jiraiya, Danzo and Minato knew that they altered something by getting rid of Naruto. I am the Watcher. I will be your guide, along with some colleagues, in the look at several new realities. Follow me and join me to see the decision that has given rise to the greatest hero of several worlds. Team Konohamaru. This is going to be exciting. The Uzumakis, will there be ramen? Presenter, please make yourselves comfortable in this room, and for those of you watching from your villages, I recommend that you bring chairs and snacks, as this is Present Mike, the story of the strongest and most brave hero, Captain America. The genin present hero? This will be interesting. Sakura, Chao's Sasuke-kun is cooler. The vigilante. I will bring those who are missing, snapping his fingers, appearing to the dead Senju, Madara, Mito Uzumaki, and bringing the 12 from Konoha from Boruto, Himawari, Shinki and Kawaki, where with a snap he passes them everything that has happened so far and Naruto at the hands of Konoha, making Boruto, Himawari and Kawaki very upset, but knowing that their father became a hero they calmed down. Present Mike. I don't even scream that much whispering. Presenter, well, it's time to read and watch on the screen. If we get bored, our colleague will cheer us up with music. Present Mike. Get ready. I brought several raps with that. All of Kumo paled and B was happy. On screen/reading. The screen would go completely black and you could make out particles that seemed to look like snowfall until some lights would appear and advance until they reached a man who was waving his arm to indicate that an ice-adapted vehicle should stop. The vehicle will stop right in front of the man, and two people will get out and then approach the man in front of them. Off-screen, Minato and the trio of mummies were making plans to have those weapons, while several were surprised by it. On screen/reading. Subject 1. Are they from Washington? Subject 2. Did you expect other visits? Subject 3. How long have you been on the site? Subject 1. Since morning. After saying that, they started walking in the opposite direction to the aforementioned vehicle some Russian oil tankers called 18 hours ago. Subject 3. Why has no one seen it before? Off-screen. All. What is Washington? The Watcher. I explained to them, narrating everything that this world is, the countries, the cities much larger than the 5 shinobi villages, and of course their technology. All of this left a taste of greed in some, and admiration in others. On-screen/reading. Subject 1. It's not that surprising. This landscape changes all the time. Do you have any idea what that thing is? Subject 3. I don't know, maybe a weather balloon. Subject 1. Haha, I don't think so, we don't have the equipment for a job like this. Subject 2. When can we get it out with a crane? Subject 1. Hee, I think you still don't understand. This would require a bigger crane. They stopped dead in their tracks when they noticed a large ship buried under the snow. Off-screen. Hiruzen, wow, something so big, I wonder what it has. He said, although something told him who was there. On-screen/reading. After seeing the colossal ship, they began to make a hole with a kind of ray to enter the ship. After managing to open a passage, the two subjects of the vehicle will proceed to go down inside the ship. Subject 2. Base. We entered. Communicator. Subject. Understood. The two inspected the ship. Subject 3. What's this? The two walked slowly and carefully toward what appeared to be the pilot's seat. One of them stumbled but didn't fall. Subject 2. Caution. The two would continue inspecting until one of them would come across something round that was on ice. Subject 3. Lieutenant, what is this? The two looked at the object in surprise. Subject 2. That's not true, Base. Put me in touch with the colonel. Communicators. Subject. It's 3 in the morning. Subject 2. I don't care what time it is, I've waited a long time for this. Then what appeared to be a round shield with red, blue and white with a star in the middle that was white that was on the ice, next to a blonde lock of hair, would come into focus. Off-screen. Hiruzen and the Uzumaki. It can't be. Could it be Naruto-kun/Ni-san Oni-sama/Oni-chan/Sochi? On-screen/reading. Tonsberg, Norway, March 1942. Gunshots and explosions were heard. It was nighttime. A man would run to what seemed to be some kind of church. The man would enter the church somewhat excited. Another man who seemed to be about 70 or 60 years old would come down some stairs speaking a Nordic language. The other would close the door as best as possible while he approached the old man. The two would be speaking in the Norwegian language. The two hear what appears to be a tank, and a very large one. Everything was shaking and the two were obviously worried, looking at their surroundings, seeing how everything was moving as if it seemed to have a life of its own, until suddenly everything stopped. The door would fall along with rock debris. The old man was saved from being crushed, but the young man unfortunately was not. Off-screen. Everyone was stunned, horrified, and attentive to what they saw. For those with thoughts of conquest, they were interested in what they saw so they could replicate it and conquer the elemental nations. On-screen/reading. And from the dust that rose thanks to the debris you could see something metallic and large, and that suggested that that thing was apparently responsible for knocking down the door. The metal thing would begin to move away and the old man would go to see if the young man was still alive. To his bad luck he wasn't. Then the big tank would move away and a luxurious car with a metal decoration of a skull with tentacles behind it would begin to approach, and from it a man in black clothing would get out and begin to walk towards the same place as the old man. The scene would change, showing 3 soldiers and an officer. Officer, open it. The old man seemed scared and confused. He will come, and he didn't finish speaking as he glanced at someone approaching just as the 3 soldiers would stop pushing a stone thing. Everyone present would pay attention to the man who appeared right where they destroyed the entrance. The mysterious man would begin to walk slowly while the rest of the soldiers got into military position. Off-screen. Tobirama, the leader, serious. Madara, that guy makes me uneasy. Hashirama, I'm sorry too. Hiruzen and Inoki, I wasn't the only one. They look at each other. You owe me an ICHA, they said without taking into account the murderous instinct of the women present. On-screen/reading. It took me a long time to find this place, he spoke while walking towards the old man who just stared at him in fear. You did a good job. Lift him up. He would give that order to the soldiers who were behind the old man, and of course one of them did, and lifted him up until he was standing face to face with the leader. I think you are a man with a lot of vision, and in that sense we are similar. Old man, I am very different from you. Oh sure, but what others consider a superstition, you and I consider a science. Off-screen. Hiruzen, oh great, another Orochimaru. Boruto science? Will they be jutsus? Mizuki, there is something. On-screen/reading. Old man, what you long for is a legend, and why go to such lengths to hide it? After finishing saying this, the mysterious man would take off his hat as he walked towards what appeared to be a stone tomb. As he approached the tomb, with just a push, He managed to remove what was closing the stone tomb and was able to see an already skeletal corpse. The subject would take out from between his skeletal hands what appeared to be a cube. The tesseract was the treasure among all of Odin's jewels. Off-screen, Danzo. It would be useful to have that tesseract, he thought. Boruto. Who is Odin? The Watcher. He is the main god of Norse mythology. He is considered the father of all. Minato. So that tesseract is a relic of a god? The guard would nod. Does it exist in our world? The Watchman. No. On-screen/reading. Then he dropped it, and it instantly destroyed itself, causing everyone present to be slightly surprised. It's not something that is buried, but I think it's close by, right? Old man, I can't help you. No, but maybe he can save his village. He must have friends there or some little grandchildren. Maybe. Saying these words, the old man put on an angry face. They don't have to die. At that, the tank outside would turn towards the little girl who was in front of the church. The old man, with no other option, would point with his head where the tesseract supposedly was. The subject turned around and saw what appeared to be a family tree or not. Yggdrasil, the tree of the worlds, guardian of wisdom and also of destiny. After finishing speaking, he would notice a specific point. It was a figure of a snake. He would press his eye by pure instinct and something would open. It was a box. The subject would take it out. The old man simply lost hope since the subject found the true cosmic cube. He would open it, seeing an intense blue light. He just kept looking at the inside of said box. The Führer only finds trinkets in the desert. He has never seen this, hasn't he? Plus, old man, it is not for the eyes of common men. Exactly. He would close the box and start walking towards the already destroyed exit. Give the order to open fire. Old man, fool. By saying this, the leader would pay attention. He has no control over the power he carries. It will burn him. I'll already know that. After saying this, the subject would shoot him in the chest, piercing him and killing him instantly. And finally, the tank would open fire towards the town, destroying it. Chapter 2. Present Mike. Well, I think it's time to bring them. What do you think, buddy? Presenter. Bring them. Present Mike. OHYHHHHHH. All. My ears / not even Sakura screams that much. Sakura, I don't scream that much. The 12 Konoha rookies. Yes, of course. Sakura went to make little circles Hashirama style. Anoki. Minato, how the hell does he make those screams? Isn't it Kiki-i Genkai? Minato. No, although the mother screams and worse, it is a family problem since they have attention deficit. My deepest condolences if you are a member of the board. Danzo. I appreciate the condolences. The truth is unbearable in meetings. Mabuki. Ichiwai. The Watcher. Well, I think we should continue. On-screen/reading. Narrates. It's funny how life hits you and tries to leave you on the ground, isn't it? The truth is, I've fallen so many times I can't even remember, and each and every time I got back up again. I never faltered or gave in. The only thing I regret is not seeing you and telling you. I'm here, I'll protect you. Off-screen. Menma is the voice of Enai-san. Minato. How come you don't hate him? Menma. For your information, effeminate. None of us hate each other. Well, no, old man. Either Shiro, nor Boruto, nor Katsumi, nor I hate him. We only showed that mask after what you did to Oka-san, he said, annoyed. Boruto. Oh, so my uncle is named after me? Menma. Of course. Hiruzen. But you're hiding something from me, Minato. Because I've been looking for my grandson for months. Minato and Jiraiya were sweating at that moment. On-screen/reading. The narration continues. My name is Naruto Rogers Uzumaki, formerly known as Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, despised by my father for not having chakra and left aside even without being a shinobi-like guy who does not mold chakra and uses only taijutsu. But it does not matter, since I discovered that I had a suppressor seal that thanks to Tsunade Obachan. I discovered that it was put on me as soon as I was born to avoid my pure Uzumaki genes. Off-screen. Hashirama. What did they do to him? Myth. I don't believe it. Hiruzen. How can you do that to him, Minato? He's your son. Minato. I wasn't going to allow a son of mine to be a blonde pure-blood Uzumaki. Kushina. Damn bastard, in habanero mode. I already know everything and I hope you rot wherever you go, because I won't let you near my children. Minato. TSK. They're just weapons and that's it. Hiruzen. By returning to Konoha you will be removed from your position, and Kushina. If you are willing we will leave the village. Fugaku. My clan is leaving too. Inoichi. Mine. Hayashi. And mine without those shitty old people. Nobody like that. Hamura. They can't do that. Danzo. If you leave, I will massacre you with my rude ambus, Kakashi. And I'd better not give my opinion and continue my holy reading Ika. On screen / reading. The narration continues. If it weren't for that jutsu from that white-haired Ambu root, I would have reached Yuzushiyogakyu no Sato and released my blood and chakra. But thanks to that, I ended up stopping in a world, returning to being a baby and being adopted by the Rogers family, who gave me love, the love of a family that only my brothers and mother gave me before being put in a genjutsu, thus raising me in New York. In Brooklyn, where thanks to that bucking incomplete jutsu that they threw me into another world, they caused me to suffer from asthma. That was the beginning of my life in that world, a world in which I became the first hero ever seen. End of narration. Off-screen. Many saw Minato and his henchmen with great disgust and disappointment. Tobirama. And that's why I didn't name Danzo Hokage. Hashirama. How low has the village I founded fallen? Madara. You finally see it walking bush. Hashirama. It's Maddie. Madara. What a shitty nickname. Itachi. I'm leaving Akatsuki and I'll go with my family wherever they go. Nagato. I'll go with my cousins and Auntie Yuzu. Konan. I follow you. Yahiko. Same. Kisame. Maybe he has a new life. Sasori. Same here. Zetsu. No, my plans went to hell. The Konoha 12. Sakura. We will leave the village of hypocrites. Sakura. Why Sasuke-kun? Sasuke. I'll be one of the first to leave. That village is so corrupt that it has already signed its self-destruction. Sakura. Traitor. On screen / reading. Brooklyn 1942. Off screen. Kushina. It's a nice city. Hooded man. You have no idea. Mom whispering. On screen. Okoni and Maikala voice would be heard, and then the scene would change and a pile of newspapers would be seen being read by young people who were waiting their turn for something until they reached a particular young man. 2. They are killing many men there. Rogers Naruto, after saying the name, a very short and too thin guy would stand up to go where he was called. 2. Makes you think twice about enlisting, right? Naruto. No. Off screen. Hiruzen. So that's how it ended. A little upset about how they left it. Menma. What did they do to Enai-san? Minato. So that's how it turned out. Ha ha ha. It's perfect. It's even more useless than I had left it. Anoki. But he still wants to enlist in the army. He's someone worthy of admiration. I agree with Grandpa Smurf. Madara. Ha 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 ha. That was good. Ha 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 ha. Tobirama. I'm with the emo, taking out a vein in Madara. Anoki. These young people no longer respect their elders. On screen / reading. The young man would arrive where he was called. Rogers, the one in charge of the enlistment, would notice Steve doubting if he would serve for the army. What did his father die of? Naruto. Mustard gas. I was from the 107th Infantry. I was hoping you would assign me, but he didn't finish because the man interrupted him with another question. Your mother? Naruto. She was a nurse and treated tuberculosis patients. She became infected and died. Off screen. The villagers. If you suffer, loser. Everyone would frown except those we know. Kushina. Oh please, you can't be happy there either. Hooded man. Relax. Despite that I did it, mother, thought the older Uzumaki. On screen / reading. The gentleman would look at the young man's record and observe that Steve had several problems. You have a lot of health problems. I'm sorry, son. Naruto, give me a chance. Asthma rules you out on its own. Naruto, is there nothing to do? I do it. He puts a stamp of not approved on the young man's sheet. I save your life. Off screen. Minato, you see, he's just a loser, useless and a disgrace to the Namikaze family. Kushina, but not for the Uzumaki, since the Uzumakis privilege the family. Myth. Well said. Hashirama, like the Senju. Tsunade. That's right, Grandpa. Minato. TSK. On screen / reading. Changing the scene. We are in a movie theater where a documentary is being shown. The war continues to ravage Europe. Images of places in ruins or on fire would be seen, but help is on the way. Lots of men are seen. All the healthy young men are enlisting to serve their country. Steve is seen a little dejected for not joining the army. Even little Timmy is cooperating by collecting scrap metal. Good work, Timmy. 2. Who cares? A jerk spoke, like always, one of those guys you go to the movies to, and instead of keeping quiet, he talks and talks more. This made the people in the room angry, but they didn't say anything to him. Let the movie begin. Naruto, can't you have more respect? Meanwhile, in Europe, our brave men demonstrate to the Axis that the price of freedom is never too high. 2. What are you waiting for? Get that away. This made many people focus their attention on the idiot. Off screen. Veterans, what a lack of respect. The new genin. How insulting that an idiot makes us look bad. On-screen/reading. Hey, put on the cartoons. Naruto, do you want to shut your mouth? This made the guy in front stand up very angry at the young man's comment. And changing the scene, we see Naruto being beaten by the idiot who got angry just for telling him to shut up. Naruto would quickly get up to avoid being hit again, but it would be of no use since he received another blow from the idiot, and the young man would grab a lid from a trash can to try to protect himself as a shield, but it was of no use either since the idiot took it away and hit him again. But he would simply get up again. Hey, you never give up, right, Naruto? It would continue all day. After saying this, Steve would throw a punch at the guy, but he would block it with his forearm and continue hitting him. 2. Hey, a guy who grabbed the kid by the arm to pull him away from Steve would say, fight with someone your size. The guy would try to hit him, but the other guy just stepped back and gave him a very strong right hook and then kicked him in the ass. Off-screen. Veterans. Hit him with the chair. Minato. TSK damn useless. Hooded man. And that's how it happened, Bucky? He whispered with nostalgia. On screen, he would go to where the young man was squatting trying to catch his breath and get the blood out of his mouth. Sometimes I think you like being hit, Naruto. He had him on the ropes. The guy who seemed to be Steve's friend would raise the sheet with which he tried to enlist. How many attempts are there? Seeing the rejection dash. Oh, you're from Paramus now? It's illegal to lie on the application. Naruto, have you been assigned yet? To the 107, Sergeant James Barnes. Sailing for England early tomorrow. Off-screen. Kushina. Who is it? The Watcher. Naruto's best friend in that world. Sasuke and Shikamaru's position is unchanged, causing the aforementioned to sigh. On screen, Naruto would just put on a serious face while looking away. Naruto, I should go, he said while looking at his friend with a sad face and dusting himself off. Bucky, let's go. It's my last night, you have to get ready. Naruto, why? Where are we going, Bucky? To the future, he would say it while giving Steve a newspaper that said, World's Fair of Tomorrow 1943. Off-screen, Minato. Interesting. Danzo, let's take notes. On-screen/reading. The scene would change to the World's Fair where fireworks and other things were seen and many people attended at the same time that our protagonist was seen with his best friend walking. Bucky, I don't see what the problem is. You're going to be the last single man in New York. There are 3.5 million women. Naruto, well, I'd settle for one. Bucky, lucky you fixed it already, he would say it while greeting 2 women who would return the greeting in the same way. Woman 1, hello Bucky. Off-screen, Kiba, but what a good friend. Sasuke, I would have done better. Shikamaru, troublesome. Kushina, I just hope he's not perverted. Hiruzen, and Kushina, remember that if Naruto returns he will have to enter the CRA. As he is the oldest and the clan leader, until your sons grow up, the same thing will happen. Kushina, I know, just let me be calm without thinking about it. Hooded, good old Bucky whispered. The Watcher, I think there are some missing people, snapping his fingers and bringing out the BNHA cast, classes 1A, 1B, Shinzo, Mei, Eri, Kota, Katsuma and Mahoro plus Aizawa, and All Might, and with another snap he passed them the information. On screen, Naruto, what did you tell him about me? He would ask his friend, a little annoyed. Bucky, only the good stuff, he would answer with a smile, then change the scene showing some artifacts. Welcome to the Pavilion of Modern Wonders in the world of tomorrow, a bigger world, a better world. While he spoke you would see young Steve walking behind his friend and the 2 girls who accompanied him. Woman Howard Stark. It's amazing, I want to see it. Off-screen, May, look at those babies. Hiruzen, she's crazy isn't she? Uraraka, she's crazy about making inventions that always explode. Minato, hey young lady, since you heard what Machi said, wouldn't you be interested in making us some things? May, I'm sure. Hiruzen, I want to see their faces when they explode, he thought maliciously. On screen/reading. Woman 1, oh my god, how exciting, it's time, she would say it while pulling Bucky and they headed to where an exhibition was taking place. Presenter, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Howard Stark. On stage you would see a red car along with 5 women posing succulently, and coming to one side a man in a black suit giving a top hat to the presenter and giving her a kiss afterwards. Howard Stark, ladies and gentlemen, what if I tell you that in a few years your car will never have to touch the ground while speaking? Young Naruto would kindly offer his popcorn to his date, but she became difficult and did not accept. Off-screen, Jiraiya, upon seeing the women, would take notes in his little book for more inspiration while several in the room went to use the men's bathroom. Mineta cough cough Kiba cough cough. On screen / reading. After speaking, the 4 girls who were standing would begin to move to the positions of the car's wheels and then remove the wheels. Howard Stark. Yes, thanks Mandy. With Stark reverse gravity technology, they will be able to achieve it. After saying this, the billionaire would press some buttons and then the car would be activated, which at first would begin to float. Bucky, oh, what a thing. Off screen. May would furiously take notes upon seeing this, while Deku did the same while talking to Tomato Guy about his training regimen and fighting style, as well as with Niji, to use the Goken and the Juken against villains, as well as Kirishima with Lee. On screen / reading. Everyone would be impressed by the fabulous act of science, but it didn't last long, as the floating car broke down and fell to the ground rather abruptly. Off screen. Minato, what a disappointment. May, failure is the father of invention, ha 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 ha. Minato, she's crazy, he whispered. On screen. Howard Stark. I told you in a few years, right? Even with the car failure, everyone applauded him. Naruto didn't even care about this, so he just turned around to see a patriotic sign that said the following. I need you, enlist now. Bucky got a little distracted and lost sight of his best friend. Bucky, hey Naruto, what if we take the girls? He couldn't finish because he realized that Naruto wasn't there. There was a mirror with the image of a soldier where the face was supposed to be, but it was so that whoever stood in it would see themselves reflected as a soldier ready for war, and a couple did the experiment and laughed for a while until they left. Naruto also tried but only reached the neck. He felt a little useless until his friend surprised him by pushing him in a friendly way outside. Izuku felt identified. Bucky, come on, did you forget it's a double date? Let's take them dancing. Naruto, go ahead, I'll catch up. Bucky would undoubtedly know what I was trying to say with this. Bucky, will you try it again? Steve Rogers, you're just trying your luck. Bucky, who are you? Naruto from Ohio. You'll get arrested or worse, you'll be enlisted. Naruto, I know you don't think I'll make it, but I said. Bucky, it's not like an alley, it's war. Naruto, I know it's war. You don't have to say it. Bucky, why do you want to fight? There are important positions. Naruto, what can I do? Collect metal in my wheelbarrow? I won't work in a factory, Bucky. Understand, men risk their lives. I don't want to do less than those soldiers, Bucky. That's what you don't understand. This isn't about me. Bucky, of course you have nothing to prove. While they were arguing, an elderly man watched and listened to them and understood the ambition of the young Rogers. Girl 1, Sergeant. Are we going to dance? Bucky, sure, sweethearts, I don't do anything stupid until I get back. Naruto, how could I? You're the expert on that. Bucky, what a jerk. Naruto, idiot hugging, be very careful. He would say goodbye to his best friend. Don't win the war until it comes, he would say last, so that his friend can make his military salute, and then retreat towards the 2 girls. Off screen. Kirishima, so manly. Lee, his flames of youth are burning. Bakugo, HMP, let's see what the extra does. All Might, Shonen serious, don't insult others or forget about being a hero scaring the Muslim. Bakugo, TSK, okay. Izuku, I know he'll make it. On screen / reading. Bucky, come on ladies, it's our song after this. Young Rogers would go and try to enlist again, and the man would follow him with his eyes, seeing great potential in him, and would follow him. We change the scene and we see Rogers adjusting his suit. At that moment a nurse arrives and tells the doctor something. This would be inaudible to Steve, which worried him since he thought he had been discovered. Doctor, wait here. Naruto, is there any problem? Doctor, just wait. This worried Rogers a little more. He turned to his right, seeing a small sign that said, "It is illegal to falsify your recruitment application." This made Steve a little more tense, making him decide to leave so as not to be caught, but then a soldier arrives, making Rogers even more nervous. Off screen. Kushina, he already did it. I don't know what worries him. Izuku, reminds me of me, he whispered, but was heard by Bakugo, who just said something that left everyone with their mouths open. Bakugo, if you asked me, he'll come in. Class 1A. Who are you and what did you do with Bakugo taking out a crucifix that Ibra had? Izuku, I think the same as Kaken. On screen / reading. But a few seconds later the old man who had previously been interested in Rogers appears. Thanks, they would stare at each other for a few seconds until the old man decided to speak. So he wants to cross the ocean and annihilate Nazis. This confused Naruto a little. Plus, Naruto, excuse me? Abraham Erskine, Dr. Abraham Erskine. I represent the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Naruto Rogers. Off-screen. Kiba, scares that give pleasure. Hooded man. I understood that reference, he said in a whisper that only the Inuzuka heard. On-screen/reading. After Dr. Abraham introduced himself, he would examine some papers he had with him. Naruto, where are you from? Abraham Erskine, from Queens, 73rd Street, Utopia Parkway, but formerly from Germany. Does it bother you? Naruto, no. Abraham Erskine, where is Mr. Rogers from? Is he from New Hampshire or Paramus? 5 exams in 5 different cities. Naruto, it must be another file. Abraham Erskine, the exams aren't what interests me, it's the 5 attempts, but you haven't answered my question. Would you like to annihilate Nazis? Naruto, is this a test? Abraham Erskine, say, Naruto, I don't want to destroy anyone, I hate bullies wherever they come from. Abraham Erskine, well, in this war, there are many strong men, we could require someone different, right? I offer you an opportunity, he would say it while leaving the office, just that. Naruto, I'll take it. Abraham Erskine, well, where are you really from? Be honest. Naruto, Brooklyn. Abraham Erskine, congratulations soldier, this made young Rogers feel better, and he would open his file seeing the passing badge. The screen turns off. Menma, he did it. Boruto, Otu-san did it. Boruto, Onisama did it. Hiruzen, I'm proud Naruto-kun. Konohamaru, well done boss. Minato, tisk, he's just useless. Danzo, something tells me this will be a serious problem. Hamura, I think it was our mistake to send him. Chapter 3. After seeing Naruto's achievement, many were happy, while others continued to insist that he was a weakling, scum, or something pathetic. Boruto, oh, and what else happened with my father? Menma, that would be all since they found no traces. Kawaki, I see. Present Mike, it's time to keep watching YHHH. Killer B, oh yeah brother. Kumo, shut up B. Making the aforementioned go, and make little circles with his finger in a depressed corner. Presenter, it's time to continue with this entertainment. Please sit down and prepare your popcorn, ramen and drink, we will start shortly. On screen. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, in a snowy mountainous area, there was what could be called the headquarters inside a mountain, and inside it was the leader and head of the hated Hydra organization. Johann Schmidt, are you ready, Dr. Zola? I'd ask his most loyal henchman in the entire organization, who was looking at something through what looked like a telescope. Dr. Arnim Zola, my machine requires the most delicate calibration. Forgive me if I'm very scrupulous. Off-screen. Orochimaru, in fact, he shouldn't even apologize. Jiraiya, why do you say that? Orochimaru, for your little brain to understand. Every machine you operate must be treated with the utmost delicacy possible. It's like dealing with a lady. You can't do anything like an idiot, but it's something your perverted mind doesn't understand. Tsunade, ha 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 ha, he hit the nail on the head. Minato, I'm sorry sensei, but he meant it. That made Jiraiya go off and mutter nonsense while having a Hashirama-style depressive cloud. On screen. Johann Schmidt, are you sure the conductors it has will be able to withstand the energy load required for the transfer, doctor? I asked him with great hesitation while reviewing some photos of the cube. Dr. Arnim Zola, with this device, I can't guarantee anything. I'm afraid it won't even work. After speaking, Schmidt would put a strange-looking box, and the doctor would look at it with quite a bit of curiosity. Off-screen. Hiruzen, with the Tesseract without having tried to use another similar source, I doubt they have that source of power. Izuku, I hope Naruto-san stops him. Katsuki, me too, or else I'll go and shine them. On screen. The most feared leader of Hydra would open the box. A very strong blue light would appear. Dr. Zola would put on glasses that would protect him from the strong flashes of the Tesseract that Schmidt would take out to immediately place it in a container that would be in charge of absorbing all the possible energy of the Tesseract. The machine would take the same blue tone as the cube. The two were more than prepared to continue with their plan. Dr. Arnim Zola, 20% he would talk while calibrating his machine to absorb all the energy and power for his plans. 40 the machine would continue doing its job. 60 the doctor would be a little surprised by the progress stabilizing at 70%. Schmidt didn't like this, and decided to do it on his own. Johann Schmidt, I didn't get this far thanks to being cautious. Doctor, he proceeded to increase the power of the machine that was in charge of absorbing energy from the Tesseract. But something unusual would happen. The machine would begin to expel flashes and electricity all over the place. making the two members of Hydra nervous. After a few seconds, as if by magic, it disappeared, leaving them dismayed and turning off the machinery present there. Dr. Arnim Zola, what was that? Johann Schmidt, I must congratulate you, Doctor. I would congratulate you by pointing to a container that had a kind of blue energy that was absorbed from the cube. Your designs did not disappoint us, although they may require a slight reinforcement. Dr. Arnim Zola, the exchange is stable. I would say that I am very surprised by the success of your project. Dr. Arnim Zola, amazing, the energy that was collected could power my designs, all of my designs. He would take off his glasses to better see his best feet. This will change the war. Johann Schmidt, Dr. Zola, this will change the world. Off-screen, All Might, that energy will be used against innocents. Clenching his fists. Aizawa, too troublesome in his sleeping bag. Shikamaru, you're right, Mr. Caterpillar, too troublesome. Aizawa, I don't know you, but you've earned it. Holding out a gray sleeping bag. Shikamaru, it's comfortable. Asuma, if he was already lazy, now I can't imagine him with a drop of sweat. On screen, elsewhere, we found ourselves in a military camp where there was a line of army recruits. Among them was young Naruto, who just stood still while the others were talking. They were talking until a feminine but authoritative voice took them by surprise and made them shut up and stand with a military salute. Peggy Carter, attention recruits. Gentlemen, I'm Agent Carter. I'm here from England to oversee your operations, she told the recruits as she walked forward and a guy behind her gave them a clipboard. Off-screen, the girls' feminine power. On-screen, Subject 1. Why does Victoria reign from England? I thought it was the American Army. Peggy Carter, what is your soldier's name? Subject 1. Gilmore High Majesty. Peggy Carter, step forward. Hawk. He would proceed to do what was asked with a stupid face. Right foot forward. Hawk, do you want to fight? Rogers would just pay attention to what would happen. I have some maneuvers you'd love. He would wink mischievously. Then the Hexie superior had thrown him a strong right hook, so strong that it made him fall on his back. Off-screen, the men. Ouch. Women, that jerk deserved it. The Watcher, Gaisen Lee-sen. What follows now will make them cry. Those mentioned are intrigued. On-screen, Steve only managed to put on a small, satisfied smile. That's when an older man would call the agent's attention. Colonel, Agent Carter. Peggy, Colonel Phillips. She would stand at attention at her superior's salute. Colonel Phillips, I see you're putting pressure on the candidates. Excellent. Get up off the floor and return to the line until someone tells you what to do. Hawk, yes sir. This one would only obey with a slightly red nose and a little blood. Off-screen, Anoki, ha ha ha. Even in my younger days I knew that doing that to a woman is a sentence of a good blow. Kuratsuchi, and what were there in your time, grandfather? Anoki, many things. Boruto, like dinosaurs. Sarada, now Moses. Anoki, young people today don't respect the elderly. On screen, Colonel Phillips, General Peyton said that wars are fought with weapons but won with men. We will win this one. We will win this one because we have the best men. This last one was said with discouragement, since he saw the malnourished Naruto Rogers and gave a small groan, already knowing who was responsible for recruiting Rogers, and because they will be even better, much better. The Strategic Scientific Reserve is an allied project made up of the elite of the free world. While he spoke, you could see in another scene Naruto very calmly arranging his things while behind the others were playing or making one or another mess. Then a whistle is heard and the scene changes where you can see the training for the soldiers. Our goal is to create the best army in history. The young Rogers would fail the first test hanging upside down there, while the other recruits made fun of him, but it must start with a man. Off-screen, Guy, that's a training full of youth. Lee, and if I can't do it, I'll run 5,000 laps around Konoha. Guy, why so little, my young pupil? To the elemental nations. Metal Lee, Dad didn't know Guy-sensei was so young. The three of them made the most lethal genjutsu on Earth, affecting everyone. Those of BNHA could not believe it, and their eyes burned in flames. 10-10. Stop making a mess. Hitting the three. Read if you have you. Guy, yes, young student. Metal Lee, yes, Mom. That surprised everyone and made Niji jealous for some strange reason. On screen, Sergeant Rogers, get out of there. The scene would change to show Naruto and other recruits crawling under some barbed wire, while Naruto was the one having a lot of trouble due to his physical condition, while the others managed to pass, and Hawk breaking the wooden posts, making the wire fall on him. Colonel Phillips, this weekend we'll choose that man, and he'll be the first of a new breed of super soldiers. Off-screen, Naruto's siblings and their children, bastard. Kushina, what did they say? In Havana mode. Tsunade. It seems they haven't learned not to insult, cracking her knuckles. Hooded. Language. Menma. Minato taught us, the others nod. At that moment Minato felt scared, because Tsunade and his wife hit him a lot, making everyone sweat. On screen. Sergeant Rogers. Get that rifle out of the mud, Colonel Phillips. And they will, without a doubt, take Adolf Hitler to hell. The scene would be changed to show the recruits running. Naruto would only run as fast as he could, since he was last, while the sergeant gave them orders to advance. Keep running until they all stopped in front of a flag. Sergeant, that flag, mark the halfway point. The first one to bring it to me will return first with Agent Carter. All the recruits were trying to reach the flag, but none could. In fact, none even tried. No one has lowered that flag in 17 years. The others just kept trying to lower the flag, but nothing. Now get back in line. Quickly down. Now get back in formation. But only one didn't listen, and it was Naruto, who would try to lower the flag in his own way. Rogers. I said formation. But young Rogers would ignore it, and in a very simple but clever way would remove what was holding the flag firm, causing it to fall. Off screen. Hiruzen. Always amazing with your intellect. And Naruto-kun. Kirishima. That was manly. Tetsu, you already said it, bro. On screen. Everyone would look at him in surprise. Peggy would give a small smile of satisfaction. Naruto would take the flag off the pole to give it to the sergeant. Naruto. Thank you, sir. Everyone would simply remain silent about what happened. The young man proceeded to get on, exchanged glances with the agent, and they just left. Off screen. Guy. That's it, Naruto-kun. Show your flames of youth. All might. Without a doubt a great intelligence in shonen, ha 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 ha. On screen. Changing scenes, the recruits were doing basic exercises while Agent Carter gave them encouragement, so to speak. Peggy Carter. Ladies, go quickly. My grandmother, may she rest in peace, has more vitality. Peggy Carter. What are you waiting for? While the others were doing the exercises, Naruto found it difficult but still tried, and while the recruits were exercising, Dr. Erskine and Colonel Phillips talked about this super soldier project. Off screen. Kuratsuchi. I like that rudeness. Enko, the girl from IWA, already said it. Several kunoichis claimed the same thing. Mirko, that shows who's in charge. On screen. Colonel Phillips, you're not thinking of choosing Rogers, are you? Abraham Erskine. Well, not only have I thought he will be elected. Colonel Phillips. When he brought a weakling asthmatic to my base, I didn't say anything. I thought I would serve as a guinea pig, but I didn't think he would choose him. Peggy Carter. Upstairs, while they obeyed the agent's orders, the other two continued talking about Naruto's situation. Colonel Phillips. If I stick a needle in your arm, it'll go right through you. While saying this, the two were watching young Rogers trying to keep up with the exercises. Look at that. It's going to make me cry. Off screen. Lee. At least he tries. Minato. He'll only fail if he's useless. On screen. Abraham Erskine. I'm looking for qualities greater than the physical. Colonel Phillips. Do you know how long it will take to complete this project? Abraham Erskine. Yes. Colonel Phillips. And the feet I had to kiss with that senator and the committee? Abraham Erskine. Aha, yes, I know. He's tried hard. Colonel Phillips. I want to make it up to you. Hosh passed all the tests. He's strong, fast, obeys orders, and is a good soldier. Abraham Erskine. He's aggressive. Colonel Phillips. Wars are not won with tenderness, Doctor. Off screen. Danzo. And that's true. The oldest and even the resurrected said the same thing. On screen. After saying this, the colonel would go to some boxes full of grenades without gunpowder, take one and pretend to activate it. Colonel Phillips. Wars are won with guts. I would proceed to throw it, and then warn about the grenade. Colonel Phillips. Grenade. All the recruits would run away in terror upon hearing that, not knowing that the colonel threw it to prove that Naruto was just a cowardly weakling. But unfortunately for the colonel, Naruto landed on top of the grenade in a fetal position to try to prevent the explosive from having more power when it explodes. Naruto, back off. Don't come! He would shout so that no one would approach him and thus not do harm to anyone, but as the seconds passed, everyone would realize that it was only a test. The professor would put on a face of satisfaction seeing the bravery of the young man, and how indirectly he shut the colonel's mouth. Is it a test? The professor would turn to look at him, and the colonel at him. Erskine would only shrug his shoulders in a "I told you so" manner. Colonel Phillips. He's very thin, that's all he could say to hide his defeat a little, while the doctor looked proudly at young Rogers. Off-screen, All Might, Izuku and Stain. That's balls / he's a real hero. Menma, Boruto, Shiro and Katsumi. That's my idol and brother. Boruto, or Kawaki and Himawari. That's my old man, hooded man. So they are my children. Ha whispers and smiles. I think I should choose who to give the cloak to, seeing a shield with the colors red, white and blue with a star in the middle. On screen, we change the scene. Now we are in the army dormitories. There was Naruto alone reading one of his books until Dr. Erskine opened the door. Abraham Erskine, may I? Naruto. Yes, I would give permission for the doctor to pass. He brought with him some liquor for the next super soldier. Abraham Erskine. Do you have insomnia? Naruto. I'm nervous, I think. Abraham Erskine, haha, me too. He would proceed to sit across from Naruto. Naruto, may I ask you a question, sir? Abraham Erskine, just one? Naruto, why me? Everyone off-screen was wondering the same thing. Abraham Erskine, I guess that's the only question that matters. The two would remain in a small silence until the doctor decided to speak. Abraham Erskine, this is from Augsburg, my hometown. He would speak, grabbing the liquor and showing it to Naruto. Many believe that the first country invaded by the Nazis was yours. After the other war my people suffered. It was fragile and very weak. Hitler appeared with his marches, the spectacle, the flags, and he would get a little stuck. That's because he probably doesn't like to talk about the subject, and he heard about me, my work, and he looked me up. And he told me you will strengthen us. But I wasn't interested, so he sent the leader of Hydra and his research area, a brilliant scientist named Johann Smith. Smith is a member of the inner circle and is ambitious. Off-screen, Sasuke. No, we didn't notice, he said sarcastically. Itachi, you sounded like the Inuzuka. Sasuke, meh, I hang out with him and the dobe, pointing at Naruto, so you already know my personality. Sure sway, wow, emo didn't come out. Itachi, well, it was to be expected. He heard everything Danzo ordered against the clan and about Jiraiya. So, except for the fact that he wants to kill Danzo, he is not an emo avenger. On screen, Abraham Erskine. He and Hitler shared a passion for the occult and Teutonic myths. Hitler used his fantasies to inspire his followers. But for Smith it was not fantasy. For him it was real. He became convinced that there was a great power hidden on Earth, left by the gods, waiting for a superior man to grasp it. When he learned about my formula and what I was doing, he could not resist it. While he was speaking, small flashbacks would appear showing the discussion between the two scientists. Smith must be that superior man. In that, Smith is seen injecting the serum into one of his arms while sighing at the pain caused by the injection. Steve Rogers, did it make him stronger? Abraham Erskine, yes, but there were other effects. In that flashback, the Hydra leader is seen apparently screaming in pain. Abraham Erskine, the serum wasn't ready. Off-screen, Tsunade, it took its toll on her. Orochimaru, even I know where to try things on. Everyone sees that I have people who try them on for me. Tsunade, yes, innocent children. Pedophile snake. Orochimaru, nobody's perfect. Tobirama, we've been dead for a while and the world went to shit. Madara, I agree with the albino, showing a vein of anger. Hashirama, come on, it shouldn't be that bad, let's look on the bright side. Tobirama and Madara, oh yes, it is that positivity that made Konoha fall into corruption. Hashirama went off to walk around in circles, depressed. On screen, Abraham Erskine. But most importantly, the man, the serum amplifies everything inside you. Then, the good is magnified, the evil increases. The two would remain in a small silence, but again the doctor would break it again. That's why you were chosen. Naruto would look at him attentively, thanks to that new answer that caught his attention, because someone strong, who had power all his life, loses respect for power, but someone fragile knows the value of strength and knows compassion. Naruto, thanks, I think so. That's the only thing he said. He couldn't fully understand what she meant by that, but with the passage of time he would understand it little by little. Abraham Erskine, give me that, he would say to young Rogers, so that he would give him a glass that he had at his side and pour him some liquor. Whatever happens tomorrow, promise me something. He would say it to him before finishing pouring the alcohol into 2 small glass cups. That you will continue to be you, he would say, ending with a small toast. Not a perfect soldier, but a good man. Off-screen, Hiruzen, how much wisdom, and I agree, Naruto-kun's humility is unique. Gaara, I'm with the Sandaime. Raza, what? Gaara, I've reached this point. I won't continue being the psychopath. I prefer to call the Ichibi father than you. since you see me as a weapon and not as your son retreating to where the Konoha 12, where can I sit down? The 12 Sakura, of course. Sakura, I'm leaving. I won't be next to a demon carrier while she leaves being looked down upon by everyone, even Sasuke. On screen, Naruto. To the fragile ones he would toast with Erskine, but before he took the first sip the aforementioned would stop him. Abraham Erskine, no, what a mistake, he'll operate on him tomorrow, without fluids. Naruto, then, we'll toast after. Abraham Erskine, no, they are not going to intervene on me. I'll drink it now, he would say it, and then take a sip of the liquor while Naruto looked at him wanting to drink. The screen turns off. Those with the blonde made a grimace of laughter while several snorted. Chapter 4. Present mic. Okay, time to continue this look. Presenter. I think they can't hear you because they're asleep. Present mic. Yeah. All my ears /sensei. We are not in English class. Sakura. Now I know what others feel with my screams grabbing her ears in pain. Present mic. It's time to continue seeing this world. Aizawa and Vlad. Whatever is seen will be taken into consideration. Classes A and B, yes sensei. Stain. I just hope he's a real hero. On screen, unknown location. A German language theme can be heard, while a record player in a laboratory is focused on, as Dr. Zola enters it, while Johann Smith somewhat differently turns off the lights. Schmidt, is there anything special you need? I'd asked him, a little annoyed since he wasn't too happy that I had come in without authority and without advance notice. He wouldn't respond. He would look around a bit and find a slightly older painter, implying that the Hydra leader was being portrayed. Dr. Zola, I understand that they found her. Johann Schmidt, see it for yourself. The doctor would listen and approach a table with photos of none other than the scientist Erskine walking peacefully in the United States. Off-screen, Menma, oh, they didn't find him. Worried. Baruto, oh, I hope my father saves him, he said, amazed by how he called him. At least he was sure it wasn't the version of his timeline who as a child shouted to the four winds that he would be Hokage. Hooded man, I'm sorry to disappoint you, son, he thought with some sadness. On screen, Schmidt, do you disapprove? Dr. Zola, small nervous laugh, it's just that. I don't know why you have to worry. I don't think you can succeed again. Schmidt, your serum is the only weapon the Allies have against the power we possess. If we take it away from them, our victory is assured. The doctor would remain silent for a few seconds thinking, and then he would speak. Dr. Zola, do you want me to give the order? Schmidt, it's already been broadcast. Dr. Zola, excellent. He would then proceed to leave without anything further to say. Schmidt, Dr. Zola, this would call the doctor's attention, causing him to turn around. What do you think? He would ask, referring to the painting which was illuminated by the lights he had previously turned off. Dr. Arnim Zola, a masterpiece. He would leave immediately if he had only to give his opinion. Off-screen, Hiruzen, so that's what the serum did to him. Orochimaru, the adverse effect, something that no one reads from a manual, since the consequences are at the end of each user manual. Tsunade, if the serum caused that, I'm worried about my godson. All Might, let's hope the shonen is okay. Izuku, it will work. I know it will. Naruto's brothers, sons and the Konohamaru team along with Inari supported the idea. On screen, Brooklyn, the scene would change, showing some children playing baseball almost in the middle of the road, and a black classic car would pass by, and by pure chance Naruto and Peggy were inside in the passenger seat. Naruto, I know this neighborhood. I got beaten up in that alley and in that parking lot and behind the cafe. Peggy, you didn't like the idea of running away? Naruto, once you run, they never stop. You get up, you fight back, you can't run forever, can you? Off-screen, Izuku, reminded me of me, he whispered, being heard by Bakugo at his side. Bakugo, sorry nerd. Izuku, sure Kaken. Stain, the best example of life I think. Minato, please, he's just useless, everyone sees him badly. On screen, Peggy, I know that feeling, having doors slammed in your face. Naruto, I don't know why you joined the army if you are a beautiful lady, a beautiful woman. Agent, not a lady, you are beautiful, but Peggy, he doesn't know how to treat a woman, does he? Off-screen, Kushina, hey Naruchan, you have to be more attentive. Tsunade, at least he didn't listen to Jiraiya. Kakashi, I could have helped him, I think. Asuma, yes to reading that orange-covered book. Kakashi, sorry, did you say something? Kurina, Anko, Yugao, so you keep reading that crap, huh? Kakashi, I'm scared. On screen, Naruto, I don't think I've ever had this much conversation with a woman. The beautiful agent would turn her face away but continue listening to Steve. Women don't want to dance with someone they could step on. Peggy, have you danced before? Steve Rogers. Well, I was always terrified of the idea of asking someone to dance. The last few years I didn't care much. I decided to wait. Peggy, wait what? Steve Rogers. Small silence. The perfect couple. Off screen. Menma. Take note of that. Shiro taking note of how to learn how to get a girl using his older brother as an example. Shiro. Hai following those steps. Sasuke. Can I borrow a notebook? Itachi. Here giving him one. I don't want a brother who is terrified of girls. Sasuke. I'm terrified of fangirls, not girls, hee. Kirishima. He's a real man crying manly with Tetsu. On screen. The agent, after hearing that from young Rogers, put on a schoolgirl-style smile. A few minutes later they would arrive at an antique shop, and the two would get out of the car. Peggy. This way. She would advance towards the place with Naruto following behind her. Naruto, what are we doing here? Peggy, follow me. The two would enter the establishment, first meeting the owner of the place. Lady, what wonderful weather, don't you think? Peggy, yes, but I always bring an umbrella. The lady understood the secret message and would go behind her desk pressing a red button. Off screen. Nizu, good method. Maybe we should implement it. Whispering to Aizawa and All Might. Kakashi, we should use it on missions. Guy, look Lee, his youth is burning bright and his efforts are being rewarded. Lee, yes Guy sensei. Koda, hey Katsuma. We should use it when we make a hideout. Katsuma, yes, and if they don't say anything, we'll shine them and give them a smash. Bakugo and Izuku at that moment wiped away a tear of pride. On screen, the two entered a seemingly neglected room and would stand in front of a bookshelf that would open at any moment like two solid metal doors. The two would enter the place while some people looked at Naruto with curiosity. This obviously made young Rogers uncomfortable. Two soldiers opened the doors to Peggy and Naruto. The aforementioned one would be impressed by the laboratory, so to speak, and when he entered, all those who were doing something important stopped doing so to observe the young Rogers analytically. Naruto along with Peggy would go down and go to where the young Rogers would be subjected to the serum, and there they would meet the doctor. Abraham Erskine. Good morning. In that you can see a flash of a camera that took a picture of both of them enough. Not now. Naruto would see the place where they would inject the serum and would get nervous when he saw it. I'm sorry, are you ready? Naruto was scared but determined to prove that he can be more, so he just nodded. Correct. Take off your clothes and the hat too, go ahead. Off screen. Minato. I don't know what they see as good about him. Hiruzen, if you shut up and watch effeminate blonde, hooded man. I shouldn't laugh since he's my biological father, but it was funny how Gigi insulted him, he thought with amusement. On screen. In another part of the lab, some were discussing the project until Colonel Phillips arrived. Colonel, Senator Bran, nice to see you. He would shake the senator's hand. Senator, what exactly am I doing in Brooklyn? Colonel, I require access to the power grid. If you had given me the generators I requested, but he would be interrupted by the senator. Senator, there are many people requesting funds, Colonel. Oh, that's Flet Clenson, State Department. If your project gets off the ground, we'll use it, not just for headlines. Off screen. Hiruzen, that guy gives me a bad feeling. Aizawa, I'm with the gentleman. Shikamaru in his sleeping bag. I would say the same, but it is very problematic. Temari, is there anything you say that isn't that? Shikamaru, no. Izuku, I have a bad feeling. Shoto, something's wrong. Writing everything down on his conspiracy theory board. On the screen. Senator, hey, I'm saying this so everyone would turn to look at him. Take that kid a sandwich. He would make fun of the physique of the young Rogers who was lying in the machine that would give him the powers of the super soldier. Abraham Erskine, are you comfortable? I would ask young Rogers, who looked anything but comfortable when he went to bed. Naruto, small size, it's very big. Dr. Erskine would just laugh at the comment. Naruto, shall I save some schnapps? Abraham Erskine, not as much as I should have. I'm sorry about that later. Off screen. Tsunade, oh, my drinking habit has rubbed off on you a bit. Kushina, I don't think so. On screen. Abraham Erskine, Mr. Stark. How are your levels? Stark, levels at 100%. He would speak as he approached where Naruto was lying. Abraham Erskine, good. Stark, maybe the voltage will decrease in Brooklyn, but everything is ready. He would speak very confidently of his words and of the experiment that is about to change Steve's life up to this point. Abraham Erskine, Agent Carter, don't you think you'd be more comfortable in the cockpit? Peggy, oh yeah, sorry. She would proceed to retreat to the cabin, but would turn worriedly to see Naruto and he would look back at her. With that, the brown-haired agent would return her way, leaving young Rogers a few nervous. Dr. Erskine grabbed a microphone and spoke to the viewers in the booth, but first tapped the microphone to make an awkward noise and get the people in the booth to pay attention, giving him the result he wanted. Abraham Erskine, are you listening to me? Yes? With their attention now captured, he proceeded to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, this day we will not take another step towards annihilation but the first step on the path of peace. After speaking, two doctors placed some metal plates on Naruto's chest, who seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Then they would bring some containers that contained the super soldier serum in 7 vials. The substance was blue. Abraham Erskine, we started with a series of micro-injections into the upper muscle group. While he said this, the others were attentive to the event that would change the course of the war definitively. Off-screen, Kushina, Sochi worried, Naruto's brothers, and Isan, Konohamaru boss. On-screen, Abraham Erskine, the serum will cause an immediate cellular change and then to stimulate growth we will saturate the individual with vitreous. While he was explaining how the serum works and how they were going to inject it into Naruto, some nurses were preparing it, and one of them injects Rogers with something. Naruto, it wasn't that bad, I would say, thinking that it was all over. Abraham Erskine, it was penicillin. Naruto, upon hearing that, would turn to look at Erskine with a face that said don't buck with him. Abraham Erskine, injection of the serum begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. While counting down, plates with needles were placed on young Rogers' forearms, who looked a little scared. Once the countdown was over, the serum would begin to be injected into different parts of his body, causing him to experience pain, and at the same time his pupils would dilate. Stark proceeds. Erskine, when given the order to proceed, would lower a small lever that would raise the capsule where Rogers was, so to speak, closing in the process. Off-screen, Boruto, oh I'm scared. Kawaki, me too. Himawari, will Tsu-chan be okay? Both yes. Hooded man, I'll be fine, daughter, and I see that your brothers will take care of you if something happens to me, he thought, since it was not the time to reveal himself. On-screen, doctors would then proceed to place oxygen tubes in some compartments of the capsule. Abraham Erskine, I would hit him a few times to get Rogers' attention. Naruto? Can you hear me? Naruto, maybe it's too late to go to the bathroom, right? After Dr. Erskine asked young Rogers that, he stepped back a little from the capsule where Steve was. Abraham Erskine, we must proceed. Erskine would confirm that they should proceed with the experiment, and Howard followed the order. Then he would turn something for the capsule, and after turning it he and the others in the room would put on dark binoculars to cover their eyes. At that, Stark would go to a pressure valve and open it little by little. Stark, at 10%, the young billionaire would say, and a very powerful and blinding white light would suddenly come out of the capsule. 20%, and the more the valve turned, the more powerful and blinding the light was. 30-40%. Erskine and Peggy's concern for Steve would be seen. Type 1, normal vital signs. Howard Stark, 50%, 60-70. But in the capsule, Roger's scream would be heard, which increased greatly due to the effort his body was making to accept the serum. This made both Erskine and Peggy worry greatly. Naruto, ARGHHHH. Abraham Erskine, Naruto. Erskine immediately ran to the capsule and was shouting through the small window of the capsule, but the only response he received were the screams of pain of young Rogers. Peggy, cancel it now. Abraham Erskine, Mr. Stark, shut it down. Enough, shut down the reactors. Off-screen, Kushina, stop it. Please, my Sochi is suffering. Boruto, or Kawaki and Himawari, Dad. Worried, Menma, Shiro, Katsumi and Boruto, brother. Hiruzen, Naruto-kun. Tsunade, Naruto-chan. Izuku, Naruto-san. All Might, Shonen. Sasuke, stop hurting the dobe. On screen, Naruto, no. Naruto's scream caught the attention of everyone present. Stop. I can do it. Stark, seeing the bravery of young Rogers, proceeded to open the valve even more. Off-screen, Kushina, Naruto-chan, please stop, you are suffering. On-screen, Stark, 80%, 90%, it reached 100%, and when it reached the desired figure the light inside the capsule became stronger and more intense, so much so that it caused several machines in the laboratory to break down and throw off sparks, and after a few seconds everything calmed down, and the light emanating from inside the capsule ceased completely. Abraham Erskine, Mr. Stark. Howard, upon hearing that, would open the capsule, showing Naruto completely transformed, completely inflated and bigger. The screen turns off. Kushina. He did it with tears of happiness. Menma. He's my idol. He's my older brother. Boruto. Oh, is my father with pride. The girls were sighing like lovers, but there were several that stood out. Hinata, Ino, Kuratsuchi and Mount Lady. Author's note. I decided to add another woman to the harem, and it's the heroine Mount Lady. Because if Bianiche is good, it's better to have one of them in the harem. Hinata. He's so hot. I hope I get a chance. Menma-kun doesn't like me because I'm a stalker. Although the kids who called him dad look like realizing it can't be, they look like me. It's decided. I'll fall in love with him even if I have to share it, and it won't be like a stalker, she thought. Kuratsuchi. He is Namikaze's son, but he is different from him, and they banished the effeminate man from the family, so maybe he will give him a chance, he thought. I don't want Sasuke anymore. Now I want Naruto-kun, thought Red. Sasuke. Why do I feel like I should thank the Dobe for getting rid of a stalker? He thought, somewhat relieved. Mount Lady. Why do I feel like I should keep it? She thought with blush. The Watcher, you'd better show yourself. Everyone at that moment sees the vigilante accompanied by a hooded man. Hooded man. I guess I can't hide anymore, taking off his hood. All Naruto/useless/hero/Nisan/dad/son. Chapter 5. After Naruto revealed himself by removing his hood, there were several reactions. His brothers could not stand it, and ran towards him and hugged him, while they cried with joy for meeting him again. His loved ones cried and had a big smile, especially a redhead. Kushina. Naruto-chan retreating with tears. Naruto saw that and approached her, hugging her. Naruto. I miss you so much, Mom. You don't know how much I miss you since what happened. Kushina couldn't stand it any longer and hugged him, collapsing in tears, saying she was sorry for having fallen into the effeminate blonde's game, while the blonde did nothing but hug her, not wanting to let her go. As Kushina calmed down, Naruto moved away, approaching 3 boys in particular. Naruto. So you are my children, huh? Boruto. Oh, that's right, he said, embarrassed. Kawaki and Himawari were equally uncomfortable and embarrassed, but all 3 of them felt that discomfort go away when they felt Naruto take them in a hug, offering the paternal warmth that a father gives. Boruto. Oh, so this is how it feels when your father hugs you. The old man never hugs me because he is the Hokage of that village, he thought tearfully. Kawaki. Dad, clinging to the blonde. Himawari. Two-chan. This was seen by everyone in the room. The heroes who were from the UA looked at him with respect, even the Muslim. Staines still had his doubts about whether he was a hero or not, and Minato and his followers looked at him with hatred and a desire to make him their own weapon. The Watchman. I'm sorry to interrupt such a moving meeting. On screen, Naruto was coming out with his new figure completely more inflated, marked and noticeable from the chamber where they placed him, from which a little smoke was coming out. Off-screen, Anko. I give him advice, not advice, she said, blushing and without mincing words. Yugao. Anko. Kurenai. Look, Asuma. It seems that this helped him. You could ask him for training, hehe. Asuma. Why? Kurenai. You have a bit of a belly, so you'll ask Naruto for a routine. Asuma. Kure-chan. Boruto. And I-san is great. Naruto. Good, because I will help you with your physique, and if what Mom can achieve is true, I will release my Uzumaki genes once more and use chakra again. So my dear little brothers, a little hell is coming to you. His brothers, Konohamaru, Inari and their children unconsciously swallowed hard. On screen, Erskine would go and help Rogers walk while the people in the communications room went down to admire the new and first super soldier more closely. Colonel Phillips, HMP, the poor fellow did it. He would admit defeat, with a smile, and go downstairs as well, while the guy with glasses would put on a suspicious smile and, mistakenly, leave a metal cigarette box on his seat. Naruto, did I do it? He would speak while being held by Erskine and Howard, who were surprised and happy with the result of the serum. Abraham Erskine, yes, I think so. Howard Stark, he managed to do it. Peggy would arrive to verify that Naruto was well sucked. Off-screen, Mount Lady, stay away from my man, bitch, she said, leaving everyone present surprised, especially Kamui Woods, who felt something pierce his heart. Sasuke. Step 1, pointing at Menma along with his brothers, Sai, Lee, and surprisingly Mineta and Kaminari being licked, pumped up and marked. They all wrote it down. Those mentioned, yes. Katsumi. My brothers had to be men. Mikoto. It seems that your son will give them lessons. Kushina. It seems so. Shikamaru. Wait a minute, didn't that Clemson guy leave something very suspicious in that box? Shoto, Soap Shoto with hand on chin. Aizawa, good job. On the screen. Peggy, how does it feel? Naruto, great was what he responded so that a nurse arrived with a shirt, and the Hexy sergeant would try to touch his pecs. But due to the discomfort he snatched the shirt from the nurse to give it to him. Peggy, it did grow a bit. While with the senator and the colonel. Colonel Phillips, what do you think of Brooklyn now? Senator, I think our friends in Berlin are going to get very nervous. Off-screen. Stay in Berlin? Doubtful. Present Mike. Just as you hear, listener. Naruto, we were in the middle of a war, sir, and that's why they gave me that serum. Frankly, I didn't think about being a hero, but rather joining the army, fighting for my nation, and winning the war. Stain. So a war, feeling somewhat disappointed, since he thought he was a hero, not a soldier. Presenter. And if you think he is not a hero, then you will see later how he is. Lee, his flames of youth were rewarded. Guy, you already said it, my young pupil. On screen. But not everything was happiness, since the guy with glasses had something planned. That plan was to steal the super soldier serum, and everything was prepared to perfection. Erskine was the only one who noticed the strange behavior of the subject. He took what at first glance was a lighter and opened it. The doctor realized too late that the lighter was not what it seemed but rather a detonator. The man pressed the detonator, causing the plant where they had previously been to explode, causing confusion among everyone. Off-screen. Kakashi. So he was a spy. Anoki. It was unexpected, but in war, spies always infiltrate to learn the enemy's plans. The most veteran war veterans agreed with him. The heroes present were surprised and stunned, because never in their lives had they been in the situation of being at war or fighting something similar. One thing was heroes versus villains, but another was war combat. On screen, the HYDRA agent, after activating the mini-bomb, went to take the serum. Abraham Erskine, stop him! Stop him! But before he could say anything else, the cold-blooded man shot Erskine twice, leaving him on the verge of death. Off-screen, Naruto. I remember that day, that helplessness of doing nothing. Boruto, oh, so that happened. Naruto, that's right, I'm sorry to disappoint you. When you saw that they had discovered him and asked me to save him, it didn't happen. On screen, the HYDRA agent would try to escape by shooting left and right at anyone who crossed his path. But he wouldn't leave without first receiving a shot in the shoulder from Peggy. Naruto would go to try to save Erskine, but it was too late. He didn't say a word. He would only aim at the chest of the first super soldier, implying that he should just be a good man, and so with that last message he would leave this world. Off-screen, several, especially those in classes A and B, took note of this lesson. They may have power, but their job now would be to be good people. Minato, how useless, he couldn't save the one who gave him magnificent power and turned him into a weapon. Naruto then approached him and hit him on the chin and sent him back to his seat. Naruto, you are much more useless, old man, because as far as I remember, in all shinobi history, you only used the jutsu of the second Hokage for war, in addition to devising an incomplete jutsu. While he prepared a serum that makes a human being strong, you made yourself strong, while he, if he were still alive, would do it for more human beings. After that, Naruto sat down. On screen, now Naruto was furious, and with that face would go after the spy at all costs. While with the infiltrator he was about to leave, but the old woman intercepts him with a machine gun, but could not do more because the infiltrator acted first by shooting the old woman in the chest, causing her to activate the machine gun, shooting at the ceiling and thus fall to the floor already dead. He would take the machine gun and immediately leave the place. He would shout orders to his accomplices dressed in black and a hat of the same color while pushing a middle-aged man. The accomplice would shoot two soldiers, but he would be quickly killed. The two agents would try to shoot the infiltrator but would die at the hands of this one by the machine gun that he took from the already dead old woman. Off-screen, Naruto. And to think I wanted to kill him. Stain. I can't kill him. He's a soldier, not a hero. Although that was his beginning, I still can't judge him as someone fake. On screen. At that point, Peggy had already gone out to confront them. But from one moment to the next, a car behind her exploded thanks to the infiltrator once again using the lighter, causing her to become slightly distracted. However, this wasn't enough, as he managed to kill the accomplice driver with a single shot, causing them to crash into another car, a taxi. The taxi driver would get out of his car to check the condition of the injured, and as the taxi driver got out, so did the Hydra agent. This got the perfect opportunity since everyone was distracted by the dead driver and took advantage to take the taxi and drive at full speed in the direction of the sergeant, who, although she does not want to admit it, stood there in the middle of the road where the car was heading and began to shoot at the glass without successfully hitting the infiltrator. He, already fed up, stepped on the accelerator, and when he was about to run over the Hexi agent, Naruto appears to save her. Off-screen, everyone was amazed at the escape method. The shinobi thought it was strange that he escaped making a mess because they would catch him, without being stealthy. But when they saw another time, well, that thought went away. Menma. Take note, Step 2, save the one you like. While the entourage wrote down how to have a partner, this made Naruto's sweat drop. On screen, Peggy. It was already mine. I shouted, annoyed. Naruto, sorry. He apologized and proceeded to chase the infiltrator. He would run, and unlike the average human, he would go much faster. The Hydra infiltrator would turn around to go another way, but Naruto would also go down an alley, to end up on the same path as him. But he would lose his balance and crash into a wedding dress shop, breaking the large window that displayed some dresses. After a few seconds he would recover and jump out of the place. Naruto, sorry! He would apologize again and resume his pursuit again. Off-screen, All Might. So the shonen still isn't used to his new strength and ability. Naruto, is that right, sir? All Might, ha ha ha, I'm All Might, Japan's #1 hero. Naruto Rogers, Captain America. Both would shake hands, which for a redhead and a gray-haired man, both with shark teeth, seemed very masculine. On screen, Naruto started running again, and this time at a much faster speed to try to catch up with him. He took an alley as a shortcut, but it was close to wires, but surprisingly in a single jump he managed to get to the other side. Rogers, as he left the alley, was almost run over by 2 cars, but luckily they stopped in time. Steve was slowly catching up with the Hydra spy, who was already getting desperate to see that Rogers was on his heels. To cut more distance, decided to jump from car to car until finally falling on the roof of the taxi. The infiltrator, to try to get rid of him, maneuvered so that he would lose his balance and fall out of the car. But it didn't work, so he turned into an alley abruptly and turned again. Abruptly again, and the infiltrator, being fed up, decides to open fire, shooting at the roof of the car, hoping that one of the bullets hit Steve, but the latter narrowly dodged them until he managed to lose his balance a little and was hanging from the passenger side. The spy took the opportunity to shoot him, but as expected Rogers dodged him, but when he turned around to the front along with the Nazi, they crashed into a truck, and this caused that the vehicle spun around until it was destroyed. Luckily Steve jumped out in time to avoid being killed by the crash, but the other guy also escaped unharmed. Off-screen, Menma, that was amazing. Inari, that's something else. Konohamaru, Naruto and Ai-chan is the best. Naruto, of course, little ones, but listen to this teaching. The greatest courage of a human being is to stay standing, even when he is falling to pieces. Aizawa, that's about the exam. Vlad, I say the same. Classes A and B, HAI. Irika, same to you. La Academia Shinobi, HAI. On screen, the spy, apparently desperate, began shooting at Steve again, and Steve used the door that had fallen off the vehicle to protect himself. Since it hadn't done any damage, he had to take a hostage, a small boy who, of course, was forcibly snatched from his mother. Off-screen, those who were mothers, damn bastard son of a bitch. On screen, the spy carried the child while Naruto hid so that he wouldn't get hit by any bullets. Cowardly, he ran again even though he had the child, and Naruto ran after him to catch him and prevent him from hurting the child. When the Nazi felt cornered, he threatened to kill the child. Naruto, stop! No, he said, already standing in front of him so that he wouldn't shoot the minor. When the Hydra infiltrator thought he was finally going to kill him with a single shot, he ran out of bullets, and to gain time to escape, he threw the minor into the water. Off-screen, the mothers, I kill him, emanating a killer instinct that terrified even Madara Uchiha. On screen, child, go get him. I know how to swim, the child told Rogers, who went to see if the little one was okay. While with the Nazi, he called his submarine with a button for just one person. Without wasting time, he submerged as quickly as possible, and Naruto, seeing this, jumped into the water and swam as quickly as possible towards that small submarine, and luckily he arrived, and with a single punch he broke the glass of the submarine, letting all the water enter. and this caused the cabin to open and Naruto took advantage and took it to the surface. Off-screen, Menma, that's it Enai-san, hit him with the chair. Shiro, give him those tubes. Mothers, let them remove their genitals with a rusty spoon. The local men, out of fear, placed their hands between their legs. On screen, upon exiting the water, Naruto threw the German very hard so that he was on solid ground while the blonde climbed the stairs. The spy tried to stab him but didn't even get close to doing so since Rogers, to put an end to this, gave him a kick that would make the infiltrator drop the knife, but would also make the serum he stole fall and break, spilling all the serum. Off-screen, Danzo, this is unfortunate, we've lost a potential weapon. Looking with distaste at the broken test tube. Naruto, you say that so you can have your own soulless mummies serving you, senile mummy. On screen, Naruto, who are you? He asked angrily while grabbing him by the shirt. Hydra infiltrator. The first of many cut off a head before continuing. He bit what appeared to be a pill that was hiding all this time in his upper jaw, and 2 more will replace it. The pill he bit seemed to have a not so friendly effect on that man that would slowly make him foam. Hail Hydra. Those would be the last words of that man who murdered in cold blood Dr. Erskine and creator of the super soldier serum, while the first super soldier, Naruto Rogers, saw himself knowing that now he is someone very different from before. While several soldiers with Agent Carter and Colonel Phillips approached, the screen turns off. Present Mike, and what did you think? All, we liked it. I've seen better. It's just a gun. Chapter 6. The Watcher. It's time to keep watching this. Present Mike. Everyone say yay. Only a cricket was heard in the background. Present Mike. How boring. Menma, put on Enai-san's video now. Izuku, please can we keep watching? On screen, after seeing how Naruto manages to stop the spy but the latter commits suicide shouting Hail Hydra, the blonde stares in astonishment, while the other soldiers and Colonel Phillips approach him accompanied by the senator. Unknown location. Several soldiers are seen marching while a conversation between 3 Nazi leaders and Johann Smith was taking place. Military 1. The Führer is not used to being ignored. Smith, he finances his research because he promised him weapons. Military 2. You are at his service, he gave you these facilities, to compensate for your departures. Smith, better tell it like it is, exile, I no longer reflect your image of perfection, while the 3rd soldier looks at one of the guards and is intimidated when the look is reciprocated. Military 1, he squanders valuable Reichstag resources, but his Hydra division hasn't been able to produce a single rifle in over a year, and we hear from local intelligence that he's mounted a large-scale raid into Norway. Military 2, the Führer believes, as I explain, that Red Skull had too much freedom. At that everyone stops while Smith tries to calm his anger and respond calmly, to turn around. Smith, gentlemen, you have come to see the result of our work. Giving a somewhat excited nod, I will show you, taking you to a laboratory. Off-screen, Hiruzen, what job? Unless, Orochimaru, did they manipulate that tesseract? Naruto, I won't tell them. Knowing that his brothers were on top of him looking at him with doubt, it would cut the suspense. Menma, bad Enai-san with a pout. Shiro, cheer up, at least we'll see it. Katsumi, it wouldn't make sense if he told us. On screen, Smith, Hitler talks of a 1,000-year Reich, but doesn't feed his men for a month outside. Those who are leaders see him as a genocidal maniac. Author's note, if only they knew, his troops shed blood in every field of Europe. But he is still not close to achieving his goal, uncovering an artifact. Off-screen, Danzo, interesting. Minato, we should replicate it. Smiling somewhat evilly. Hamura, if only we had that tesseract. Naruto, if you think of doing something like that, know that I will stop you. Nagato, and you're not alone, cousin. Menma, that's it, brother, pointing at the rookies. Gaara, you already said it, approaching with his brothers. Minato's loyal civilian and clan counselors. Traitors. Naruto, as far as I remember, I was forced to leave Konoha, so I shouldn't obey anything. Kushina, please rebuild Yuzu. The Uzumaki brothers, of course, Mom. Menma, and we will give the position of Uzukage to Enai-san. Naruto, no thanks. Boruto, oh, it seems he wants to escape from the paperwork with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Aizawa, I should know more about that relationship. Stain, I smell something here. On screen, Soldier 1. And I suppose you still hope to win this war with magic, he said somewhat mockingly. Smith, science. But I understand that you might be confused. Touching the buttons of a machine. Great power causes that in primitive men. Hydra is creating an arsenal to destroy my enemies in one fell swoop, wherever they are, despite all the military forces at their disposal, in a few hours making a snapping gesture, while counting the military and seeing the youngest approach a map. Soldier 1, your enemies? With fear and doubt. Smith, my weapons have the destructive power to decimate any hostile capital on Earth. In short, gentlemen, I have obtained the power of the gods. Counting again. Both soldiers begin to force themselves not to laugh. Military 2, thanks Smith. Smith, why? Military 2, for making it clear to us that he obviously went crazy. At that moment, the third soldier carefully observes the map where several capitals are marked. Military 3, Berlin is on this map altered. Smith, that's right, manipulating the gun with the computer. Military, he will be punished for his insolence. He will be brought before the Führer himself, being disintegrated by a shot from the gun. This disturbed all the soldiers present, who began to try to take cover, while Smith fired twice at the second soldier, who dodged the shots, only to receive a third shot, while the last soldier alive tried to escape, but in vain, as despite screaming, he was disintegrated by a shot. Smith, my apologies, Doctor, but we knew that Hydra would never grow in Hitler's shadow. Hail Hydra. The soldiers, hail Hydra. Dr. Zola, hail Hydra. Off-screen, everyone was scared, amazed and worried by what they saw. It was the power of the Tesseract in a weapon. Hiruzen, it can't be. Anoki, in all my years of life I never imagined something like this. Tobarama, and you said that Edo Tensei was a bad idea. Walking Bush, Madara, I'm with the albino on this. Hashirama, I can't believe it. Tsunade, impossible. Minato, we must get those weapons. Danzo, I'm sure of it. On screen, New York hospital. Naruto is seen being treated by a nurse, who looks at him somewhat flirtatiously while he is sad and angry, so that after a few seconds the nurse removes a hose with a needle which extracts his blood, about 12 containers. Naruto, is that enough? Peggy, all hope of reproducing the program lies in its genetic code, but without Dr. Erskine, this will take years. Naruto, he deserved more than this. Peggy, even if it was just you, he'd be happy. They both stare at each other, while Naruto's expression is noticeable. Off-screen, Danzo, Anbu's calling the root catch our weapon. Kushina, I won't let them. Naruto, come soulless puppets putting on his shield. About 20 root Anbus surround him while the others are held back by the Watcher, who asked the children and heroes in training to see this. Naruto, before we start, does anyone want to leave? In that 3 of the Anbus take him to subdue him with some handcuffs and their weapons, but they did not count on Naruto defending himself, receiving some blows but giving more than he received, finishing off 5 Anbus with 4 blows, while the rest pounced on him to subdue him, but as they approached Naruto left them unconscious to take the leader, who was the only one left. Anbu, I must tell you this is not personal leaving. In one blow Naruto takes him from behind and throws him against the ceiling, leaving him pinned and unconscious. The kids, that was amazing. The hero candidates, that was great. Izuku, I have new moves to start peeling, starting to mutter. Shoto, it broke down hitting him. Izuku, hey? Sorry, hehe. On screen, in that you hear a conversation between the senator and the colonel. Senator, Colonel Phillips, my committee demands answers. Colonel Phillips, okay. Tell us how a German spy got to my secret facility in his car. Then you see the U-boat and Stark, and what do we have? Stark, modesty aside, I'm the best mechanical engineer in the nation, but the truth is I don't know what's in here or how it works. We don't understand this technology. Senator, and who does? Colonel Phillips, Hydra, the senator sees it, must have read our reports. Senator, I lead several committees. Colonel, Peggy, Hydra is the Nazi scientific division, its head is Johann Smith, but he has bigger ambitions. Colonel Phillips, Hydra is almost a cult, they worship Smith, they believe him to be invincible. Senator, and what will you do about it? Colonel Phillips, I spoke with the president earlier today. As of today the SSR has been reassigned. Peggy, Kurama? Colonel Phillips, we'll take the fight to HYDRA. Prepare yourself, Agent Carter, and you, Stark, leave with me for London. Today, Naruto, sir, if you're going to look for Smith I want to go. Colonel Phillips, the experiments are going to Alamogordo. Naruto, did the serum work? Surprised and somewhat angry, Colonel Phillips, I asked for an army and there's only you, you're not enough. While Naruto remains somewhat dejected, the senator takes the opportunity to approach the boy. Senator, with all due respect to the Colonel, I think we've forgotten the objective. I've seen you in action, Steve. More importantly, the country saw you show it. An employee of the Senator would bring a newspaper in which he gave news that more men wanted to enlist. Senator, about the Nazi infiltrator and the child you saved. A great soldier, such an icon, isn't hidden in a laboratory. Son, do you want to serve your nation on the most important battlefield of the war? Naruto, sir, that's all I want. Senator, then I congratulate you. Extending his hand, you have been promoted. Naruto just reciprocated the gesture and was somewhat happy. Off-screen. Stain, I don't understand. Annoyed you put your body and life at risk to fight a war, and that guy, because he has a higher rank, just throws you away like trash? Naruto, that's right, sir. Stain, at least I hope the Senator sent you to the battlefield. It's something I respect, more than a hero. He's a soldier, Captain. Naruto, I appreciate the gesture, but the Senator's intention wasn't to take me to the battlefield. On screen, after the talk with Senator Naruto, he began to be used for publicity to recruit people into the armed forces, to collect bonds, to recruit men, to make movies, and to hold family events where a Hitler impersonator is beaten, all accompanied by somewhat sensual dancers. After each show, children would approach him for an autograph, as would girls for photos, while Naruto only had a face that simply said, "Get me out of here." Off-screen. Stain, did they use you for that? Naruto, they said the Senator had influence, and like an idiot I listened to them. All I wanted was to go fight. Stain, politicians, all might politicians. For some reason the Kages and the advisors, civilians, shinobi and the Kages themselves felt offended. On screen, Naruto had even performed in Europe, where soldiers and recruits only mocked him. So after that performance, under the makeshift roof of a tent on a rainy day, Naruto could only draw himself as an ape on a unicycle, only to be surprised by Peggy. Peggy, hola Steve. Steve, hello? What are you doing here? Peggy, officially, I'm not here. It was a good performance. Naruto, yes, I had to improvise a little. The normal audience is usually more childish. Peggy, I knew you were America's new hope. Naruto, bonds sell for 10% more in every state I've been to. Peggy, Senator Brandt said that? Naruto, at least I'm doing something. Colonel Phillips would have left me in the lab. Peggy, and there are only two alternatives? To be a dancing monkey or a guinea pig. You could do more than that. That left Naruto thinking, what? Naruto, for years, all I dreamed of was coming here and fighting on the front lines, serving my country. Finally, I have everything I wanted, and some nice tights, sarcastically. At that moment, the horn of an arriving ambulance would catch their attention, where, after braking, they would lower several injured people onto stretchers. Naruto, it seems like they lived through hell. Peggy, those men more than others. Smith sent a troop to Asano, 200 men faced him, and less than 50 returned. Your audience had what remained of the 107 that catches Naruto's attention. The rest were killed or captured. Naruto, 107? Peggy, what? Then the two of them headed to the colonel's tent. Naruto, Colonel Phillips. Colonel, but he's the man with the star and the plan. What's your plan today? Naruto, I want Asano's casualty list. Colonel, you don't give me orders. Naruto, I just need a name. Sergeant James Barnes of the 107th. Colonel, you and I will have a talk later addressing the agent, and believe me, you won't like it. Naruto, tell me if he's alive, sir. Colonel, before you spell it for me, I know how to write. I've signed more condolence letters today than I should count, but that name sounds familiar. I'm sorry. Naruto, and the others? Have you planned any missions? Colonel, yes, it is winning the war. Naruto, but they know where they are. Colonel, we're 50 kilometers behind enemy lines. In some of the most fortified terrain in Europe, we'd lose even more men. But you don't know anything, you're a chorus boy. Naruto, I think I got it, sir. Annoyed. Colonel, take it somewhere else. According to the sign, you have to go somewhere else in half an hour. Naruto had seen the map and decided to take a path. Naruto, yes, sir, I will do that. All this was seen by Agent Carter, who knew what the boy would do, so she chose to follow him before listening to the colonel. Colonel, if you have something to say, this is the time. Captain's dressing room. Naruto was taking several things from his cupboards, preparing to leave. Peggy, what are you planning to do? Walk to Austria? Naruto, if necessary. Peggy, you heard the colonel, your friend must be dead. Naruto, It's not safe. Peggy, even without a strategy, if it detects Naruto, by the time I do it, he'll be dead. Peggy Steve. Naruto would go to a jeep where he would load his bag and shield, to talk to Peggy. Naruto, you said I was born to do more than that, is that true? Peggy, totally. Naruto, then let me go getting into the jeep. Peggy, I'll do more than that. After that, the focus is on the dancers of the cap picking up their helmets, so that strangely one of them is missing her helmet. The screen turns off. Izuku, so you disobeyed your superiors to go after your best friend? Naruto, of course, and he would always do it, since he couldn't call me his friend if I left him. Katsuki, Aizawa-sensei already scolded you for going to look for me in Kamino. Kirishima, as the captain said, we wouldn't be your friends, Bakubro. Aizawa, Minato, so far he's just a lab rat. Naruto, then let's see if that getter you have closes, old man. Danzo, more respect for the Hokage. Naruto, he's not my boss, mummy. Chapter 7. We can see a strong tension in the room, because Danzo and Naruto had confronted words, for the obedience of the same. Danzo, I'll tell you once, respect the Hokage, and submit to Konoha. Naruto, number 1, that effeminate blonde is not my boss, making IWA roll around in laughter. Minato, I am your father. Naruto, repeat it until you believe it. Number 2, if I return to that corrupt village, it is for my family and their friends. And number 3, I will never submit to you, decrepit mummy. And do you think I don't know what you did to Shursui, a brother to me? Danzo was using Shursui's Sharingan to control him, but nothing happened. The Watcher, the chakra on this plane of existence, is deactivated. Present mic, it's time to move on. Presenter, so let's continue waving the microphone around and finishing in an epic pose. On screen, after talking to Peggy, Naruto decided to go with Stark and her on a plane behind enemy lines. Off screen, Minato, interesting weapon. Naruto, that plane doesn't even have weapons, it's for civilian use. Danzo, it's not a weapon, disappointed. Izuku, what they do is admirable, you could say it's heroic. Stain, same here. Naruto, for doing so you would surely be court-martialed for disobeying orders. On screen, Peggy, the HYDRA base looking at a map is in Krausberg, trapped in these 2 mountain ranges, it's a kind of factory. Stark, we'll be able to drop you right at the entrance. Naruto, take me as close as you can, you two are going to be in trouble when we land. Peggy, and you don't, right? Naruto, where am I going? If someone yells at me, I'll shoot them outside. They see present Mike scared. Peggy, it's certain that they will answer you. Naruto, I hope this protects me touching his shield. Star, Agent Carter, if we weren't in such a hurry, we could stop by Lucerne for a fondue. Peggy and Naruto get uncomfortable with those words. Peggy, Stark is the best civilian pilot I've ever met, so crazy to violate this space is an advantage. Naruto, and you guys are dating? Peggy, this is your transmitter. Changing the subject and giving it a communication system. Activate it when you're ready and the signal will take us straight to you. Naruto, I'm sure this will work. Stark, he's more proven than your friend. At that point the sky begins to be attacked. Anti-aircraft guns from the ground begin to open fire while Stark maneuvers the plane, while Naruto takes his shield and a parachute. Peggy, wait Naruto, we'll take you there. Naruto, when I jump turn around and leave right away. Screaming to open the door. Peggy, you're not going to order me around. Naruto, of course I will, I'm Captain smiling. Naruto would jump out of the plane while the agent would watch him. Off screen, Menma, take note, be daring, taking notes to be like his brother with the girls. At this point several had joined in, including Izuku and Shoto. Kushina, son worried. Stain, that's being reckless. Anoki, I don't know if I'm crazy, but this isn't over yet. On screen, after jumping, the agent approached the door as she saw Naruto open his parachute in the air as the plane turned to leave the enemy zone. Hydra base. Several scientists can be seen placing several batteries on a kind of wheel, while the completed ones are assembled into a kind of missile. Dr. Zola, as you can see, the production of the Valkyrie is going according to plan, walking with Smith even with the size of the pieces. Smith, increase production by 60% and have our other facilities do the same. Dr. Zola, but these prisoners, I don't see that they have the strength. Smith, use whatever forces you have left, Doctor, more workers will arrive. Off screen, All Might, but that's a war crime, he said annoyed. Hiruzen, how curious. Tobirama, we don't even take survivors in wars. Madara, it's kill or be killed, period. Hashirama, From what I see, they were somewhat human. Aizawa, I disagree with him, since slavery is completely inhumane. Danzo, interesting. On the screen, several scientists with papers would approach Dr. Zola, who repulsed them, while in the cells the prisoners were being replaced. A soldier would knock a prisoner with a German-style mustache, knocking off his hat. Prisoner, you know Fritz, one of these days I'll have my own walking stick, smiling, as the soldier closes the gate. In the woods near the base, Naruto was approaching it, while he observed a protected entrance, while behind him a group of trucks approached to enter the base, so after passing the three he decided to get on one to pass and infiltrate the enemy base. Upon entering the truck, he sees two Hydra soldiers who stare at him. Naruto, friends, say hello. The soldiers throw themselves against him while blows are heard from the truck, and from the back of the vehicle the soldiers are thrown unconscious and the three trucks pass through the base gate normally, to stop at a building with several soldiers escorting their unloading, which Naruto, seeing that only one soldier was looking at his truck, he decided to hit him in the face with his shield and get off without calling the attention of the others. Off-screen, Hiruzen, it's a good method. Tsunade, that's the truth. Madara, I doubt that stealth will help him until the end of his mission. Izuku was writing down everything he saw to add to his training as a hero. His brothers watched with stars in their eyes, eager to see what was coming next. They were very nervous. His children were the same. On screen, Naruto getting off the truck would head through a parking lot where a group of armored vehicles would be parked, while he runs towards a building near the vehicles that luckily had no guards, using a vehicle in front of him and running towards the roof in the direction of the main factory. After several minutes, Naruto would reach a door and knock on it, causing a soldier to go to open it, only to be hit by the door and punched in the face, sending him unconscious, while Naruto hides the body. After passing and closing the door, he sees that it is the weapons manufacturing area of the base, where he observes scientists and soldiers, passing by the pillars and missiles in the area, hiding, to see one of the wheels with several batteries with the energy of the Tesseract, deciding to take one to take it to his superiors. After that situation, we can see a guard running through the cells from above to be hit by Naruto, and fall in front of a gate unconscious, while the prisoners see this in amazement, while Naruto takes the keys from the guard. African American prisoner, who are you supposed to be? Naruto, I am Captain America. Prisoner with red beret, how do you excuse me? Naruto began to open the prisons of the imprisoned to make them escape, while the prisoner of mustache tries to fight with a Japanese-looking guy. Naruto, I'm looking for Sergeant James Barnes. Red beret prisoner, there is an isolated wing in the factory, but no one returns from there. Naruto, well, the exit is to the northwest 80 meters from the fence. Go out quickly and finish them off. I'll see you in the clearing with the others I find. African American prisoner, wait, do you know what you're doing? Naruto, yes. After saying that, Naruto runs away while the prisoners come out through the doors towards the vehicles, hitting the enemy soldiers and taking their weapons, while some prisoners die from receiving Hydra bullets. The mustachioed prisoner would climb into one of the vehicles to try to start it. Everything was seen by Smith through cameras, so he started touching buttons on his computers, touching a button that set off an alarm. Back to the field. The mustachioed man was trying to figure out how to start the vehicle so the African American could get it going by telling him in German which button to press, and they were chatting about the language, all of which had to do with the girls at the university. The man in the red beret would climb into the vehicle, taking the weapon and firing at structures and vehicles in his path, his bullets using the Tesseract energy. Naruto, for his part, continued to free prisoners from the factory as they joined the battle to escape. From the command room, Smith decided to leave the facility, deciding upon seeing a man with a shield to press some buttons so that some countdown clocks would start working. Off-screen, Kaminari, thank goodness no one said that, because it would surely have gone worse. Stain, so far you look worthy of my respect, Captain. Menma, and Isen, that's amazing. Shiro, yes. Kawaki, father, get them all out. Minato, what interesting weapons. Danzo, I say the same. Orochimaru, that energy is so interesting to study. Kukuku. On screen, Dr. Zola, no, what are you doing? Smith, these forces are inferior. Dr. Zola, upon seeing Naruto, would run off to get his research, while Naruto fought against the soldier and with a Leonidas-style kick sent the soldier backward, falling from the height, while Naruto continued running. Smith would take the Tesseract to leave the place, while outside the battle continued its course. Dr. Zola was quickly putting all the papers in his briefcase to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands, forgetting a large map of Europe with every known Hydra base on the continent, walking out the door and seeing Naruto. While the doctor goes out in the opposite direction to the blonde and Naruto runs towards that room, hearing a sigh from a person he knew very well, tied to a stretcher and babbling. Naruto, Bucky, it can't be starting to cut all the ties and break the ones he couldn't untie. Bucky, you are? Naruto, your friend, Naruto. Bucky, Naruto. Naruto up. Bucky, Naruto. Naruto, I thought you were dead. Bucky, I thought you were shorter. An explosion sound caught both of their attention, while Naruto would see the map. Naruto walks taking Bucky and putting his arm around his neck. Bucky, what happened to you? Naruto, I enlisted Bucky. In the field, the prisoners on board vehicles tried to make way to pass, while receiving shots from the base's turrets, while 3 shots from one of the vehicles destroyed 2 turrets and a wall. Back with Naruto. The captain told him what they did to Bucky, who was already walking on his own. Bucky, and did it hurt? Naruto, a little in a careless way. Off-screen. Kushina, a little? Naruto, yes, mother, don't worry. Madara, blow up their base, clever. Hiruzen, I'm amazed by that camaraderie. Naruto. Naruto, that's right, grandpa. On-screen. Bucky, is it permanent? Naruto, so far. They both continued walking to escape. Off the field, the prisoners passed through the destroyed wall with the stolen vehicles and on foot. At the factory, the counters had reached 0 and were starting to explode as Naruto and Bucky arrived at the area, seeing the situation, using some stairs behind them to go up and meet Smith. Smith, Captain America. How exciting. I'm a big fan of your movies. So Dr. Erskine pulled it off after all, the two of them getting close enough to actually be nose to nose. Not a huge improvement, but still impressive. Naruto would just punch Smith in the face. Off-screen, his brothers and sons cheered like other children. Inari, hit that with the chair. Konohamaru, boss, you can do it. Moegi, come on Naruto Nikken. Udan, you can do it boss. Gaara, do it Naruto. On-screen, Naruto, you have no idea. Smith was recovering from the blow while looking somewhat mockingly as something red was seen under his eye. Smith, really giving a blow. Smith's blow managed to be blocked by Naruto's shield where it was marked, while Naruto, surprised, took out his weapon but receives a blow from Smith that makes him fall to the ground from the platform and the weapon into the fire, while the blonde, seeing his adversary approaching, decides to give him a double kick, sending him far away on his back and making Dr. Zola use some buttons to separate the platform. Off-screen, Menma, eh? Why, Shiro, this fight was good. Bakugo, shiny bucking dwarf, don't stop a fight. On-screen, Smith, no matter what lies Erskine told you, I was in fact his greatest success, starting to remove some of his skin, which was a mask, being thrown into the fire. Bucky, you're not like that, are you? Smith, don't fool yourself, Captain, you're pretending to be a simple soldier, but in reality you're just afraid to admit that we left our humanity behind, retreating to an elevator with the doctor. Unlike you, I admit it with great pride, without fear. Naruto, then why are you running away? Red Skull would get into the elevator and laughingly close the door. Off-screen, Orochimaru, so that caused the serum to be incomplete. Hiruzen, that's why they called him Red Skull. Anoki, I'm intrigued as to how this is resolved. Eri, I'm scared. Koda, me too. Deku and I. Izuku, I'll protect them, okay? Naruto, he has good determination, maybe I'll train him a little, he thought. On screen, as the elevator closed, an explosion sounded in the room, alerting the two who remained. Naruto, let's go. Seeing the exit above with the scaffolding on the verge of being tied with wire. Quick, get on, now. Both would start to climb the stairs. In the elevator, Dr. Zola and Red Skull were calm enough to leave. Dr. Zola, sir, are we going to the roof? When the hatches opened, a kind of one-person airplane would be seen. Dr. Zola, but what will happen to me? Where will I sit? Smith, not a scratch. Doctor giving him some keys. Not a scratch. Red Skull would leave for the plane, leaving the doctor in the elevator going down. Naruto and Bucky, meanwhile, were climbing up and reaching the scaffold, while Dr. Zola reached a vehicle underground and started it to flee, while Red Skull left in the aircraft. With Naruto, Naruto would make Bucky cross the bar. Naruto, this way, one at a time. Bucky would begin to cross the beam while the explosions did not stop and the beam trembled from the vibrations and came loose from its place a little, causing Bucky to run with balance to the other end to avoid falling with the beam. Bucky, There's got to be a rope around here. Naruto, leave me already. Get out of here. Bucky, no, I won't leave you alone. Naruto would see a bent metal bar and proceed to remove it with pure strength and take distance to jump, and after the run he would jump, turning the screen blank. Allied base in the morning. A typewriter can be seen, while a soldier types a letter dictated by Colonel Phillips. Colonel, Senator Brandt, today I regret to report that Captain Naruto Rogers, behind enemy lines, on the 3rd, the aerial survey has been unsuccessful. Consequently, I must declare Captain Rogers killed in action. Off-screen. The Kages. We would do the same. Off-screen. Agent Carter would enter the colonel's tent with some photos. Peggy. Surveillance flight returned. No sign of activity. Colonel, go get a coffee cabo. Corporal, yes sir. Colonel, Stark is untouchable. He's rich. He's our #1 weapons supplier. You're none of that. Peggy. I honestly don't regret my actions, nor do I think Captain Rogers would. Colonel, you think I care what you think? I took a chance on you, Agent, and now the man adored by the whole country and several other good men have died today, from an arrow. Peggy, it wasn't that I had faith. Colonel, I just hope that can comfort you when they close this division. A commotion began to arise at the base, drawing the attention of the colonel and the agent. Colonel, what's going on outside? Both would head to the entrance with several men, while at the base barrier while it was being raised. Naruto entered with Bucky at his side and several men following him with the stolen vehicles and on foot, as they passed the entrance of the base, and the soldiers began to applaud. Among them was Hotch, who did not believe what he saw and with envy approached the others after leaving his tent. Naruto and the colonel approached each other so the blonde could greet his superior. Naruto, sir, there are men who require medical attention, and I would like to turn myself in for disciplinary action, sir. Colonel, it won't be necessary. Looking at him with a proud face and expressing forgiveness for doubting. Naruto, yes sir. Colonel, faith, no? Looking at Peggy. Peggy, you're late. Naruto, I was cut off, showing the damaged transmitter. Bucky, Ichigo. Thank Captain America. At that everyone started clapping, celebrating and making Naruto smile. The screen turns off. His brothers, friends and children began to applaud and celebrate. A couple of brows cried profusely. Guy, that was incredibly juvenile. Lee, his flames of youth burned very brightly. Just like the eyebrows, 2 metapods were crying in a manly way. Kirishima, that was truly manly with the snot coming out. Tetsu, you said it bro, that guy is a real man just like the dyed redhead. Kushina, I'm happy Sochi, you achieved something incredible. All Might, that's a real hero, he said with his characteristic smile. Stain, he is a hero to be respected despite not being a formal hero. For his part, Minato and his followers were just upset. In the villages, no one could believe what they were seeing. Several people applauded the blonde man. The children began to prepare the lids of the garbage cans to play at being the captain. Madara, you've earned my respect, kid. Tobarama, I'm with the emo, causing a twitch in the mentioned one's eye. You are worthy of what you have done. Hashirama, the will of fire runs in your veins. Even if you're not from Konoha, you have it. That's what matters. That last thing annoyed the Konoha civilians, Minato and the mummies surrounding them. Chapter 8. After Hashirama's words, those from Konoha loyal to Minato put together an incredible bard. Civilian 1. How can Shodame-sama defend him? Civil 2. He's just a damn traitor to the leaf. Civil 3. Denselo to Danzo-sama. Civil 4. Let Minato-sama kill him. Stain, why do they see you like that? Class 1A and 1B plus the heroes wanted to know. An explanation later. Naruto, and that happened. Izuku, can you sign this for me? Showing his geek notebook. Naruto, of course. Kirishima and Tetsu, that's the manliest thing I've ever heard. Stain, my respects. All Might, just like mine shonen. Present Mike, it's time to continue. The children, YY. On screen. After Naruto rescues the captive Hydra soldiers, Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States, can be seen while Senator Brandt speaks. Senator, it is an honor for me to award the Medal of Valor to my close friend, Captain America, pointing behind him. Captain America, Captain, this is your entrance. Behind him, a secretary would come out admitting that he was not there, while some elderly military men spoke. Military, Stan Lee, I thought he was taller. Off-screen. Kushina, and what was that? Stain, that guy has balls. Aizawa, I like that he stood up the press and politicians. Minato, they reward him, damn you Naruto. His brothers, Naruto and is the best. Naruto smiled and hugged them as they laughed. On screen, London, United Kingdom. You can see the capital city of the United Kingdom while several blimps fly through the skies and cars drive through the streets alongside people trying to live a normal life despite the war, with buildings prepared for bombing. While you go down to an underground Allied base in the city, where Naruto was with Peggy and other military personnel setting up Hydra bases in Europe. Naruto, the fifth was in Poland, near the Baltic, and the sixth was around here, 50 kilometers west of the Maginot Line, marking a military man on a small map. I just glanced at it. Peggy, well, nobody is perfect, a little jealous. After that conversation, they both retired to a table with an even larger map. Naruto, these are the factories we know. Sergeant Barnes says they sent the parts to another building that is not on the map. Colonel, Agent Carter, contact all allies and tell them to search those facilities. Peggy, what do we do? Colonel, we'll make a bonfire on Smith's ass. What are you saying, Rogers? It's your map. Do you think you can take down Hydra? Naruto, yes sir, but I need a team. Colonel, we are already gathering the best men. Naruto, sir, with all due respect, me too. Off screen. Kushina, could you? Naruto, I won't get ahead of myself, mother. On screen, a song can be heard playing in a bar, while Naruto is seen standing in front of some of the men he rescued from Hydra. Mustachioed, let's see if I understood downing a pint of beer. African American, we barely made it out alive and you want us back? Naruto, basically. Beret soldier, that sounds fun indeed. At that, an Asian-looking soldier would let out a burp outside, the women would get disgusted and the men would try to let out a bigger one. Asian, I'm going. Another man would start speaking in French while the African American convinces him in that language, ending with a handshake. African American, two others. Mustache, I'm ready to fight, but you have to do something for me drinking beer. Naruto, what a thing. Mustachioed, open an account. Everyone would start laughing as Naruto takes the empty pints and goes to order more beer. Mustachioed, it was very easy. Naruto, another round at the bar. Bartender, where does all that fit? Off screen. Tsunade, did he really blackmail you with alcohol? Naruto, yep, smiling with some melancholy. Izuku, do you miss them, Naruto-san? Naruto, of course. On screen. In that, it would focus on a piano playing a melody, and the men would begin to sing, while Naruto approaches Bucky. Bucky, see? I told you, they're all idiots taking a sip of whiskey. Naruto, and what do you say? Would you join Captain America in the clutches of death? Bucky, of course not, that weakling from Brooklyn who was too dumb to run away from fights. I'll always follow him. You'll keep the suit, right? Naruto, tell you something? The captain's tour is cancelled, but I'm starting to like him. In that you hear the soldiers singing. Soldiers, oh my friends will go, they will go. Everyone fell silent when they saw a person walk in, wearing a crimson-red dress, which caught the attention of all the men in the bar. Off-screen, just like on-screen, the male shinobi turned their gaze to the woman. The ones in My Hero Academia did not, because they knew what women wore in their time. Kushina, she's beautiful. Shiro, that's Anai-san's girlfriend. Menma, what does he use? Kawaki, dad blushing. Boruto, oh dad sure does choose the busta ones, he said innocently. Naruto, who told you that? Surprised and blushing. Kawaki, we once asked you, you said that you followed the instructions of your master Jiraiya who trained you there. Naruto, and what did he say? At that moment an image appeared on the screen. Off screen, Naruto for some reason wanted to hit Jiraiya while the female pubic was beating the albino, leaving him conscious and scared. Presenter, we better keep watching with a drop of anime-style sweat. On screen, Naruto and Bucky stopped when they saw her arrive. Peggy, Captain. Naruto, Agent Carter. Bucky, Madam. Peggy, Howard wants me to try out a team watching Naruto in the morning. Naruto, excellent. Peggy, I see your squad preparing for duty, ignoring how Naruto and Bucky looked at her. Bucky, he likes music. Peggy, I actually adore her. Looking at Naruto, maybe I'll go dancing when all this is over. Bucky, so what are you waiting for? Peggy, the perfect couple. Looking at Naruto at 8. Captain. Naruto, yes madam, I see you there. They both stare at her. Bucky, I'm invisible. I've already become you. Both friends laugh a little. It's a nightmare. Naruto, don't worry, I also have a friend. Touching Bucky's shoulder. Off screen. Shiro, wow, taking notes to have a date. Kushina, she's the one. Naruto, if you only knew mom. Thinking. On screen, you can see a clamp working, extracting a kind of blue energy from a battery that Naruto got. Howard, the emission pattern is unusual, neutral alpha and beta rays. I doubt Rogers saw that manipulating the tweezers while talking to another scientist. It looks harmless using the tweezers on the energy, and causing the containment capsule to explode being sent flying. Note that down. Outside the lab, Naruto can be seen heading to the place while he bumps into a blonde secretary reading the diary. Naruto, excuse me, is Mr. Stark there? Secretary, she's with Colonel Phillips without paying attention to him. And while Naruto sighs, the blonde sees him, and of course she can wait for him. Naruto smiles and points to the desk in front of her to sit on. Secretary, I read about what you did, showing the heading. Naruto, AHMA, yes, without realizing, well, I don't know, I just did what I had to. Secretary, I would say it's more than that, except for 400 men hinting at the captain. Naruto, seriously, it's not that big of a deal. Secretary, tell your wives, standing up and approaching Naruto. Naruto, not everyone has a wife, hiding his nervousness and crossing his arms. Secretary, he's a hero. Essentially, the women of North America have to thank him, taking his tie and taking him behind a bookcase, and since they're not here, starting to kiss him, while Naruto tried to kiss her back. Off screen, Minato, that battery, greedily. Seeing what was happening with Naruto, there were two reactions. Those interested, bitch, 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 emanating aura of death. Menma, write down being Yuke and letting them kiss you. Those who wrote down the seduction steps wrote down the moment. Kushina, that bitch is interested in my Sochi. Katsumi, that bitch only takes advantage of Oni-chan. Hiruzen, that's my grandson. The kids, how disgusting. On screen, while they were both kissing, Peggy would appear from behind the bookcase. Peggy, Captain. Annoyed and jealous? Making Naruto let go and wipe the lipstick from his mouth. We're ready if you're not too busy. Naruto unhurriedly went after her, starting to talk about love and such, until both of them, jealous of each other, touched on a sensitive subject, mentioning the fondue, until he was saved by Stark. Stark, fondue is just cheese and bread, my friend. Naruto, really? I didn't think so. Stark, nor should I. The moment I think I've met a woman is the moment I'm done for. I'm focused on the job, which is making sure you and your men don't end up dead, showing an entire weapons manufacturing area and a hanging motorcycle, carbon fiber showing the suit will withstand a German bayonet, although Hydra won't attack with a simple knife. I hear he's attached, touching the shield. Naruto, he's more useful than he thinks. Stark, I took the liberty of creating more options, showing several shields. This is a good one, pointing to one. It was equipped with electrical charges. At that, Naruto notices one under the table, round in shape, and takes it. Naruto, and what about that one? Stark, no, that's a prototype. Naruto, what it's made of? Stark, made of vibranium, stronger than steel, and weighing a third. It absorbs vibrations completely. That caught everyone's attention. Naruto, why isn't it always used? Stark, it's the rarest metal on Earth. What it has there is the only thing. That's when Peggy would arrive. Peggy, they're done, Mr. Stark. The captain must have several things to do, arriving and seeing Naruto with the shield smiling at her. Naruto, and this one? Peggy would take a gun on the table and shoot, making Naruto take cover, and the bullets collide with the vibranium, canceling the vibration without piercing the metal. While Naruto, when Peggy stops shooting, removes the shield with a scared look, and Howard covering himself in amazement. Peggy, yes, it will work. After that he would start walking, seeing Naruto and retreating while Stark stands by his side. Naruto, I brought my ideas for the uniform. Stark, whatever you like, my friend. They both stared at the agent with scared faces. The screen turns off. The men present, including Stain, were terrified of the woman. Kushina, she's the one Sochi, she said with little stars in her eyes. Minato, he is worse than Kushina, he thought with fear. Mikoto, what a joy. Fugaku, give your condolences for Naruto, speaking to his two sons, Shursui and the male rookies. Gaara, she's just as aggressive as Temari, he whispered to Kangaroo. Izuku, I'm scared. Katsuki, she's worse than the old witch, he thought, scared. All Might, legs stopped shaking. Stain, scared. The peace symbol. Unbeliever women are a bit hard to understand. Mineta, how scary, crying in the fetal position. Shiro and Menma, I hope in the future we have girlfriends who aren't explosive. Kiba, how scary, why am I trembling if I'm an alpha? 1010, incredible shield and weapon with stars in the eyes. Chapter 9. The men, after seeing Peggy show respect, were afraid, very afraid. The children didn't know what to say. They were very innocent, but the women could only smile proudly, making everyone sweat. Naruto, yep, it's Peggy, Kushina, and her and you, Naruto. I won't give anything away, it's better if you see what happened. Kushina, Izuku, I'm curious to know what's next. Minato, seeing more weapons won't affect anything. Besides, Naruto will come back, so I have to make him come back, he thought greedily. Danzo, we have nothing to lose by seeing. Weapons can be replicated, thought the War Falcon. Presenter, let's continue watching. On screen, after finalizing details with Stark, Naruto began to prepare his own motorcycle and place his weapons on its sides, plus his shield on his back. The missions began by wiping out Hydra bases with their men watching Naruto and his men break down a door and burst, and the fights were tough, but they definitely preferred to get those Hydra bastards off the field. You see several fights between Naruto and the shield, to see his men leaving a factory that explodes while Naruto leaves on his motorcycle. Off screen, Menma, that was amazing. Izuku, that's very amazing. Bakugo, amazing and beautiful, admiring the explosion. All Might, killing is wrong, but I see that he is not a hero but a soldier fighting in a war. On screen, the campaigns continued to bear fruit, while Red Skull arrived at each base, furiously watching as they were being destroyed, and in London, each attacked base was removed from the map of Europe. One of the battles they carried out was in a foggy forest, where thanks to the captain's quick action, a sniper was found and eliminated, to start a fight in the same forest while both sides shot at each other, and Naruto covered himself with his shield, after a truck exploded. The mission continued through the same forest where, thanks to a whistle from one of the soldiers under Naruto's command, another managed to place a bomb under a Hydra vehicle, which caused the vehicle to explode after traveling about 15 meters. Information about Naruto's progress reached the higher-ups in the form of movies that showed the planning and outcome of the raid, as well as how the captain became enamored with the agent after seeing her picture on a compass. Off-screen, Naruto, what memories, he said with nostalgia. Orochimaru, Kakuku, I like that war eating popcorn. Kabuto, Orochimaru-sama, what will he do? Orochimaru, isn't it obvious? Just sit back and watch those greedy idiots destroy the world, pointing at the greedy ones. Boruto, how cool is that shield? Kawaki, yes. Naruto, maybe I'll bequeath it to one of you children. On screen, in one of the factories, they were dismantling everything after it exploded, when due to Naruto's carelessness a sniper was aiming at him. But Bucky managed to kill him from another point as a sniper, with Naruto giving him a grateful gesture. Another battle took place where Naruto's team faced one of the largest Hydra vehicles, a tank the size of a building, where to climb the soldiers, and Naruto faced several Hydra soldiers, until Naruto with the shield manages to reach and break a hatch in the tank to take out a soldier and throw it with one hand, and receive a backpack with bombs from an ally, and placed it inside the tank, closing the hatch, getting off it while the tank explodes. Off-screen, the children, incredible. His brothers, and Ai-san is the best. Bakugo/Shoto/Izuku, he's more amazing than All Might. All Might went to make little circles with a Hashirama-style depression. Hashirama Madara, he can dance better than the walking bush. Hashirama depressed sat next to All Might making circles. Toby thinks the shield boy is great. Toby is a good boy. Naruto, you don't even believe that one whispering so only Toby could hear it. Toby, shit is going to find me out, he thought. On screen, Red Skull can be seen upset. Red Skull, you're failing. We're close to a world-shaking offensive, and we're always held back by not being able to defeat a clown with a shield. Dr. Zola, but I don't know what you want me to do. I only make the weapons, I don't operate them. Red Skull, finish your mission, Doctor, before the American finishes his. After that, the soldiers mention a survivor, who says that even the last one died, only to be killed by the same leader, saying, "It's obvious that it's not." Off-screen, everyone, should I kill him? Naruto, Smith was a crazy guy at that height, so it's no surprise to me. On screen, Snowy Mountain location. A group of Naruto's soldiers can be seen, with Naruto in command there, while a soldier wearing a red beret looks through binoculars, and others intercept communication messages about a train. Bucky, remember when I made you ride the cyclone in Coney Island? Naruto, yes, when I vomited. Bucky, it's not your revenge, or is it? Naruto, why would he do such a thing? Funny. Off-screen, those who know about the Uzumaki. Why are you from the Uzumaki clan? Naruto, I felt offended and flattered at the same time. On screen, soldier, confirmed. Dr. Zola is on the train, gaining the attention of those present. HYDRA headquarters gave him permission to accelerate. He must be very missed where he is going. Naruto would put on his helmet, while a train through the binoculars approached. Soldier 2, we have to act quickly, they are advancing like lightning. Naruto would place a zip line to jump. Naruto, we only have about 10 seconds, if we go over that, we'll be run over. Soldier 2, don't slip. Mustachioed soldier, time to get to work, boys. Soldier 3, forward. Naruto, followed by Bucky and a black-shirted soldier, threw themselves down the zip line as the train passed by, and managed to get the three of them to stand on the railway vehicle. At the top of the train, the three began to approach the engine, but when they saw a cave and some stairs, they took the stairs to get into the train and stay on board, while Bucky and Naruto got off. The other decided to continue on the roof a little further. Naruto and Bucky entered the car, which instead of being a passenger car, was a cargo car, approaching a gate that joined two cars, so that Naruto could pass, leaving Bucky behind to close the door. On Bucky's side, several armed soldiers came out shooting, while on Naruto's side another armored soldier came out the door shooting, forcing Naruto to take cover after firing with his weapon. In the engine room, Dr. Zola, stop him! He ordered through a microphone. Keep shooting. In the wagons, Bucky was on the defensive, shooting and covering himself while three soldiers fired. Naruto, in his case, was approaching his opponent, firing shots, and managed to hang from a pulley system on the roof of the wagon with his shield in front of him. He used it to approach the enemy soldier, giving him a double kick, knocking him to the ground, and hitting him with his shield. Bucky, for his part, had emptied his last clip of the machine gun he was carrying, and took his handgun, while Naruto took the unconscious soldier's gun and fired, knocking down the door. Bucky killed two soldiers while taking cover without bullets from the rain of gunfire from the remaining one, while Naruto signaled him with his gun. Naruto, upon opening the door and standing to the side, throws his gun to Bucky, and goes against a huge box and hits it with his shield, causing the soldier to leave his hiding place and be shot down by Bucky. Bucky, I had him on the ropes. Naruto, yes, I noticing something to the ground. Naruto put his shield up for the armored soldier behind him, but the shot from the opponent's weapon made the shot bounce off the shield and destroy the wagon a bit, leaving the shield near the edge. Bucky would take the shield and shoot, while Naruto remained stunned, and the armored soldier fired again, causing the shot to hit the shield, causing Bucky to fall outside from the force of the impact, and Naruto took the shield and threw it at him, leaving the soldier out of combat again. Naruto, Bucky taking off his helmet and approaching the edge, seeing his friend hanging from the door that was left, while Naruto approached him on the edge. Resist. Give me your hand. The pipe that held Bucky, who gave his hand to save himself, was cut, causing the soldier to fall off the cliff. No. Naruto stared at the snowy cliff, crying for the loss of his best friend, while on the other side the African American managed to enter the engine room with his weapon, arresting Dr. Zola and his assistant. The screen turns off. Naruto, Bucky ducking his head. Kushina, calm down, hugging him. His brothers and sons approached him and hugged him. It was evident that it hurt him to see his friend die. The shinobi of respect among them, the previous kages, those of other villages, and jounins of respect, made a minute of silence for a fallen one, while several heroes joined together with the aspirants, and the greedy ones mocked his death, something that Boruto, the son of the protagonist, annoyed, did not let pass, taking the shield of his father and giving a blow to Hamura and Danzo that left them unconscious, to then throw the shield towards Minato, hitting the effeminate blonde in the stomach. Naruto, I'll definitely give it to him. Naruto fell to the ground, feeling a severe headache, where he sees his own son and the Hokage as they both see their relationship destroyed. Naruto, I definitely won't be a Kage, he thought decisively. He needs a father and I will be one. The Kages are more slaves to paperwork than family men or women. Chapter 10. We can see Naruto talking to Boruto and spending some father and son time, while both tell each other their achievements and experiences. The blonde, hearing what the Hokage version does with his son, made his blood boil. How could it be possible that someone like him left his family aside for paperwork? So without thinking he hugged Boruto, making the younger blonde cry like he had never cried before, because he had never received a hug from his father, while clinging to him. Present Mike, okay, it's time to move on. Let's hope nothing bad happens. Minato, we want to see more weapons. Madara, I want to see a good dance. Naruto, I would like to spend time with my family. The Watcher, well, from now on, that universe will have its versions, so your children won't have to go back. Danzo, Hokage-sama, I request that they be handed over to me, to make them loyal to the leaf. Kawaki, Boruto, previously dead. Minato, CLAO. A shield hit him in the face, knocking him out. Naruto, don't even think about it. On screen, London. After the capture of Dr. Zola, the Allies decided to keep him in a prison in order to extract information from him. So the doctor is taken to an interrogation room, where he is received by Dr. Phillips, who enters the room with a tray of food, and when he sits down he begins to eat while interrogating him. Colonel, sit down supporting the tray. Doctor, what is that? Colonel, steak. Doctor, what does it contain? Colonel, Doctor, are you aware of how difficult it is to get a good cut like this? Doctor, I don't eat meat. Colonel, why not? Doctor, I don't like him at all. Colonel, what about cyanide? Does that upset your stomach too? Turning the tray over to eat the meat, every Hydra agent we've tried to capture swallows a pill before we capture them. But not you cutting a piece of meat, so this is my brilliant theory at that Todoroki pays attention to his conspiracy theories. You want to live while the doctor looks at him smiling. Doctor, are you trying to intimidate me, Colonel? Colonel, I invited him to dinner, pointing to the meat and handing a letter. Doctor, due to the valuable information you have provided, and in gratitude for your full cooperation, will Dr. Zola be deported to Switzerland? Colonel, I sent that message to Washington this morning, although it was coded. They haven't broken those codes, have they? It would be very embarrassing. Doctor, Smith will see that it is a deception. Colonel, he'll kill you anyway, Doctor. You're a liability. You know more about Smith than anyone, and you just murdered Captain Rogers' best friend, so you don't have the best protection. It's you or Smith. Those are the cards you play. Doctor, Smith thinks he's walking the path of the gods. Only the whole world will satisfy him. Colonel, you know it's crazy, right? Doctor, what? The sanity of the plan is of no importance. Colonel, why do you say that? Doctor, because he will succeed. Colonel, what is your target? Doctor, your target is everyone. Off-screen. Hiruzen, that's great. A man with plans for global domination. Boruto, this is interesting, and the guy with my same name. Kushina, here he is showing the sleeping child his time passed, so he fell asleep. The Watcher, what we see sticks in his brain in the same way. Madara, that doctor is right. The best plan is not always the sanest. All Might, don't you have a feeling something big is coming? Aizawa, troublesome. Shikamaru and Shikaku, that's mine fighting over a sleeping bag. On screen, unknown location. A hangar is seen with a large aircraft stopped, while Smith pours himself a clear drink in a glass cup in front of several soldiers. Smith, tomorrow, Hydra will rule the world, born to triumph in the Hall of the Valkyrie. The weapons of the enemies will be powerless against us. If they shoot down one of our planes, hundreds more will launch their rain of fire, taking the glass. If they cut off one head, 2 more will replace it. Hail Hydra! Raising the glass. Soldiers, hail Hydra, raising their arms in salute. Smith would do the same with the cup towards an army behind him after taking a sip from the cup. Soldiers, hail Hydra! The cry was repeated in celebration. Off-screen, Hashirama, I won't deny that it gave very good motivation. Tobirama, an outrage sarcastically. Kisame, a nice attack is coming, hee hee. On screen, destroyed German city. Agent Carter can be seen entering a room destroyed by what appears to be a bombing while hearing someone using drinks and glasses. Approaching the location of the sound, finding Naruto sitting drinking schnapps while mourning Bucky's death. Naruto, Dr. Erskine said, pouring himself another drink, that the serum would not only affect my muscles but also my cells, that it would create a protective system of regeneration and healing, which means I can't get drunk. Did you know that? Peggy, your metabolism processes 4 times faster than the average person. I thought it would be a side effect seeing Naruto down. It wasn't your fault. Naruto, did you read the report? Peggy, yes. Naruto, it says the opposite there. Peggy, you did what you could. Did you have faith in your friend? Naruto looks at her. Did you respect him? Don't blame yourself now. Respect the dignity of his choice. He believed you were worth it. Naruto, I'll go for Smith. I won't stop until all Hydra is eliminated. Peggy, you won't be alone. Off-screen, Tsunade, how envious. Naruto, hee hee. Kushina, Na are you two with her hair in the shape of 9 tails? Don't you dare drink in your life. Naruto, Hee hee yeah. Kawaki, how scary. Boruto, Grandma is scary. Menma and Shiro, Okasan is scary. On screen, London, Colonel Smith should be in a mental asylum. He thinks he's God and wants to wipe out half the world to prove it, starting with the United States. Showing a map. Stark, Smith has powers beyond our capabilities. If he crosses the Atlantic, he'll wipe out the entire East Coast in an hour. African American soldier, how much time do we have left? Colonel, according to my new friend, less than 24 hours. French soldier, where are you now? With his cool accent. Colonel, your last base is here, showing a photo with mountains in the Alps, 150 meters below the surface. Asian soldier, so what do? We can't just go knock on his door, right? Naruto, why not? That's exactly what we're going to do, he said seriously. The screen turns off. Children, genin and students to heroism. Right in the best part. The Watcher. The next part will be the one that culminates this first arc, but then we will continue with another. Naruto, of course. Boruto, Dad, can you teach us how to fight? Kawaki, it's about being stronger than you. Konohamaru, don't think, Anai-chan, that I'll be left behind. Menma and Shiro, don't forget us. Chapter 11. We can see a group training in a gym separate from the movie theater. Naruto, when he first started training them, had put some emphasis on their physical fitness, having them do various body exercises. After finishing, he had the boys, his sons and brothers, hit sandbags with nothing but their fists. They did this for 3 hours. Dinner room. We can see everyone gathered together while several wondered what would happen next after what they had seen, while an effeminate blonde man and 3 mummies planned to either get rid of the blonde shield man or capture him to use as a weapon. The Watcher, I think it's time we kept watching. On screen, after speaking with the other members of the team, Naruto can be seen preparing his motorcycle as he sped off through a foggy forest. Along the way, about 8 Hydra motorcycles, armed with their advanced weapons, began chasing and shooting at him, while Naruto dodged and covered himself with his shield on his back, while with a button he deployed a cable with 2 hooks on 2 trees, taking out several motorcycles that were following him. Naruto's motorcycle began to spew fire from its exhaust pipe, blinding his pursuers, taking off 2 more motorcycles, while he continued at high speed and the last 2 motorcycles blocked his way, but Naruto removed the safety lock on one of them, causing them to explode. Off-screen, the kids, that was amazing. Bakugo and Deidara, that was beautiful, sighing at seeing so many explosions. Sasori, Tisk, eternal art is better. Nagato, that's an explosion worthy of an Uzumaki. Kushina, wow, that sounded good, nephew making Nagato blush. All Might, but he killed those guys seriously. Stain, All Might be smart, this isn't a normal situation, it's a war, you kill or you get killed, this isn't a hero versus villain game. Nizu, All Might, the hero killer, is right. Aizawa, you kids better aim. Class 1A, yes Sensei. Ida mostly wrote it down in a forced way. Vlad, you too. Class 1B, yes Sensei. On screen, Naruto continued his journey until he came across a bunker guarding a Hydra heavy-duty vehicle. Placing his shield in front of him, he maintained his course, withstanding the impact of the vehicle's shots, to press a button and launch 2 missiles towards the transport. After destroying the vehicle, Naruto went up the bunker on his motorcycle, passing several defenses, while he touched an autopilot button and jumped to begin facing the soldiers with his shield while his motorcycle crashed into a wall, exploding, leaving a hole. The blonde continued his fight against several Hydra soldiers, leaving several unconscious, while he ran to get closer but was surrounded by 2 armored soldiers who with flamethrowers blocked him from passing, while the rest of the soldiers surrounded him. Off-screen, Minato, how useless. Danzo, a completely failed weapon. Hamura, if you were from Konoha you would be executed. Koharu, weapons should not have their own will. Stain, shut up or I'll kill you. Unleashing killer instinct. No human being is a weapon. All Might, I agree, no one is a weapon. Sponsored video. Sponsored by advertising partner. Watch to learn more. Read more. Danzo, silence, since you as a hero with those famous quirks are weapons, so after finishing this you will be of the leaf. Naruto, only if I allow it, siding with All Might along with his children, brothers and rookies of the Leaf, brothers Sabaku, Itachi and Akatsuki. On screen, Naruto was taken prisoner, while being escorted by 4 soldiers, 2 holding him and 2 with weapons. Smith, Arrogance may not be an exclusively American quality, but you express it better than anyone, although there is a limit to what you can do, Captain. Or did Erskine tell you otherwise? Naruto. He told me you were crazy. Smith. He envied my genius and tried to deny me what was my due, but he gave you everything. Tell me what can make you so special. Naruto. Haha, smiling nothing. I'm just a boy from Brooklyn. After that answer, Smith would begin to hit him until he was on his knees on the ground, while Naruto raised his head. Naruto. I would continue all day. Smith. No doubt about it, that's obvious. But unfortunately I have a busy schedule. Outside the building, hooks with ropes were dug in while several soldiers on zip lines jumped down and broke the glass. Naruto. Me too, taking a guard and placing him in front of him, receiving Smith's shot, disappearing in celestial energy. The soldiers upon entering began to shoot and exchange shots with the enemy soldiers while Naruto took out those on top of him, and Red Skull escaped, so that Naruto would want to follow him. Soldier. Rogers throwing his shield at him. You'll need this. Naruto. Thank you. Off-screen. Aizawa. Live bait smiling creepily. Sure Sway, haha, this is very exciting. Madara. I'm not going to deny that entrance had style. Guy. Show your flames of youth. Lee, you already said Guy-sensei. On screen. The corridors of the base were covered by Hydra soldiers, while at the entrance an explosion was carried out, while those who entered contacted the rest by radio. In the field. Colonel. Advance. From the woods, soldiers would begin to attack, while at the base, some of the soldiers who entered through Smith's office were eliminated. In both locations, the battle looked intense, as several of the dead on both sides were high, but they forced Hydra to retreat, who entered the base, while inside, the soldiers who entered and ran into Red Skull were eliminated. Colonel, let's cut 2 more. Smith ran shooting backwards while Naruto followed him closely while throwing his shield, blocking a door in which Smith passed, but was intercepted by a soldier with a flamethrower, forcing him to take cover, but Peggy would shoot at the soldier, killing him. Naruto, you're late trying to kiss her. Peggy, that you weren't going to, making him remember. Naruto, yes, running out of the area. Naruto took the shield and the door Smith passed through closed. Off-screen. Kushina. Naruto, how handsome. Ida. He forgot the mission because he was flirting, moving his arms like a robot. Boruto, wow, I didn't expect that. Gaara, this is exciting. On screen. Smith would arrive at the hangar and board the plane while accelerating his plans for world domination. While inside the plane, Smith covered the Tesseract and started engines. The plane would begin to spin its propellers as it turned towards the takeoff zone. Naruto, for his part, made room to pass between Hydra soldiers, while the other Americans arrived and confronted them. The blonde, avoiding conflict with several soldiers, took a hanging hook and swung until he moved a little away from the area. While going down, he resumed running after the plane, but the problem was very slow against the aircraft. Behind him, Colonel Phillips and Peggy would have taken Smith's car while Naruto got in, and at full speed they approached the plane, while Red Skull opened the door to the takeoff zone and accelerated the aircraft, and the Colonel touched a button that accelerated the car quite a bit, reaching one of the wheels of the plane, while Naruto, with the shield on his back, covered himself from the propellers, receiving a kiss from Peggy for luck. The plane would begin to take off while Naruto jumps onto the wheel, while the plane took off from the ground and the car almost fell off the cliff. Off-screen. Menma and Shiro. My brother is great. Hinata. Naruto-kun emanating a murderous aura. Kuratsuchi, Ino and Mount Lady were the same. Men F for Naruto. On screen. The plane put its landing gear down as it rose into the mountains, and Naruto infiltrated between some mini planes with the names of cities on them: Boston, Chicago, New York, New Jersey. This while some Hydra soldiers approached them with the intention of boarding them, so Naruto didn't wait, and without thinking he threw himself into combat, leaving one out of the game immediately, while the rest retreated. One of the soldiers took out a knife that Naruto removed and threw at one of those who tried to get on and escape, while another got on a plane and Naruto used the buttons to open the door, causing the plane to fall, followed by the soldier who was not wearing a parachute. 2 soldiers decided to fight him, where with one blow he got rid of one who was stunned and another sustained a few blows before being taken by the blonde and thrown through the open door of the plane. Naruto, seeing that the other soldier got on the plane and was about to take off, decided to use his shield to open the hatch, but another soldier stopped him, leaving the shield on the aircraft, while the pilot released the plane with 2 on top. The pilot maneuvered so that the two stowaways would fall but managed to make one go towards the area of a kind of propeller, and being crushed by the blades, while Naruto broke the pilot's window and took out the aforementioned with an ejection, while Naruto got on to pilot the plane and head back to the larger aircraft. Off-screen, the emotion was such that there was absolute silence in the room. On-screen, Red Skull, noticing the approaching aircraft, began firing at it with his defense systems, while the blonde man went behind it and crashed the mini-plane into a rear window, to exit the hatch and go to the command area, recovering his shield in the process. He stealthily entered the plane's driving area, but Smith began shooting at him while he took cover. "Smith, you never give up, right?" "Naruto, no." The blonde threw himself at him, blocking his shots every so often until he reached the subject, taking his weapon away with a blow from the shield and connecting some blows to the head and body, while Red Skull took a slight advantage and began to give him some blows, knocking him to the ground. While kicking him, Naruto took Smith's leg, forcing him to get up, and both took each other, but Smith connects a blow to the jaw, falling in the process. Naruto took a metal box and hit Smith with it before the villain took the weapon and managed to grab him by the neck, struggling until reaching the area of the Tesseract, where Naruto took the opportunity to recover the shield and continue an assault of blows to the villain. Naruto managed to hit him, causing Red Skull to crash into the driving area of the aircraft, forcing it to plummet, while both continued fighting and Smith moving away from Naruto with a kick to go and stabilize the plane with the autopilot. Smith would take his small weapon, while Naruto would hide looking for his shield. "Smith, you would have the power of the gods. You wear a flag on your chest, and you think you are fighting a battle of nations. I have seen the future, Captain. There are no flags." "Naruto, that's not my future." Naruto dodged the shots Smith sent at him until he reached his shield, took cover, and threw it, breaking the Tesseract container in the process. Off-screen, All Might 1. Stain, not bad. Aizawa and the Naros, troublesome. Minato, the Tesseract worried about losing a potential weapon. On-screen, the container caused the Tesseract to emerge as celestial rays were expelled. "Smith, what did you do?" Taking the Tesseract in his hands, the Tesseract began to glow as it was activated, opening a sort of portal to space, while little by little Red Skull began to be consumed by it until he was teleported to who knows where, while the Tesseract fell and melted the metal of the plane, ending up lost in the sea. Naruto, seeing this, would take off his helmet and sit in the pilot's chair, while leaving his shield aside, while observing the state of the aircraft, which had several faults. Hydra Base. You can see the soldiers. Communicator, respond. I'm Captain Rogers. Can you hear me? Soldier, Captain Rogers is listening. Peggy, Naruto, is that you? Are you okay? Communicator, Peggy, Smith died. Peggy, and the Naruto plane. On the plane, Naruto was pressing buttons to keep the plane as smooth as possible. Naruto, well, that's harder to explain. Peggy, give me your coordinates, and I'll find a place to land. Naruto, I don't think there's a safe landing, but I'll try a forced one. Peggy, I'll call Howard, he'll know what to do. Naruto, there's no time left. This thing is traveling too fast and heading for New York. I have to get it to the water. Peggy, wait, don't do it, we have time, we'll figure it out. Naruto, I'm in the middle of nowhere. If I wait any longer, a lot of people will die. Peggy, it's my decision, taking out his compass with her picture on it, to move the controls and head towards the frozen water. Peggy, here I am. Naruto, the dance will have to be another day. Peggy, I understand, starting to cry next Saturday, at the Star Club. Naruto, deal. Peggy, at 8, don't be late, understand? Naruto, remember I can't dance yet, smiling a little. Peggy, I'll teach you, I'll wait for you there. Naruto, I hope the band plays something slow. I would really hate it if. The plane was getting closer and closer to the ice until a silence began to be heard. At the base, a deep silence would be heard at the end of the communication, leaving several sad, and Peggy without believing it. Peggy, Naruto bursting into tears. Several of the soldiers would bow their heads in sadness, including Colonel Phillips. Peggy, Naruto. Everything would fall into a deadly silence where Peggy would cry as the soldiers left the facility. Place of collision. A frozen wasteland could be seen with metal everywhere while an aircraft began to sink into the ice. London, 2 days later. You can see several people, civilians and soldiers, waving flags in celebration in the square in front of Buckingham Palace while 3 small Spitfire fighter planes passed overhead, followed by 2 bombers. The celebrations were varied. Soldiers hugged their girlfriends, partners, or children while a newspaper could be read. Victory Day, the war is over. Off-screen, many were crying seeing Naruto's sacrifice. His brothers were hugging him, crying, as well as his mother and children. Aspiring to heroism, although a soldier was a hero in their eyes, even for Stain, his sacrifice ended a war. Even the top heroes recognized it. While All Might approached him and saluted him in a military manner, gesture that Naruto reciprocated. On screen, in a bar, the men in Naruto's group were toasting, "Soldier," for the captain. Those present would clink their glasses in sadness at the loss of their comrade. At sea, Stark was searching for Naruto using submarines and ships, but the only thing they found was the Tesseract. Continuing the search for the captain's body. In the underground bases of London, everyone was dismantling them, while Peggy was sorting through some boxes, and Colonel Phillips left her a folder with some files. Upon opening it, the agent discovered it was Naruto's file, which listed him as inactive. Brooklyn. In the captain's hometown, several children were playing while one of them held a round shield, made with a trash can lid, painted with the colors of Naruto's royal shield, where they played, replicating some of his battles. The screen would go black. Off-screen, Minato, well, it ended. Kushina, so Naruto-chan, are you there? Naruto, if I tell you it would ruin the truth, and I see that some have realized it. Hiruzen, Tobirama, Madara, Orochimaru, Stain, Izuku, Todoroki, and some Kages like Inoki and A realized what was happening. Who they found was, on screen, the sound of a radio playing an American football game was being heard in a room of what appeared to be a hospital, while the screen remained black, until Naruto's eyes were seen, who seemed to be waking up, until he was completely awake and sat up in bed, disoriented and lost. Then he began to listen to the game in detail, while a girl entered through the door. Girl, good morning, checking her watch, or is it afternoon maybe? Naruto, where are we? Girl, you are in a hospital in New York. Naruto would pay more attention to the radio, while standing with some seriousness. Naruto, where are we really? Girl, I'm afraid I don't understand the question, trying to hide it. Naruto, that match was from May 41, I know because I was there. The girl would open her eyes wide, because she had already discovered something. Naruto, I'll ask you again, where are we? The girl would touch a button in her hands. Girl, Captain Rogers. Naruto, who are you? Two armed men would come out of the door, causing Naruto to be on guard, where he threw them against the wall, breaking it and taking advantage of the opportunity to escape. Girl, Captain Rogers, wait. Agents, there's a code 13. Naruto would go out the door until he reached an area where several people in formal suits were walking around. Communicator, agents, there is a code 13. Several would try to stop him by throwing themselves at him, while Naruto would take off those he could, managing to get out of the building, running into more advanced vehicles as he begins to run until he reaches an intersection where he sees several buildings with giant television screens, with advertisements, games, videos, news, while black cars surround him. Voice, rest easy, soldier. A dark-skinned man with an eye patch caught Naruto's attention. This guy's name was Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury, I'm so sorry about this spectacle, but we were planning to reveal it to you slowly. Naruto, revealed to me what? Fury, you were asleep in the ice for 70 years. For Naruto, that was like a bucket of cold water falling on him, and he started looking everywhere. Fury, are you going to be okay? Naruto, yes, I had a date. The screen turns off. The Watcher, and that's the beginning of the story. What did you think? The children present, that was amazing. The hero aspirants, it was wonderful and inspiring. The shinobis, it was surprising. It really deserves a big round of applause. Guy and Lee, the flames of youth burned brightly. Menma and Shiro, we have the best brother in the world. Boruto and Kawaki, Dad is the best. Minato, damn, I should have killed you when I could. Furious. Danzo, Uzumaki, you will return to Konoha and join the party. Hamira, you can't refuse. Koharu, you will be re-educated for the sake of the village. Naruto, well, I won't do it and they can't force me. Gaara, that was the best. Temari, it was amazing. Kankuro, it was surprising. Chapter 12. After the end of seeing the emergence of the super soldier, the Watcher gave them time to fix family things and such. To the surprise of many, Hinata and Naruto were talking while the Pearl-Eyed did not stutter, astonishing all the Hyugas, while Boruto and Kawaki talked with their uncles about the pranks on the Hokage monument, making the younger of the Uzumakis feel envious. He barely painted the Hokage's faces. He did nothing like sneak into Anbu headquarters and put itching powder on them, or go to the Hyuga compound and put clown costumes on the elderly. Danzo, damn Uzumaki, this should have happened differently. Minato, I should have had him killed, not had them test that Hiraishin upgrade. Koharu, now we can't proceed. Hamura, not even for the good of Konoha. At the gym, Naruto took a couple of people, including his brothers, sons, and the students of heroism such as Izuku, Kirishima, and Shoto, while he gave Bakugo a morality talk, to help him mature as a hero and be as a best friend with Deku should be. The Watcher, okay, everyone's ready? Watching several people leave the gym, I'll take that as a yes. Boruto, oh, and what will we see now from my father? Excited. The time that passed made him mature and have the confidence to tell things to his father, or well, this version. Naruto, for his part, wanted with all his might to go see his alternate to give him a strong blow for having the dream of being Hokage and not thinking first of his family. It was a stupid ideal in his opinion, for choosing the village where he grew up, humiliated, mistreated, and almost murdered, in addition to hiding all of that from his son, instead of being with his family. And more so when he knew about the shadow clones and he as the original was staying because of the paperwork. The Watcher, well, it's time to see the beginning of the planet's mightiest heroes. The kids' heroes? Excited great. Naruto just had a nostalgic smile. On screen, in a wasteland of the universe, voice. The Tesseract has awakened. It is on a small planet, a planet of humans. Some stairs being observed. They wish to control its power. But our ally knows its true potential better than anyone. Seeing a kind of humanoid with 6 fingers on his hand, he is ready to lead, handing a scepter to someone, and our forces. Our Chitauri showing himself to the beings will follow him. His world will be theirs, the universe yours, and humans. What other option will they have but to die? Off screen. Kaguya, what was that? I don't recognize those wastelands of space. Naruto, me either. Minato, so the Tesseract can be manipulated, smiling greedily. Kawaki, and will humans die? Perhaps. Boruto, a genocide. Himawari, who is Two-chan on Naruto's lap. Naruto, no one can scare you now, my little princess. Izuku, who is the villain and what is that scepter? On screen. On Earth, in a desert area, a helicopter is seen approaching a facility at full speed. Sponsored video. Sponsored by advertising partner. Watch to learn more. Read more. Voice. All personnel, the evacuation order has been confirmed. Please proceed to your vehicles. Do not remain in place. Please proceed to the nearest evacuation vehicle. This is not a drill. The facilities were being evacuated as the helicopter proceeds to land. Off screen. All Might, I don't think it's wise to leave the facilities while someone arrives. Stain, I think the same. On screen. A woman and director Nick Fury would emerge from the aircraft. Fury, how bad is it? Agent, that's the problem, sir, we don't know. After those words, the group would head to an elevator to go down to the basement. Agent, Dr. Selvig detected an energy surge in the Tesseract 4 hours ago. Fury, NASA did not authorize Selvig for the testing phase. Agent, I didn't try it. I wasn't in the room. It was spontaneous. Woman, so it turned on by itself? Fury, what energy level do we have? Agent, on the rise. He couldn't stop it, and we evacuated. Fury, how long will the evacuation take? Agent, the campus will be empty in about half an hour. Fury, take less time. The agent would nod to help with the evacuation. Woman, sir, it may be useless to evacuate. Fury, should we tell them to go back to their beds? Woman, if we don't control the energy of the Tesseract, there may not be a minimum safe distance. Fury, make sure all Phase 2 prototypes are moved. The woman would nod as Fury would follow the path. Woman, director doesn't think our priority should be. Fury, Agent Hill, until this world ceases to exist, everything will continue as normal. I want you to empty the lower level and take everything related to Phase 2 as far away from here as possible. Hill, yes sir. Off screen. Lita, but people deserve to know. Anoki, we leaders make sure that people don't fear, and that means hiding things from the rest of the aspiring hero public. Hiruzen, it's true, even if we must do dark things to protect the common people of our country. Stain, that's why I hate politicians. Aizawa Igwalyo. Shikamaru, that's why I won't be Hokage. Naruto, and Aiyo. On screen. Fury would enter a room. Fury, what's going on here, doctor? Self, director. Fury, do we know anything for sure? Selvig, The Tesseract is misbehaving as a scientist fiddles with the cube. Fury, I'm supposed to laugh. Selvig, no, this isn't funny. The Tesseract isn't just active, it's already manifesting. Fury, and he already turned everything off. Selvig, it's a power source, everything I turn off it turns on immediately, and if it reaches the maximum level. Fury, we prepared for this, to control the energy of space. Selvig, we have no way to control it, my calculations are not yet complete, and it is already causing interference and radiation, nothing serious, gamma rays at faint levels. Fury, that could be serious. Where is Agent Barton? Selvig, the Falcon? Pointing to the ceiling never leaves its nest. Fury, Agent Barton reports. The aforementioned would only leave by order. Fury, Barton, I gave you this mission to keep a close eye on things. Barton, sir, I see better from a distance. Fury, have you seen anything that could turn on the cube? Scientist, doctor, it's increasing again. Barton, nothing suspicious, and Selvig is honest, he hasn't contacted anyone. If anything was done to him, it wasn't on this side, sir. Fury would look into it. Fury on this side? Fearing the answer. Barton, yes, as I understand it, the cube is a door to the other side of space, right? And it opens from both sides. Selvig looked at the computers, detecting another increase. Selvig, not yet. The cube would emit energy causing the area to shake, worrying the agents present and Fury. After this increase, it would emit energy until it formed a kind of whirlwind in its surroundings, firing a beam at an area like a wall, forming a portal until it destabilized and exploded a little, emitting a small amount of energy that would accumulate on the ceiling. Off-screen. Madara, this gives me a bad feeling. I don't know what will come out. It wouldn't give me a good dance, but for them it is undoubtedly something ugly. Hashirama, you already said it. Menma, what's going on? Konohamaru, and the boss doesn't show up and there are already problems. All Might, will he be a villain? On screen. In the area where the portal opened, a blue fire erupted, revealing a human figure. The officers approached as a precaution, pointing their weapons. Fury, sir, please put the spear on the floor. The subject would only attack with the spear firing a beam from it, while Barton removed Fury from the path and the newcomer threw himself against the agents who shot at him, finishing off at least 10 of them and a couple of scientists. Barton would try to get up and attack but would be grabbed by his arm. Subject, you have a good heart, pointing his spear at his chest, from which blue energy came out. Barton's black eyes turned blue, a sign of mind control, as Fury tried to steal the Tesseract, and the subject brainwashed the surviving agents. Fury, faced with the situation, proceeded to leave with the Tesseract in his briefcase. Subject, please no stopping Fury's pace, I still need it. Fury, this doesn't have to get any more complicated. Subject, of course I do. Don't expect anything less after what I did. Fury would turn to look at him. My name is Loki and I come from Asgard and a glorious purpose rests in me. Off-screen. Momo, Loki? Surprised. Ibera, a false god. Danzo, who is that Loki? Interested. Momo, Loki, Norse god of mischief, lies and evil from Norse mythology. Nizu, so a god, and he's real. Ibera, there is only one god, not that heretic, blasphemous, human with a god complex. Pain/Nagato sneezes at those words. All Might, this is serious. The Watcher, Ibera, you know that your god exists, right? The aforementioned nods. So why do you assume that the other pantheons don't? Ibera would remain silent. On screen. Self, Loki, Thor's brother. Fury, we are not in conflict with your people. Loki, an insect is not in conflict with a boot. Fury, so your plan is to crush us? Loki, I bring you good news of a free world at last. Fury, free from what? Loki, freedom, the greatest lie of existence, and when you accept it in your heart using the scepter in Selvig you will know peace. Fury, yes, when you say peace, I feel like you mean the opposite. Barton, sir, Director Fury is distracting us. They're going to blow this place up and cover us with tons of rocks. Seeing the residual energy acting unstable, he's planning to bury us. Fury, just like the pharaohs. Fury, you're right, the portal is collapsing on itself. In 2 minutes it will rise to critical levels. Loki, shoot. Barton would shoot Fury while the rest retreat, taking the Tesseract briefcase. Off-screen. All Might, that's a mistake. Freedom is everyone's right. Danzo, I like the way God thinks. Sasuke, by the way, is Thor a god? Momo, he is the god of thunder in the same mythology as Loki. Shoto, this is bad. On screen, Loki and the other agents would go to the vehicles, passing through Hill, while Fury warned of the situation, forcing the agent to take cover from Barton's shots. Barton would leave in the vehicle while Hill fired, and Fury ordered them not to escape with the Tesseract. Several shield vehicles would fire in pursuit of Barton and Loki as they left the facility, and Loki would fire his scepter at some vehicles, causing them to explode. Inside the facility, Fury would emerge through the underground as the Tesseract portal became increasingly unstable, while the agent would lead the last remaining men inside. Hill would intercept the fugitives while firing his weapon and driving in reverse, and Fury would get out to board the helicopter and leave the facility as the building collapsed until the power collapsed, destroying the entire base. Hill, after Barton escaped from her, would follow them as the building collapsed behind her until a piece of rubble fell in front of her. Loki would manage to leave the base being received by Fury's helicopter, where the aforementioned would open fire with his weapon, without success and receiving a shot from Loki's scepter in the rotor of the vehicle causing it to fall to the ground in Fury before the helicopter crashes jumps from it, while Loki escaped. Agent, Director Fury, please respond. Fury, the Tesseract is in enemy hands. I have wounded men. Hill, there are still men buried. I don't know how many survived. Fury, the general alarm sounds. Everyone not involved in rescue work must search for the briefcase. Hill, understood. Fury, Coulson returns to base. He's a level 7 threat. From now on, this is war. Coulson, what do we do? Fury would remain meditating while the screen would go black showing a title. The screen turns off. The children, Suga, Konohamaru boss, are you from that group? Why, if so, are you amazing? Gaara, great smiling. Shikaku, where did the action go? I want destruction. Matatabi, you just saw shots, and you're not satisfied with the fight? Shikaku, no, the people demand more truth? Haiden Bakugo, several children, yes. Chapter 13. Everyone in the room was talking animatedly. Izuku talking animatedly about the routines Naruto could offer him, as well as writing everything down in his geek notebook. Bakugo listening to Deidara about the explosions, Kirishima talking to Guy and Lee about the Goken, and Boruto, Kawaki and Himawari, chatting with their grandmother. The watchman, it's time to move on. Present mic, everyone say yay. Nobody said anything. How boring. Presenter, dear audience, it's time for us to continue. On screen, after Fury's words, Coulson decided to call one of the most experienced agents, Natasha Romanoff, alias Black Widow. She was in a situation with a pair of Russians who were illegally trafficking weapons to the United States, while they were beating her up for information on who she was working for, only to receive a call from Coulson and end up with the agent getting beaten up. She was notified of the situation and sent by someone very brilliant, with an anger problem. Off-screen, All Might, who will he go with? Presenter, I can only say, he is the strongest member of the Avengers. Boruto, Dad, do you know who he is? Naruto, yes, but what fun would it be if I told you, right? Smiling Uzumaki style. Boruto, you're right, with the same smile as his father. On screen, Calcutta, India. The city was one of the most populated in all of India. Poverty, hunger were rife, as were diseases, where a girl is seen running until she reached a building, where she went up the stairs and ran into a woman and an American man, the scientist Bruce Banner, an expert in nuclear physics, specialized in gamma radiation. The girl managed to convince Bruce to follow her to a secluded place in the city, while the miner left the home, only to be received by Natasha, who would tell him a little about the subject of the other subject, S.H.I.E.L.D., and about the protection they gave Banner, the Tesseract, whereby Banner's test, he appears somewhat angry, upsetting the agent, while outside the house, several armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents approached. Bruce, having hit the hole what he wanted, decided to calm down and make Natasha back down on her actions. Off-screen, Danzo, what do you mean by the other guy? Naruto, Banner tried to replicate the super soldier serum using gamma rays. The project went wrong as he injected himself, and created the other guy. On screen, with Fury, the director was meeting with other people via video conference. Counselor 1, this is too much of a director, he's dealing with forces he can't control. Fury, been in a council war, fought a fire maybe, felt like you were brimming with control? Counselor 1, are you implying that Asgard declared war on Earth? Fury, no, it's not Asgard, Loki. Counselor, I doubt he works alone, and the other Asgardian? His brother, sir. Fury, Our data says Thor is not hostile. His world is far away. We can't depend on that man. It's our business. Counselor 1, Director, that's why you should focus on Phase 2. It was designed for this kind of fury. Phase 2 isn't ready, but the enemy is. We need a response team. Counselor 1, the Avengers initiative was cancelled. Upset. Fury, this has nothing to do with the Avengers. Counselor 3, we have seen the list. Advisor 1, Director, runs the world's largest security network and leaves the fate of humanity in the hands of a handful of freaks. Fury, I'm not going to leave anything to anyone. We need a response team. I know they're isolated and even unbalanced individuals. I think they'll make a great team if they're driven by a good cause. Counselor 2, do you really believe that? Counselor 1, war is not won with feelings. Director. Fury, no, you win with soldiers. Off-screen. Danzo, those phenomena are nothing more than weapons, he stated confidently. Boruto became increasingly annoyed but approached his father's shield. Minato, not with feelings. War's a shield hit him on the head along with Danzo. Boruto, I can't stand you. Shut up with that. He returns the shield. I'm sorry, Dad. Naruto, don't worry. Stain has potential. On screen, in a gym, Naruto can be seen hitting a punching bag. With each blow, Naruto remembered things from his past. Battles from World War II, the friends he'd lost, how he'd said goodbye to Peggy until he fell to the ice. He also remembered how they pulled him out and the voices he'd heard. Memory. Naruto is seen with ice on a bed. Scientist. It's incredible. This boy is still alive. End of memory. Naruto continued to hit him until he landed one that sent the punching bag flying. Off-screen. Konohamaru. The boss is amazing. Menma. Bro, you're great. Shiro. Well done. And Isan. Boruto. Brother, and Ai-chan is great. Danzo. Incredible hitting power. Kakashi and Jiraiya. And without chakra. Anoki. What do you think, Madara? Grandpa Smith speaking to him. Madara. He would definitely give a good dance. Hashirama. Surprising. Tobirama. With that strength. Tsunade. It compares to mine. Amazed. All Might. I couldn't say if mine surprised. On screen, Naruto would stand there for a few minutes watching while breathing heavily, before putting on another bag and continuing to hit, while Fury appeared. Fury can't sleep? Naruto. I slept for 70 years, sir. That's enough. Hitting the bag a little weaker. Fury. You should be out there celebrating, seeing the world. Naruto. When I fell into the water, the world was at war. When I woke up, they told me we won. No one said what we lost. Fury. We made mistakes along the way, some more recent than others. Handing over a file. Naruto. Do you have a mission for me, sir? Fury. That's right. Naruto. Do you want to bring me back to the world? Fury. I want to save him. Naruto. Hydra's secret weapon. Fury. Howard Stark rescued him from the ocean when he went looking for you. He thought the same as us, that with the Tesseract we could obtain unlimited, sustainable and safe energy. Our planet needs it urgently. Naruto. And who stole it, sir? Fury. His name is Loki, and he's not from around here. If you're up for it, we need to get you up to speed. The world has become stranger than you know it. Naruto. At this point nothing can surprise me anymore. Standing up, taking his bag and 2 bags of sand. Fury. I bet you that's not true. There's a package with all the information waiting in your apartment. While Naruto carried the sacks, do you know anything about the Tesseract that could be useful to us? Naruto. He was better off in the ocean. Off-screen. Kushina. Yes, energy. I don't believe that. Boruto, what do you think, brother? Kawaki. This is very interesting. On screen, New York, nearby seabed. You can see several cables while a guy in a metal suit was making some adjustments. While he removed the cover of one of the cables and placed a kind of container of a fairly powerful celestial energy, and then emerged from the water. The man in the suit turned off his propulsion systems and headed toward New York City, specifically Manhattan Island, as the city displayed its activity and lights in the middle of the night. Off-screen, May. Look at that baby admiring the armor. May Terumi. The city is beautiful. A. Incredible. B. It's exciting and thrilling. Kanayaro Bakayaro. All Kumo. Shut up, B. Kushina. She's beautiful. Boruto. I would like to meet her. Naruto. And me to take them with me to live there. On screen, man. Everything is ready on my side. The rest is up to you. Flying through the city. Woman. You disconnected the transmission lines. Are we off the grid? Man. Stark Tower will soon become a beacon of energy that will sustain itself. Woman. Well, assuming the arc reactor works and takes control. Man. Supposing turn it on. In the distance, Stark Tower would begin to light up. Woman, and what does it look like? Stark, like Christmas, but with a more personal touch. Woman, we will expand the awareness campaign. Call the press. Tomorrow I'm traveling to DC to see the zones for the 3 new buildings. Stark, Peeper, don't spoil the moment. Remember, enjoy the moment. Jarvis, Sir, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the line. He says it's urgent. Stark, I haven't arrived. Rather, I'm outside while walking through an area of the building that was taking off his armor. Jarvis, Sir, I'm afraid you're insistent. Stark, don't be intimidated, Jarvis. I have a date. The screen turns off. May, look at all those babies. Danzo, all that technology. Minato, that suit. Hamura, it is definitely necessary for the good of Konoha. Koharu, we must go to that world. Naruto, what are they saying? With his shield in hand. Kawaki, we won't let them. Boruto, we will fight. Classes 1A, 1B and the top heroes present stood at his sides, as did the new generation of genin, Team Konohamaru, and Nami's people and other Jinchuriki. Chapter 14. The atmosphere was very tense. The corruption of Konoha versus the free world was about to begin when the screen showed signs of wanting to start playing, but several devices came out of it. Boruto, what is this? Putting on a glove from which a functional hologram of Cap's shield emerged. Author's note: if you saw Next Avengers, Heroes of Tomorrow, you'll know what device it is. Kawaki, and this seeing the Black Widow's weapons. Naruto, have you heard of the Secret Warriors Initiative? And in thoughts, I sounded too similar to Fury. Both, great, hugging his father will be part of it. May, all nice and all, but can we keep seeing the armored man? On screen, Tony was entering while he saw his partner Peeper. She was looking at the plans in holographic form for the next Stark building outside. May and Melissa let out a schoolgirl squeal, and Kakuza makes plans to have his empire of misers. Peeper, energy levels remain constant. I think so. Tony, of course, I was involved in it, which makes me wonder what it feels like to be a genius. Outsiders see him as arrogant. Peeper, well, haha, I have no way of knowing, or do I? Tony, what are you talking about? This was all your idea. Peeper, no, all this came from here, pointing to a reactor in Tony's chest. Off screen, the guard would explain what happened to Tony and the shrapnel from his arc reactor. On screen, Tony, give yourself more credit, please. Stark Tower, it's your baby. Give yourself at least 12% of the credit. Peeper, 12%. Tony, convince me and I'll raise it to 15%. Peeper, 12% in my baby? They would then begin to talk about how there were problems, the loading of heavy equipment plus an error by the owner's elevator, while Peeper takes out a bottle of champagne to serve 2 glasses to celebrate, until Tony says that the new building will say pots in the tower. Jarvis, sir, I'm afraid my protocols have been disabled. Tony would pick up the phone. Agent Coulson, Mr. Stark, we need to talk. Tony, you are speaking with the decoy copy of Tony Stark. Leave your message. Agent Coulson, sir, it's urgent. Tony, then leave it urgently. At that, Coulson would appear in the elevator while Tony sees him, hanging up the phone. Tony, security breached. Many found that funny. After that, and a few words with Peeper, where he cleverly switched drinks with the briefcase, they began to talk about the Avengers Initiative, where Tony mentioned that he was left out for being fickle, arrogant, and unsuitable for teamwork. Seeing the contents of the briefcase, they were subject to the initiative, and the information on the Tesseract. The videos contained Hulk's confrontations with the army, considering it a failed weapon, Thor's confrontation with the destroyer in a town on the Mexican border, as well as files of Captain America's battles that were preserved. Off-screen, Lita, but why are they chasing Hulk? Isn't he a hero? Naruto, the problem is that the military tried to replicate my serum with the help of Dr. Banner in order to have super soldiers. The program went wrong and the assigned general, as he did not tolerate failure, made him a public enemy to cover up his failure and stain a practically error-free record. Izuku, it made him a villain in the eyes of others. Lita, I don't know what to say. Shoto, there are also heroes who do that to gain fame. Stain, and then why did he kill them? Although with what you say, it surprises me. I thought he would protect them. Shoto, if I want to be a hero, I must stop them too. Izuku, I'm with Shoto. Kirishima, same here. It's not manly to be a hero for fame and wealth. Bakugo, I guess so too, although I don't plan on stopping being a Muslim. Stain, true heroes raising his thumb, and how will I take that attitude away from him? He is a true hero in his actions now, but Beast Genist, I tried everything, and it still won't go away. Putting his hand on the killer. Stain. Sprinkler the aforementioned nods. Corporal punishment. Nods seeing traumatic things? Best nods again. Damn, he's a tough cookie. On screen, change of scene. A Quinn GT was flying over what appeared to be the sea with a fixed course. Pilot, we are 40 minutes from the base, sir. Coulson would take off his headphones to turn around and see Naruto. Naruto, so Dr. Banner tried to reproduce the serum that was used on me. Coulson, he wasn't the only one, you were the first superhero. Banner believed that gamma rays were the secret to unraveling Erskine's original formula. Naruto, and it wasn't the result I wanted. Coulson, no, I guess so. But when it's not the other guy, he's just like Stephen Hawking, he's someone very brilliant. Seeing Naruto, who didn't know the famous scientist. I want to tell you, it's an honor to meet you, officially. We met when we took you out of the ice and you were asleep, when you were unconscious. The truth is it's quite an honor hiding a fanboy status. Naruto would only stand a little uncomfortably at Coulson's words. Naruto, well, I hope I'm capable of this. Coulson, oh, you are, absolutely. We made some modifications to the uniform, and I even contributed to the design. Naruto, the uniform? Aren't the stars and stripes out of fashion? Coulson, with everything that's going on and everything that could happen, the most outdated thing is probably what many people want. Off-screen, the children, Suga, Izuku, Fanbi, Bakugo, the donkey talking about ears. Izuku, huh? Class 1A, don't talk if you're an all-might geek. Mirio, I think you got Sir's poster. Izuku would blush in embarrassment. On screen, change of location. We can observe a network of underground facilities, where Loki brought all the scientists and security personnel he had brainwashed, while having a vision. The Chitauri are growing impatient. Loki, let them prepare. I will guide them in a glorious battle. Battle? Against the mediocre power of Earth? Humans who see even the Bijou are offended. Loki, I said glorious, not long. If their forces are as formidable as they proclaim, do you doubt us? Annoyed, do you doubt the one who placed the scepter in your hand? Who gave you ancient knowledge and a purpose, when you were exiled, defeated? Loki, I was a king. The rightful king of Asgard. They betrayed me. Your ambition is foolish, driven by a childish whim. We see beyond Earth, to the worlds that the Tesseract will reveal to us. Loki, they don't have the Tesseract yet. The being moves angrily in front of Loki. Loki, it doesn't scare me, but until I open the doors, until his forces obey me, they are just words. You will have your Asgardian war, and if you fail, if the Tesseract does not come to us, there will be no world, deserted moon, no space where you can take refuge from his wrath. You think you know pain. He will make you feel. Placing his hand on Loki's head, more suffering than you have ever felt. After that, Loki returns to reality. Off-screen, All Might, so he's just a pawn. Aizawa, reminds me of Shigaraki. AFO, you know we're here with the League, right? Bakugo, are you talking now? I thought you wouldn't say anything? Shigaraki, we might be villains. Kurojairi, but we know when it's time to defend our world. Spinner, Stain may consider you a hero, but I don't. Bakugo, at least I'm not joining the crazy Manolo group. Shigaraki, I hate him, I hate him. I hate him, scratching himself like a man. On screen, the screen is changed. The Quinjet Cap and Coulson were in a scene heading towards a ship at sea. Off screen, All Might, a marine base? Amazing. Minato, grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr craft, helicopters and people were seen working in the area, while the captain and Coulson disembarked. Coulson, the captain's luggage. Staff, yes sir. Coulson, Agent Romanoff, Captain Naruto Rogers. Naruto, a pleasure. Natasha, hello? They need you on the bridge, they'll start the search. Coulson, see you there leaving. Natasha, everyone here was talking about you when they found you in the ice. I thought Coulson was going to have a fit. Did he give you his Captain America cards to sign yet? Naruto, cards? Amused, as they walked. Natasha, they are classic, her greatest pride approaching Dr. Banner. Naruto, Dr. Banner extending his hand to shake. Dr. Banner, oh yeah, hi, they said you were coming. Naruto, they say you can find the cube. Dr. Banner, they didn't say anything else. Naruto, it's the only thing that matters to me. Dr. Banner, I imagine this is strange for you. Naruto, well, I think it's more familiar to me. Natasha, gentlemen, It's best not to stay out here if you want to keep breathing. At that moment a sound is heard, while the personnel is in charge of placing harnesses and securing the aircraft and vehicles. Naruto, is this a submarine? May gets excited outside. Dr. Banner, are you sure? They want to put me in a pressurized metal cabin. Both would approach the edge of the boat, seeing a kind of propeller. The ship would begin to rise from the sea, while the noise and the air that the turbines were pushing made both of them a little uncomfortable. Dr. Banner, no, this is much worse. The staff were checking the last planes while others entered the bridge and others put on oxygen masks. After that, Dr. Banner and Naruto followed Natasha into the bridge until they reached the command room, where people could be seen establishing the protocols and directing the helicarrier to be able to be operational in the air. Hill, we're ready, sir. Fury, perfect, let's disappear. Hill, activate retroreflective panels. The helicarrier with the lower panels would begin to adopt the color of the sky, until leaving no signs that a gigantic flying ship was there. The screen turns off. The kids, that was amazing. Stars coming out of their eyes. Boruto, great. Kawaki, incredible. May, look at that baby. Melissa, can we do something like that? Excited. Minato, that should be from the village. Danzo, shit jealous of those machines. Orochimaru, interesting. Kakuku. Tsunade, surprising. Hiruzen, incredible. Chapter 15. Minato, growling, those machines should be mine. I deserve them by right. I am the Flash of Konoha. Danzo, damn Minato, if you had done what I told you, the story would be different, he thought, squeezing the staff angrily. Hamura, stupid brat, he saw our faces and now we are. Koharu, because of him we will lose the younger generations and future generations of shinobi, as well as the demon. Kan Akatsuki, you can see Menma, Boruto, oh, and Shiro playing with Kisame while Sasuke was talking to Itachi, and Nagato was with Kushina eating ramen. Haiden and Kakuza fighting as usual, in addition to being with the rookies and children of Konoha teaching them the value of money, Sasori talking to Chio, Tsunade talking to Konan about perverts, and Yahiko eating some dangos. With Naruto, the blonde was training his two boys because with their new gadgets they were inexperienced in using them, so he decided to teach them how to use them. Hinata was watching this with her harem sisters, unbeknownst to the blonde, while holding Himawari on her lap. Empty lady, you saw how their muscles are marked. Ino, yes, sighing. Kuratsuchi, look, it's a papucho. Hinata, girls, there are girls here. The three, come on please, you know she'll have her chance, let her learn. Time after 1 hour. Everyone was in the room waiting for the screen to start playing audio and images. On screen, Naruto would give Fury a bill, so they would start talking about the Tesseract, their search, plus the gamma ray emission it emanates, so with the help of Dr. Banner, they would do a reduced search through the use of spectrometers calibrated for gamma radiation, so they would put Banner to work. Loki base, unknown location. Several scientists were working on a machine that would open portals without the instability, which would keep the Tesseract stable without suffering any anomalies that would disturb the arrival of the Chitauri. Dr. Selvig, put it over there, pointing to a scientist. How do you get so many staff? Clint Barton, S.H.I.E.L.D. has made many enemies. Dr. Selvig, seeing a tablet with a mineral, is this what he needs? Dr. Selvig, yes, iridium, you find it in meteorites, it forms antiprotons. Very difficult to obtain. Clint, and even less so if S.H.I.E.L.D. knows about it. Dr. Selvig, I had no idea. Then he sees Loki appear. Hello, the Tesseract is more than knowledge, it has taught me so much, it's the truth. Loki, I know, what did Agent Barton teach you? Clint, my next target. Loki, tell me what you need. Clint, I need a distraction, and an eye outside. They are scared, and even more so the Digitsu carriers. Off screen, Madara, but what damn human beings annoyed. Hayashi, wretches. Tobirama, ha 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 ha, scared emo. All Might, that's disgusting. Izuku, interesting, thinking of including a bow in his arsenal. On screen, Helicarrier Shield. Naruto and Agent Coulson were talking about the limited action figures the agent had of Naruto, causing awkwardness, while searching for the Tesseract, until an agent locates it in Stuttgart, Germany, where thanks to Fury, the captain was to prepare. Stuttgart, Germany. An evening was taking place, music was playing, people were chatting while the scientist hosting the evening was about to speak. Nearby, a Quinjet with the captain was approaching, while Naruto looked at his new suit. Off-screen, Ino, they saw the dresses. Several girls, yes. Momo, what a nice gala. Kendo, beautiful music. Uraraka, the rich humiliating the poor. Kushina, I would like a dress like that. Konohamaru, the suit is great, admiring the suit. Menma, genial and Isan. Naruto, they were going to like it, hehe. On screen, near the party, there was a well-guarded warehouse where security members were being shot with arrows, while Clint and 3 others tried to break in to connect a retinal mimic to a scanner. At the evening, Loki was appearing wearing an elegant tuxedo, while disguising his scepter as a cane. While going down some stairs and with the scepter he hit 2 guards and approached a bald scientist, who was the host, until he reached a kind of table statue of a Celtic mythological animal, and with a machine he buried it in his eye, causing a scream of pain, which caused people to panic. In the warehouse, the imitator was copying the eye of the attack scientist, managing to open the warehouse door, taking the iridium and leaving. At the evening, people fled in panic, while Loki, with a somewhat psychopathic face, followed them as if nothing had happened. While his suit changed, Loki continued his path outside, where people, including passers-by, were escaping until they reached a kind of square, while the villain crossed the street and shot with his scepter at 2 police vehicles, proceeding to send a kind of holograms of himself surrounding the people. Loki, kneel before me, on your knees now. People would listen out of fear upon seeing the scepters shine. Off-screen, All Might, miserable, clenching his fists in helplessness like several heroes. Stain, a madman with tendencies to be a dictator. Danzo, look at that potential. Hamura, Minato, we must add him to Konoha. Naruto, Jajajajaha. Koharu, what do you think, funny brat? Naruto, if they want to dominate him, ha ha ha, they can't dominate the god of deception and lies. On screen, Loki smiled with amusement seeing people's reaction. Loki, isn't this simpler? Isn't this their natural state? The truth that humanity so often refuses to speak about is that they yearn to be subjugated. The seductive allure of freedom strips their lives of joy with its endless struggle with power. By identity, they were created to be ruled. In the end, they will always kneel. The people were afraid. No one dared to look at him, but only one found great courage, an old man. Old man, not before men like you standing up, that earned him the respect of many. Loki, ha ha ha, there are no men like me. Old man, tyrants will always exist. Loki, please listen to the old man, pointing his scepter to serve as an example. Loki would shoot an old man with his eyes wide open in fear and shock at the response, but the shot would hit a shield. The fired energy would bounce off the shield and hit Loki, knocking him down. Off-screen, Hiruzen, wise words, my friend. Anoki, I believe it. It is the wisdom of experience over the years. Madara, damn angry with the god. Hashirama, damn wretched dog. Madara and Tobirama, give me the drugs. Hashirama, Tsunade, Grandpa said with surprise. Myth, a rudeness surprised. Stain, not bad, Captain, smiling. Now he saw him well, a true hero. Izuku, that was great. Bakugo, shine them, Captain. Kirishima and Tetsu, that was youthfully manly with some surprising green spandex. Lee and Guy, it was so youthful. Ten, oh no. Niji, we're lost, we have no escape running. Shoto, he was better than the old man. Fuyumi, I love men in uniform blushing at America's ass. Those of the harem, sister hugging the aforementioned. On screen, Naruto would raise his shield as he watched an annoyed Loki compose himself. Naruto, you know, the last time I came to Germany, a man tried to get on top of everyone else while people were standing up and we ended up in total disagreement. Loki, the soldier, who comes from another time. Naruto, you have nothing left while the Quinjet positioned itself behind. Natasha, Loki taking the weapon out of the aircraft, dropped the weapon and surrender. Loki would launch an attack against the plane while Naruto threw the shield at it, and the people fled. The shield would hit Loki, bewildering and enraging him, while Naruto took it and hit the Asgardian in the face, who would begin to exchange blows with the blonde, until hitting him with his scepter in the side, which would send him rolling into a fountain. Naruto would take the shield and throw it, but Loki would slam his scepter, deflecting it, causing the two to begin a fight of blows and dodges, until with a blow of the scepter, Naruto was sent to the ground. The captain would try to get up, but Loki would put the scepter on the back of his head. Loki, on his knees. Naruto, not today, taking the scepter and kicking Loki in the face. The Quinjet couldn't fire because of Loki's holograms everywhere. Natasha, it's everywhere. Naruto is then thrown by Loki. Voice, Agent Romanov, did you miss me? On the plane speakers as well as in the square a rock song began to be heard. Naruto and Loki were bewildered, when from between the buildings a man in a metallic suit finally appeared and struck with his repulsor gauntlets, sending Loki to the ground. The subject would deploy his entire arsenal in the suit, missiles, machine guns, and the repulsor ray in his free hand. Iron Man, it's your turn. Horns. Loki would just raise his hands and surrender. Good decision deactivating the weapons. Naruto, Mr. Stark. Tony, Captain. The Quinjet was landing as they looked at Loki. The screen turns off. The kids, that was amazing. Konohamaru, that's a whole thing. All Might, ha 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 ha, worthy of good heroes. Stain, I recognize it. Endeavor, TSK, they were okay, I guess. Class 1A, we want Naruto-san as a teacher alongside Aizawa-sensei. Children of the Shinobi Academies, we want Captain from Sensei. Irika, you would be a good teacher. Naruto. Minato, TSK, as if I'd let him be Konoha's teacher. Hamura, Koharu, same us. Danzo, give it to me to make a weapon. Konoha Civilian Council, we don't want a bastard foreigner from the whirlpool tainting Yandame-sama. Mabuki, you saw Tomato, I won. Kushina, so what if that's the case? With what I saw, I'm going to revive Yuzushiogakyu no Sato and I'll annul the whirlpool's possession in Konoha. That terrified all the Shinobi Advisors, especially Danzo, except the civilians who didn't know, and the others looked expectantly, especially Naruto's children who didn't know. Mabuki, as if we cared. Hiruzen, you know that means Konoha can disappear from the map? Myth, that is a gift from my clan for the foundation and marriage with Hashirama, like the Konoha Mass Temple. Which, by the way, how is that temple? Except for those who didn't know, the Uzumakis who maintained it, Tsunade, Hiruzen, were sweating cold, because it was evident that this place was more abandoned than the Island of the Dolls in Mexico, Chernobyl in Ukraine, and the Vienna Hotel in Argentina. Chapter 16. Everyone was paying attention to the words of Mito and the other Konoha High Command. Shikaku, this is very troublesome, but, myth, but like all the Uzumakis present arching an eyebrow. Shikaku, Minato, and those three passed a law that eliminated the Uzumaki clan from the village's history. Another law that made that temple a forbidden place, so they condemned it to oblivion. People don't pay for your stores because they don't accept that they are yours. Minato, traitor. Hayashi, Inoichi, and Fugaku, our clans are on Shikaku's side. Kushina, era in Havana mode, terrifying Stain and All Might expelling us from the village's own history. All Might, scarier than Gran Torino and AFO combined. Stain, I know she's not a heroine or a villain, but Superman saved me. Naruto, brothers behind me. His brothers and sons were behind him for fear of their mother/grandmother. The announcer, okay, scared but ignoring the death glares from the Uzumaki women. It's time for us to continue. All you have saved us, we are grateful. On screen, after Stark brought Loki to his knees in surrender, they both boarded Loki onto the Quinjet, where they would take him to the helicarrier. While passing through a forest, they received a call from Fury. Fury, did he say anything yet? Natasha, nothing, sir. Fury, just bring him. We have little time. Cutting the call. Naruto, I don't like it looking at Tony. Tony, why would the King of Rock give up so easily? Naruto, it didn't seem that simple to me. He didn't fight with all his power. Tony, so, you're pretty strong for your age. What Pilates do you do? Naruto, what? Tony, it's an exercise. You missed several things in your years as a Capitalita. Off-screen. Shot. Izuku, what do you think? Shikamaru, troublesome. He surrendered without a fight, being a god. Madara, Hashirama, what's up, Maddie? Madara, what a shitty nickname. Tree hugger. I suspect a fight is coming. On the screen. Naruto, Fury never mentioned your help. Looking at Tony. Tony, if there are things that Fury doesn't tell you. Outside the aircraft, many thunders and lightnings would begin to be seen outside. The smartest ones thought the same. Natasha, and where did this come from? The thunder and lightning would intensify as Loki looked on in concern. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Are you afraid of lightning? Loki, I'm not very happy about what's coming. Outside the aircraft, a humanoid being with a cape and a hammer would land on the Quinjet, destabilizing the plane. Off-screen. Ibara, it can't be. Momo, is the Norse god of thunder. Thor, the son of Odin. Hiruzen, Loki's brother, I suppose. Seriously looking at the screen. Stain, that face shows few friends. Seriously. Madara, the fight is coming. Kakuzu, place your bets. No one would go near the miser of Akatsuki. On screen, Tony would put on the armor's helmet, while pressing a button and opening the aircraft's hatch. Naruto, what are you doing? Putting on his helmet and watching Thor enter. Loki just made a face of mild fear as Tony aimed the repulsor ray and was hit by Thor's hammer, where the metal man would fall on Naruto. Thor would seriously grab Loki's neck, and after waving his hammer they would fly away. Tony would stand up, while Natasha and the co-pilot watched and held the plane steady. Tony, and now this other one? Natasha, is it another Asgardian? Naruto, and will he be one of us? Tony, it doesn't matter. Whether he frees Loki or kills him, we lose the Tesseract. Turning around outside the plane. Naruto, Stark, we need a plan of attack. Tony, I already have a plan. Attack jumping from the aircraft. Off-screen. Madara, it's not a bad plan, really. Bakugo, we're going to beat each other up and that's it, simple. On-screen. Naruto, seeing that Tony would jump, would take a parachute out of the plane and put it on. Natasha, I wouldn't do it if I were you, Captain. Naruto, I have no other choice. Natasha, they are basically gods, legendary characters. Naruto, there is only one god for me. Making a green-haired girl smile at such devotion, and he would never dress like that. Naruto would jump from the aircraft after taking his shield. With the Asgardian, Thor would take Loki to a nearby rocky mountain, where he would release him very roughly, causing the aforementioned to laugh. Loki, ha 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 ha. Thor, where is the Tesseract? Loki, I miss you too. Thor, do I look like I want to joke? Loki, hey, thank me. With the Bifrost destroyed, how much dark energy did the All-Father have to use just to send you here? Off-screen. Tobirama, what is Bifrost? Announcer, it's a giant rainbow bridge that connects Asgard with the 9 realms. It was destroyed by Thor to stop Loki in a previous fight. Tobirama, I see. On-screen. Loki, your precious Earth standing. Thor would leave the hammer while taking Loki. Thor, I thought you were dead. Loki, and you suffered? Thor, not just me, our father. Loki, your father getting out of the grip told you where I come from, didn't he? Thor, we both grew up together, played together, fought together. Have you forgotten all that? Loki, I was a shadow of yours, always in the shadow of your greatness. I remember that you threw me into an abyss, I who wasn't deserved to be king. Thor, and you attacked the world I love, just to make up for these supposed outrages? No, the earth is under my protection, Loki. Loki, ha 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 ha, and you're doing a great job taking care of her. Humans slaughter each other without it affecting you. I want to rule them and I don't see why not. Thor, do you think you are superior to them? Loki, that's right. Thor, you still don't understand the meaning of ruling. You don't deserve a throne. Being pushed by Loki angrily. Loki, I have seen worlds you cannot imagine. I have grown, son of Odin, in my exile. I have seen the great power of the Tesseract, and when I use it. Thor, who taught you his power? Who controls the supposed king? Loki, I am the king. Thor, not here. Return the Tesseract. Forget your poisoned sleep, brother. Return to our world. Off-screen. Danzo, what a stupid thing. Minato, a conqueror will never cease to be that. All Might, at least reason with him. Aizawa, not all villains are reasonable. Pain, that's true, not everyone gives in to words. Menma, and I who was developing the jutsu of evangelization, depressed. On-screen. Loki, ha ha ha, I don't have it. Being released by Thor, who would call the hammer. You need the cube to take me home. But I sent it far away and I don't know where it is. With a funny tone of voice. Thor, listen to me carefully, brother. Thor couldn't say anything because he was taken by Tony. Loki, I hear you outside. They started laughing at the scene. Even Pain was laughing like a retarded seal. Tony would take Thor to another part of the forest, where he would set him down on the ground while he landed. Thor, don't try that again. Tony, don't take my things. Raising the mask. Thor, you have no idea who you're dealing with or what you're up against. Tony, I'm Shakespeare in the park? Teasing him. Whatever it was quite annoying. Does your mother know you use her curtains? Thor, this is bigger than you. Metal Man. Loki will face Asgardian justice. Tony, if you give us back the cube, it's yours. Until then, lowering his mask, stay out of the way. Tourist. Thor would think about it for a bit, since Tony was really irritating and would throw his hammer starting a fight. From 1.55 minutes onwards, I'm too lazy to describe the fight. Off-screen. May, look at that baby admiring the armor. Boruto, Dad, did you see the fight? Naruto, no, since I was going towards her. May, the baby desperately watching Thor dent the armor. Minato, the bastard has powerful friends gripping Danzo's staff. Danzo, That's mine, taking the stick from him to squeeze it himself. On screen, Tony and Thor were going to continue fighting, until a shield hit both of them and returned to Naruto. Naruto, that's enough. Naruto would come down from the tree he was in under the gaze of both. Naruto, I don't know what you plan to do here. Thor, I came to end Loki's plans in this world. Naruto, then prove it. Put that hammer down. Tony, I don't think so. Bad idea. He loves his hammer. Thor would hit Tony. Thor, you want me to put down this hammer? Thor would rise and try to hit Naruto, who would cover himself with the shield, where when both metals touched a loud bang followed by lightning was heard, while the surrounding trees would be split by the shock wave. The three half-stunned people would stand up while looking at each other. Naruto, are you done? As Thor nodded tiredly, the screen turns off. Madara, good dance. I give it an 8. Stain, good fight to fight a god, huh? Boruto, dude, that was great. Kawaki, not bad, Dad. Himawari, Dad is the best. All Might, ha 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 ha, well handled Naruto-san. Kirishima, Tetsu, Lee, he was youthfully manly. Izuku, not bad, writing everything down in his notebook. Bakugo, good explosion. Deidara, that was beautiful. Shoto, he was better than the old man. Chapter 17. Everyone was talking about the fight between the big three of the Avengers, while Naruto was talking to Nizu and All Might about being a teacher at UA school. Next to him, the future Yuzukage Kushina nodding to be able to have allies in other worlds, whereas a test, Menma Uzumaki upon turning 16 would enter UA. Presenter, well, good time, it's time to move on, but first it's time for a little sweet snack, snapping his fingers. The kids' sweets. So everyone would serve themselves gummies, candies, popcorn, and take cold drinks out of the refrigerators, nothing alcoholic, although that didn't matter. Also, Naruto was surrounded by Hinata, Fuyumi, Kuratsuchi, Yutakiyama, Mount Lady, Kuratsuchi and Ino, who were giving jelly beans to a blushing blonde, as the girls agreed to share him in secret. While Endeavor and Kushina signed a marriage agreement, Shoto said he had a great brother-in-law, and Dabi behind the room with the League of Villains wanted to kill the blonde and his innocent little brother. Boruto and Kawaki took notes because as they stay with him, they will have to form harems like their father, since the Uzumaki charm is hereditary, as is the Midoriya charm. Kawaki only had to select his new mother because with a drop of the blonde's blood, plus that of Fuyumi Todoroki, the one chosen by the young man, the Watcher managed to change his genetic code to make him a biological son. The result, Kawaki was able to use Fuyumi's ice quirk. But before they could say anything, the screen would light up. On screen, after the fight with Thor, the three would take Loki to the shield helicarrier. On the craft, Loki was escorted to a holding cell by 12 armed agents as he passed by Dr. Banner's laboratory, while the villain smiled in amusement, and the scientist massaged the bridge of his nose. Afterward, Fury would place him in a cell capable of keeping the Hulk locked inside, explaining what would happen if he so much as punched the glass, which would result in a fall of several thousand feet. The Doctor and the other members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were gathered in a room. Banner, you can get attached to him, right? He said with slight sarcasm. Naruto, Loki won't tell us anything, sighing until he sees Thor. Thor, what's your plan? Thor, he has an army known as the Chitauri, not from Asgard or any other known world. His plan is to subdue humans, and win Earth for him in exchange, I suppose, for the Tesseract. Naruto, an army, coming from space. Banner, and for that they will build another portal, and for that they need Eric Selvig. Thor, selfish? Banner, yes, he's an astrophysicist. Thor, he's a friend. Natasha, Loki has him under a spell, already one of us. Naruto, I don't understand why Loki gave up like that. From here he won't lead his army. Banner, I don't see why we should focus on Loki. He lost his mind a long time ago. I'd say he's crazier than a goat. Thor, be very careful with your words. Loki may have lost his mind, but he is still from Asgard. And my brother, Natasha, he killed 80 people in 2 days outside. Endeavor says he needs to be arrested. Thor, he's adopted. They're laughing about it outside. Banner, I think it's on the technical side. Iridium, why do they need that mineral? Tony, as a stabilizing agent entering with Coulson, it means the portal won't collapse like the one in S.H.I.E.L.D. No hard feelings. Beach Boy passing. Thor, how well you throw. Another thing you can do is open a wider portal, and with the duration Loki wants. Raise the main mast. Unfurl the sails. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. sees it. That man is playing Galaga outside the BNHA. People laugh a little. He thought we didn't see him, but yes, at that he covers one eye with his hand. How does Fury see this side? Hill, turning. Tony, how he doesn't get tired. Off screen. Several people laughed at the joke. Stain, it's irritating. Aizawa, he's too much like Mike for being unbearable. Naruto, believe me, they will admire it later. That left him with doubts as Stain closed his eyes suspiciously and Todoroki drew up his theories. Fuyumi and Hinata, you look good in your uniform, Naruto-kun. Naruto, thank you, with a slight blush. Boruto, it's America's ass. He at that. Naruto lightly hits him on the arm. Ouch. He. On screen. Tony, Agent Barton will find the rest of the materials very easily. There's only one component I see missing, and that's the power source. Looking at the aircraft's interface system maps, of high density, something that, by placing a sort of hexagon in the area, will power the cube. Hill, when he became an expert in thermonuclear astrophysics. Tony, last night. The documents, Selvig's notes, the extraction theories. Was I the only one who read everything? Naruto, Loki needs a special power source. Banner, you must heat the cube to 120 million Kelvin to break the Coulomb barrier. Tony, unless Selvig has discovered how to stabilize the quantum tunneling effect. Banner, well, if he manages to do that, he will have an ion fusion in any reactor on the planet. Tony, finally someone who speaks my language. Off screen. The smartest people in the room were speechless. Meihatsum, Shields and Nizu were amazed. Such discoveries were extremely complicated to make even with quirks, while the elemental nations were steaming from so much scientific information. Orochimaru, this is progress, taking note of everything. Kiba, in Spanish, please, with his eyes spiraling. Kankuro, there is no system. Danzo, if I decipher those principles I could have more worlds under my hand, all for the good of Konoha, he thought greedily. Besides, he won't be able to stop me since I am Konoha. Naruto, I'll have to prepare the Avengers Initiative. Thinking seriously, All Might, after this I would like to talk to you. All Might, LOL, of course, Captain. On screen. Tony, it's a pleasure. Dr. Banner, shaking hands. Your work on the anti-electron collision is unparalleled, and I admire the way you lose control and transform into a huge green monster. Banner, thank you. Awkward. Fury, Dr. Banner will only help us track the cube. Maybe you can help him. Naruto, let's start with Loki's stake. It may be magical, but its function is similar to Hydra's weapons. Fury, I have no idea about that, but the cube is his source of power. I also want to know how he managed to transform two brilliant minds into his faithful flying monkeys. Thor, monkeys? I don't understand. Naruto, I do. Everyone would put on a serious face, while Tony would roll his eyes. Naruto, I did understand the reference. Off screen, everyone would have blank faces. Naruto, don't blame me. I spent 70 years asleep, frozen in ice. Everyone softened their gaze, although some began to laugh like retarded seals. On screen. After that, Tony would look at Banner. Tony, shall we play doctor? Banner, this way, sir. After that, the guy Tony caught playing Galaga would reopen his game, while Tony and Banner analyzed Loki's scepter with machinery adapted for gamma radiation. The screen turns off. Oh, well, it's off for now. Presenter, take a break. We'll be back with the world after a few messages. Chapter 18. After the break that the security guard decided to give his guests, we can see everyone in the living room. Kawaki, mother, don't do that, blushing as he watches his mother act pervertedly with Naruto. Boruto, mom, there are children seeing the Hyuga do the same. At that, Naruto realizes something. Menma, his brother, was not there until he saw him talking to an orange-haired girl from the world of heroes. The karateka, caught herself a cute suitor, although I have the oldest kissing the oldest Uzumaki. Naruto reciprocated the kiss while signaling Boruto to analyze the plague of Konoha. Stain, Captain. Naruto, yes, separating from Endeavor's daughter after she took Mount Lady. Stain, I usually kill fake heroes, but since you're making one suffer, I like you. Anyway, the screen is about to light up. Thus, the young Uzumaki, along with his girlfriends and the children he hadn't assigned to spy on Konoha's mummies, and his greedy excuse for a father, entered the room, while everyone was waiting in anticipation of what they would see next. The screen began to broadcast images and sounds. On screen, Tony and Bruce were analyzing Loki's spear in detail, but at the pace they were going it would take a long time. But, according to Tony, They were able to increase the speed of the machine's analysis while they talked about the help that Stark Industries could give Bruce, in addition to the fact that the millionaire would poke Bruce to test something, the result being an annoyed Naruto reprimanding Stark for his recklessness. Knowing that anger can unleash the Hulk and on a helicarrier several meters high in the sky, it would not be pretty outside. Many agreed with him. Also Tony would see a little of the doctor's form of self-control while Naruto confronted him seriously about the situation. Naruto, it's all a joke to you. Tony, yes, it makes me laugh. Naruto, risking the lives of ship personnel is no fun. No offense, Doc. Bruce, oh don't worry, I wouldn't have come up if I didn't tolerate pointy things. Tony, you're too cautious, you have to relax. Naruto, and you focus on the problem, Mr. Stark. Tony, I don't. Why did Fury bring us together now? Why not before? Why doesn't he tell us more? I don't have the equation, just the variables. Naruto, do you think he's hiding information from us? Tony, he's a spy, Captain. He's the spy. His secrets have secrets. It bothers him too, pointing at Bruce. Bruce, I just want to finish this here and go home. Naruto, Doctor? Bruce. A warm light for humanity. Loki thus offended Fury by talking about the cube. Naruto, yes, I heard it. Bruce, I think the comment was more for you, pointing at Stark, assuming Barton hasn't told Loki about the tower. It was all over the media. Naruto, Stark Tower? That hideous Tony only sees it, the building in New York? Bruce, it works with an arc reactor, a self-sustaining energy. It will supply itself for what? A year? Tony, it's just a prototype. We're the only ones working with clean energy. That's what we want to achieve. Bruce, so why didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. involve him in the Tesseract project? I don't understand why they're in the energy industry. Off-screen, the smarter ones figured out why the Tesseract was created. Tony, I'll take a look at that as soon as my decoder finishes accessing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secrets, looking at a screen in his hands. Naruto, wait, you said? Tony, Jarvis started spreading it when I entered the bridge. In a few hours, we'll have all the dark secrets S.H.I.E.L.D. has tried to hide. A BlackBerry? Naruto, and you still wonder why they don't want you around here? Tony, an intelligence organization that fears intelligence is historically not great. Naruto, I think Loki wants to separate us. This man is looking to start a war, and if we're careless, he'll succeed. We have orders. We must follow them. Tony, obeying is not my style. Off-screen, Nizu, S.H.I.E.L.D. hides many things side. Naruto, that's why I don't get along with the government. Boruto, it's family. Kushina, we are Uzumakis. Nobody orders us around, she said with great pride. Tobirama, I remember when the apathetic emo Madara wanted to send Mito, the response wasn't nice at all. Myth, what? Feeling the eyes on her. Ida, but not following the rules is villainous. Naruto, boy, I'll tell you this. If the rules order you to retire as a hero, and you have to let innocent civilians die, would you let them? Ida, well, Ida.exe has stopped working fainting. Izuku, no way. Mirio, that won't happen if the orders can be saved to hell. Gran Torino, that's why I don't support Tashinori. On the orders of the commission he has left people behind, colleagues and civilians. That surprise stain. The fact is that I really think as an old man, if our world implemented the licenses of heroism, a laminated cardboard, a law, a plastic card dictates us as heroes. Hearing this, Stain faced a moral dilemma. It's well known that not all heroes are true heroes, but hearing an old man, retired from heroism, speak his mind almost bluntly in a metaphorical way made him reconsider his doctrine. Did all those he killed deserve to die? Did he perhaps choose the wrong target? On screen, Naruto, and you only care about your style? Tony, of the men present, who is wearing a beautiful suit that shines and is in the way. Bruce, Naruto, tell me that at least this doesn't seem suspicious to you. Naruto would think about it for a moment, and their words made a lot of sense. Naruto, just look for the cube. After that, Naruto would leave the lab, think for a bit, and instead of going in one direction, he would go in the opposite direction, while Tony and Bruce talked about their personal situations, their accidents. The blonde just headed toward a vault, coming across a blast door. Off-screen, All Might, I know that's not right, but Naruto, All Might, governments and those organizations always have secrets, some very dark. If you are a hero, your job is to defeat them, Because as I see it, even villains can be behind an office unnoticed directing the good guys on a chessboard. Izuku would open his eyes. Perhaps the heroism commission was dirty? Along with Bakugo, Todoroki and Kirishima accompanied by Mirio and Aizawa, they read after Ares rescues some documents from Sir that mentioned Lady Nagant as a heroine, but the records mentioned her as a villain. There was a cat locked here. Note if you want for the harem, on the screen. Naruto, using sheer brute force, would open the armored door, bumping into several boxes until something on an upper subfloor caught his attention, so he would jump to that place. Elsewhere, a pair of trucks can be seen emerging from an underground base, while in the transport trailer Selvig worked with other scientists on the machines. On the helicarrier, Thor spoke with Coulson about his situation on Earth after his first arrival, worrying about his former love Jane Foster, catching up on what had happened, and praying that Selvig wouldn't suffer Loki's wrath after his work ended. He only had to say something mature for a battle-loving god, to talk to Fury about war and trying to avoid it through diplomacy. Thor, Loki is a prisoner. Fury, and why does it seem like he's here because he wants to? The screen turns off. Shikamaru, troublesome realizing. Ino, what's going on? Shikamaru, they are seeing and not seeing. Izuku, he let himself be captured. Shoto, suspecto. Shikamaru, he didn't put up any resistance, so his plans are different. The Watchman, well, we'll take a break to go to the bathroom, and then we'll continue. Chapter 19. Everyone had left to relieve themselves and take the call of nature, at least for the adults. After relieving themselves, the children staged a commando raid on the candy store and stocked up on candy, sweets, and drinks. After the break, everyone was in the living room waiting for the screen. Presenter, well, since everyone is already prepared. Naruto, son, he whispered, watch so you can defend the family. Boruto, yes, father. The Watchman, make yourselves comfortable, we're about to begin. On screen, after Fury's words, the location changes inside the helicarrier, to Loki's own cell, a cell intended in security cases to retain Hulk, while Natasha and Loki had a very interesting talk, with Loki discovering the relationship between Black Widow and Agent Romanoff, her connection to the past, especially that of the spy for having worked for enemies of S.H.I.E.L.D., being saved by Barton himself. The same one that said organization had sent the Falcon to kill her. Loki was always perceptive and managed to get her to talk and show her all the truth that he managed to get Barton to tell her about the redhead, while Naruto in the room where he went found drawers with weapons adapted to use the energy of the Tesseract, weapons that had a skull with tentacles very familiar to him, the old Hydra weapons. In the cell, Loki would threaten to use Barton to kill Natasha and then kill him slowly and painfully, only for the agent to say monster, which made the god of deception smile as he said a few words to address Banner, capturing the Black Widow, which is what he wanted. Off-screen, Madara, awaken the big guy. Endeavor, bring the other subject. Minato, Danzo, yes, perhaps we can see how to create a weapon of that caliber. That comment made several people tense up and get angry. Only one boy stood up. He was wearing a cap with little horns and red sneakers like a certain freckled broccoli-haired boy. Danzo. Oh, what do we have here trying to grab it? Kota just made a move and Danzo fell to the ground, fainting from the pain after receiving the hardest punch anyone could endure in the jewels. Everyone except Izuku would clutch their groin with a sharp phantom pain. Izuku, hey rookies, Shoto, and this is said by the one who suffered it first. Minato and Hamura, kill him. The Umbus would stop to kill Kota, but Naruto and Izuku would get up, putting Kota behind them. So the Umbus must have retreated because more than one is sore from the beating from the blonde. Present Mike, let's continue. On screen, in the search room, Banner and Stark can be seen working while Fury entered the lab. Fury, what are you doing, Mr. Stark? Tony, actually we were wondering the same thing about you. Fury, I thought they were locating the Tesseract. Bruce, that's what we do, we set the parameter, and we're already waiting for the signal. When it registers we'll locate it within a half-mile radius showing a map of the world. Tony, they will recover the cube without any problems or hassle. At that point Tony's program receives information by emitting a sound. What is Phase 2? Fury would simply sigh. Naruto, Phase 2 is for S.H.I.E.L.D. to use the cube to make weapons, annoyingly placing a weapon on the table. Sorry, I couldn't wait for your computer anymore. Fury, Rogers, I gathered everything related to the Tesseract. Trying to calm and dissuade it doesn't mean. Tony, excuse me, Nick, were you lying to me? Showing me the plans for a Tesseract-powered missile. Naruto, I was wrong, Director Fury. The world hasn't changed as Natasha and Thor entered the room. Off-screen, Anoki, so Amra's Izuku, looks like we were right. Aizawa, what is the Commission hiding with this? All Might said nothing. He knew many things about the Commission and kept quiet. Many innocent people died at their hands and he defended the Commission. His gaze was on the ground nervously, while Stain looked at him inquisitively. On screen, Bruce, did you know about this? Looking at Natasha, perhaps the most appropriate thing would be to get away from this environment, Doctor. Bruce, I was in Calcutta far enough away. Natasha, Loki is manipulating him. Bruce, and what are you supposed to do? Natasha, I didn't seduce him to accompany me, did I, Doctor? Bruce, I'm not leaving because this is making them nervous. Now, why is S.H.I.E.L.D. using the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction? That froze the heroes, and those who knew history only related it to two things, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Fury, because of him pointing at Thor. Thor mine? Fury, last year, our world had a visitor from another planet whose massive battle devastated a small town. We discovered not only that we're not alone, but that our weapons are ineffective against them. Thor, my people only want peace with their planet. Fury, they're not the only people that exist, are they? And they're not the only threat. The world is full of people that no one can defeat, nor control. Naruto, how did they control the cube? Thor, his work with the Tesseract was what attracted Loki and his allies. They are announcing to all the worlds that Earth is ready for a more advanced war. Naruto, more advanced? Fury, we were forced to act, we had to propose. Tony, nuclear deterrence. That helps calm any conflict that caught the attention of Nizu and the Kages. They knew about the Jinchurikis as deterrent weapons, but nuclear? Fury, remind me how you tamed your Stark fortune. Naruto, if I made weapons I would still be an important part. Tony, hey wait for me, why is it about me now? Naruto, sorry it isn't always like that. Thor, I thought humans were more evolved. Fury, excuse me, we went to your planet to blow things up? Thor, they treat their defenders with distrust. Natasha, are you really that naive? S.H.I.E.L.D. monitors potential dangers. Bruce, is Captain America being watched? He would ask sarcastically. Natasha, everyone is under surveillance. Fury, this is none of your business, Doctor. Behind them, the scepter glowed blue as if influencing everyone in the room, while also chanting their location to Loki's brainwashed allies. Tony, wait, are you on the list? Looking at Naruto, off-screen, Shikamaru the scepter. Naruto, well-deduced Nara. Izuku oh. Stain, this is much worse, it only confirms government actions, anti-heroes monitored in a certain way, symbols of peace monitored, heroes the same, the only ones who are free from that are the villains. Nizu the licenses, with them we are monitored. The entire UA was in a dilemma, its society was so rotten, not from a civil perspective but heroic, if you can put it that way. Without a license, you're a villain even if you do something good, but with a license, doing the same thing, you're a hero. What the hell was going on in society with that system? Anoki, not even we would do that. Naruto, Danzo does it, his roots have a seal on his tongue that controls them to prevent him from being framed. Danzo, how do you know? Seriously, Naruto, do you remember Sai? Danzo, yes. Naruto, after you sent him to kill me as a child, when he refused you blew his head off, activating that seal. The heroes were horrified, Stain as well. From the League of Villains Dabi and Toga shuddered. Spinner was in a moral dilemma. He followed the Stain doctrine and the government created false heroes including All Might by using licenses. AFO and Shigaraki found that seal interesting, manipulating your allies avoiding betrayals. That was new and fascinating. On screen, a Quinjet was approaching with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents owned by Loki towards the helicarrier. While in the laboratory they continued arguing. Thor, they talk about control when they only attract chaos. Bruce, this is your modus operandi gaining everyone's attention. Let's see what this is, a team? No, it's not a chemical mixture that produces chaos, we're a time bomb. Fury, you have to step aside. Tony, why don't you let the man release tension by placing his arm on Naruto? Naruto, you know why he can't removing his arm close your mouth. Tony, maybe you want to force me. Naruto would only face him face to face. Naruto, yes, very strong with that armor and without it what are you? Tony, a genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. Naruto, many people who don't have that are worth 10 of you. I've seen the videos. You only fight for yourself. You're incapable of sacrificing yourself for others, of lying on the wire and letting others walk all over you. Tony, I would cut that wire. Naruto, always a way out. Maybe you're not a threat, but stop pretending you're a hero. Tony, a hero? Just like you. You're an experiment in Roger's lab, which made you special and strong, wine from a bottle. Outside the helicarrier, off-screen, everyone, uncomfortable. Boruto, that old man annoying. Nizu, this is going badly. Stain, I don't like this. On-screen. In the Quinjet, the rear door would open, revealing Hawkeye with a bow which would aim directly at one of the helicarrier's turbines remaining on the wall, flickering. In the laboratory, Naruto and Tony were still face to face. Naruto, put on your suit. Let's see who wins. Thor, ha 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 ha, you guys are so banal and dwarves. Bruce, yes, we are a great team. Fury, Agent Romanoff escorts Dr. Banner back to. Bruce, where to? To my room? They rented it. Fury, the cell was only in case. Bruce, in case you have to kill me, but it's useless. I already tried. Everyone looks at him. I'm fed up. I didn't want to feel pain anymore, so I put a gun to my mouth and pulled the trigger, to put a bullet in my mouth, and the other guy spit it out. I continued with my life. I focused on helping other people. I was fine, until you guys put me in this absurd circus and put everyone at risk. I'll tell you my secret, Agent Romanoff. What do I do to stay calm? The agents were going to take up arms for some reason. Naruto, Dr. Banner, the one mentioned, sees it, put the scepter on the table. Without anyone noticing, the doctor had already taken Loki's scepter, and then the warning buzzers began to sound at the appearance of the Tesseract. Tony, there it is. Bruce, sorry, gentlemen, I think there won't be a show after all. Thor, you have located the Tesseract. Tony would try to get out. Thor, the Tesseract belongs to Asgard. No human can control it. Naruto would take Tony. Naruto, you won't go alone. Tony, you're going to avoid it. Naruto, suit up and find out. Bruce, it can't be. Outside, Barton would pull a trigger on the bow, causing the arrow to detonate and destroy the engine of one of the helicarrier's turbines. The affected area would be the laboratory, causing several to fall to the ground and others like Natasha and Bruce to go to another room on a lower level. The screen turns off. The kids, yes, action when they saw that the screen turned off. Right at the best part. Strangely enough, Naruto had a vision. He saw his son Boruto carrying Captain America's shield in front of Tony Stark's disciple, Spider-Man. He dismissed that, but suspected that both in the future had their own civil war. Chapter 20. After the screen went black and the children were angry and making a deep mess, while Kawaki activated his ice quirk, surprising everyone, especially the Todorokis. Naruto, son. Kawaki, S.I. Naruto, stay calm, okay? Breathe with me, making him calm down better? Kawaki, S.I. Fuyumi, are you okay? Kawaki, yes, mom. That froze Todoroki and Dabi, the watchman. So he activated his quirk, huh? Nizu, what's going on? The Watcher, remember the blood sample I asked for? Everyone nods and the smart ones realize well that changed Kawaki's genetic code to a mix of Uzumaki-san and Miss Fuyumi. A sound of something breaking was heard in the room. They were going to give it importance, but someone had to screw it up. Endeavor, I hope it's strong. Boruto, that's all you care about, old man? Endeavor, as long as I can surpass All Might, I don't care. Shoto at that moment would hit his father, knocking him to the ground. Shoto, I can tolerate you using me as a weapon, that you separated me from my brothers, that surprised everyone and made Dabi feel bad, that you drove mom crazy for everything you've done. But this is one of the things I will never forgive you for, separating me from my older brother Toya, making Dabi feel bad. Because Shoto said it, crying with anger, along with the fact that you will not do anything to my nephew. Endeavor, you don't give me orders. Weapon failed, catching his breath. Shoto was going to jump but was stopped by Dabi. Shoto, let me go. He ruined everything and he's a hero. The government knew it and no one ever took away his license. Dabi, no, little brother, surprising everyone. It's time for your older brother to protect you while holding him back. Shoto, and I said, turning around, and no, can't it be? Dabi, calm down now. I'm here starting to cry. I'm sorry for the times I wanted to kill you just to make him suffer, and not see that I hurt you by leaving and becoming a villain. Shoto would just punch him in the stomach. Shoto, do you think it's easy for me? I was putting up with the old man waiting for my older brother to save me, and I found out that he wanted to kill me on several occasions. Am I a bucking object for you too? Stain, and to think you followed my doctrine. Look at you, You did a lot of damage, and he is a potential true hero despite his lineage seriously trying to stop. Stain's words, but especially Shoto's, hit Dabi hard. They made him feel like shit. He did what a coward would do, go somewhere else, instead of facing things properly. But he was stopped. Shoto, this time you won't leave hugging him. I lost you once. I won't let my brother leave again. Dabi only reciprocated the gesture little by little. Dabi, I'm sorry, for everything. Forgive me, little brother, for everything. You are not an object, you are not a weapon. I am sorry I failed you. I failed in my duty as an older brother, to protect my younger brother. Naruto, well done. No one noticed the dejected, heartbroken Hawks. The Watcher, we'd better keep watching. On screen, after the explosion on the helicarrier, everyone was feeling the effects of it. On the transport, the camouflage system was deactivated as it began to lose altitude. Naruto, put on your suit. Tony, yes, okay. Both would leave as they were closest to the door, while the shield security system began to prepare the weapons to defend the helicarrier. Hill, engine number 3 is damaged. Agent, there's a fire in engine 3. Hill, give me the test results. Agent 2, engine 3's turbine is damaged, but it's impossible to get out while in the air to repair it. Hill, we won't be in the air if they damage another turbine. Someone's going to have to go out and fix it, using the communicator. Fury, Stark, did you hear? Tony, I'll take care of it. Fury, Coulson, initiate lockdown on the detention center, then head to the armory. Romanov, with the Black Widow. She was trapped by debris on both legs as Bruce began to writhe. Natasha, everything is fine. She sees Bruce. Everything is in order, right? At the landing zone, a stolen Queen jet landed and several soldiers exited it heading towards the attack, accompanied by Barton. Off-screen, All Might, this is very bad. Mr. Bruce is somewhat. Naruto, angry, he said simply. Everyone sees it. Boruto, so we'll see Hulk? Naruto, it's not funny if I tell you the truth, giving a trademark Uzumaki smile. Boruto only smiled back, making several girls from classes 1A and 1B of UA blush. Ibara, it's cute, she thought. Hagakure, Fufufufyu, not bad going out with the captain's son, she thought. Kinoko, if this is the father, how will the son be? He, she thought, blushing. On screen, the newcomers would knock down one of the ventilation ducts, while the infiltrators entered the helicarrier. Barton, neutralize the engine. Soldier, yes sir. Barton, turn off the cameras. Soldier 2, yes. Barton, don't go away. In another area, Naruto and Tony were heading to a place. Tony, engine 3, see you there. Naruto would leave for the area while Tony activated his armor with a digital control. With Natasha and Bruce, Banner kept moving to try to calm himself down. Natasha, doctor trying to free herself. Hey Bruce? Seeing how he got up while breathing heavily, you have to resist. It's what Loki wants. Everything will be okay. Listen to me. Worker, are you hurt? Natasha worriedly signals them to leave, while both workers leave and she continues trying to calm Bruce down. Natasha, I won't abandon you, okay? While Bruce breathed and groaned loudly, I swear on my life that I'm going to get you out of here. You're going to be okay. Bruce, your life. Annoyed and with a deep, almost distorted voice. After that, Bruce began to grow in size, his clothes shredding, while his skin turned green. Seeing this, Natasha began to fight to remove the debris and avoid being trapped. After finishing growing and turning his skin green, a tank was dented by the beast with a single blow, while it roared, making Loki smile in his cell. Natasha would manage to remove the debris and stand up while she saw the big guy, the strongest Avenger, the Incredible Hulk. Off-screen, AFO, wonderful. Danzo, amazing, if we can get him. Hamiara, it's a great weapon for Konoha. All Might, holy cap. Izuku, transforms like All Might but not at will. But Bakugo, with anger. Kirishima, bro, just in case, don't get angry. Bakugo, but I'm calm. Shine. Stain, what a monster. Ida, SS, he looks like a villain with fear. Naruto, kid, do you think appearances make you a hero? Ida, yes. Naruto, I feel sorry for you. It's obvious that your society is in very bad shape. Nizu, what does he mean? Naruto, let's see heroes with a license to act, that is, public officials, since they do not deserve that title. Because a plastic with a government seal does not make you a hero. Racism and discrimination against you and your various quirks or against those who do not have them. Selectivity and segregation. Also do not be offended, students. But being a hero is more than having a license, a company and doing press. The top heroes present were furious about it, including All Might. Aizawa was not bothered because he was nocturnal, almost like a watchman, and the teachers had various reactions. All Might, how dare you! All the students and Stain saw the reaction of the peace symbol. Izuku, is All Might just a celebrity? He wondered incredulously. Stain, did I judge wrong? Did I not investigate well? He thought, not wanting to believe what he was seeing. Naruto, dare me to what? Tell the truth. All Might, yes. Naruto, believe me, you need much more to call yourself a hero. Your actions maintain a peace, but it is not ephemeral, it will go away. You are not a god, All Might, but Midoriya Shonen will soon be there to give that peace after I retire. Izuku, All Might, am I an object? All Might, yes, and then he realizes what he said and it's not true. Midoriya S. Shonen. Izuku, yes it was, he said with a broken voice. He felt used. The former bearers were truly disappointed, saving Nana since she shared the same vision as All Might. The eighth bearer had been corrupted. The essence of the hero had been extinguished. Naruto, seeing this, approached the boy and hugged him. Class 1A would begin to leave with him, saving Ida, Ahoyama, Mineta. Class B, saving Monoma, Aways, Shishida, and 2 others had left with Naruto. Of the teachers, Aizawa, Midnight, Present Mike, they left that side along with 13 with the green-haired boy. Nothing would be the same anymore. Stain, I only see public servants. They are heroes, seeing how the top, Mirko, Ryukyu, the Hussy Cats, the children, Mount Lady, Gang Orca, Edgeshot went with Naruto. The Stain doctrine no longer exists. I was wrong. Everyone who joined the League of Villains for that ideology decided to leave it, while Shigaraki watched this with many emotions: joy, fury, satisfaction, anger. The Watcher, let's keep watching. On screen, Natasha, seeing this and being noticed by Hulk, who was truly upset, would begin to run, followed by the monster, while wherever she passed everything was destroyed. In the control room, Fury, redirect the ship 180 degrees south, head for the ocean. Helmsman, we're flying blind, we need to recalibrate the navigation equipment. Fury, has the sun risen yet? Helmsman, yes sir. Fury, well, put the sun on your left, and fly. The helmsman would do as requested. Take us to the ocean. We'll crash if they damage another turbine. With Naruto, the captain had arrived at the area of Turbine 3, while some soldiers were removing a wounded man. Naruto, Stark. Seeing the panorama of destruction, Stark, I'm here. Tony, okay, flying closer. What do we have? I need to reactivate the cooling system if I want to access the engines so I can remove the debris. Taking a piece and rearranging it, go to the engine control panel and tell me which relays indicate overheating. Tony would enter the turbine area, while Naruto would have to jump to get where he should, performing several acrobatics despite being several thousand meters above sea level. Upon arriving, Naruto would open a control panel, seeing too many cables. Tony, what can you see inside through the communicator? Naruto, apparently this works with electricity. Tony, well, sighing, that's correct. At the same time, Natasha was hiding from Hulk while he appeared, growling at her, causing the agent to shoot a gas pipe and flee, followed by a very annoyed Hulk, where in the chase, due to his size, he would damage several things. Off-screen, the kids, Sug, seeing Naruto's acrobatics. Orochimaru, not even in my craziest experiments do I have something with so many things. Looking at the control panel, when everyone saw Hulk and his reactions, many called him a monster. The civilians villain, those in the top who didn't go with Naruto, and something amazing to see. On screen, Natasha continued running, chased by Hulk until he would hit her, sending her against the wall. But luckily for the agent, Thor would go through the wall, taking Hulk and ending up in a hangar with several people, who would begin to leave, while Thor tried to reason and Hulk hit him, starting a fight. In the Engine 3 area, Tony was clearing the debris with his repulsor ray to gain access to the turbine. Naruto, the relays are intact, he spoke through the radio, while we returned with the blonde. What's the next step? Tony, this thing won't start on its own, I'm going to have to give it a push. Naruto, when the turbine turns, it will tear you to pieces. Tony, if the control unit reverses the polarity, the maglev will deactivate and give me. At this point, many had spirals in their eyes. Naruto, speak clearly, okay? Tony, you see the red lever, while Naruto sees a lever on the other side of the cliff. It will give me enough time to get out. Now go there and wait for my signal. In the hangar, Hulk and Thor would start fighting while destroying a couple of aircrafts. In the command room, Fury, evacuate the lower hangar completely, analyzing some maps. Hill would go to carry out the order when some grenades would enter the area and detonate. Hill, Grenada. Fury would draw his gun as two soldiers wearing shield uniforms entered, and Fury would greet them by shooting and hitting them, and a third would be taken down by Hill with a shot to the head. Warning alarms sounded with the clarification of the invaders' attire, while Hulk and Thor continued their fight. Hill, Mr. Hulk will destroy the whole place. Fury, I want him distracted. Hill, escort 60 fly towards the hostile target and fire without getting too close. Outside the helicarrier, a plane began to approach the hangar while flying on its axis like the Sea Harrier planes. Pilot, target in sight. Watching Hulk beat up Thor, attacking target, pulling a trigger. The plane would open fire on Hulk while Thor took cover, and the monster would approach the window and jump towards the aircraft. Pilot, angry target, angry target. Hulk would get on the plane and start destroying it, so the pilot would eject to be taken by the monster and thrown away, activating the parachute. Off-screen, Momo, oh my god, he beat a god. Many people found what the pilot said funny. Ibra, it's good that you're on our side. The Watcher, for now looking at universes like Planet Hulk, Old Man Hulk, and the like. On screen, Tony would use a laser to eliminate the damaged turbine, while Naruto, while waiting, had problems with the invaders who were shooting at him and throwing grenades, so after throwing one and it exploded in the air, he would throw himself against the soldiers, throwing one off the cliff, while another appeared shooting at him, making the blonde dodge and grab a gun while shooting. In the control room, the invaders who wanted to enter were killed until Barton, with 3 arrows, 2 explosive and 1 hacking, disabled Engine 1. Computer, Engine 1 disabled. The helicarrier would begin to fall while Fury gave the news of what was happening, with Barton heading to the detention level, being received by Natasha. In Engine 3, Tony was starting to spin the turbine of Engine 3. Fury, Stark, we're losing altitude over the communicator. Tony, yeah. I already noticed that. Naruto continued fighting against the enemy soldier while he fired, causing the ground to break and Naruto to be thrown into the precipice. But fortunately he would grab a cable and remain hanging outside. Kushina fainted and Minato cheered, earning the hateful looks of his children. At the level of arrests, Thor went to see that they wouldn't release Loki, but he would be late, and with an illusion he would be trapped in the cell. Loki, how many times will you fall for the same trick, seeing the god trapped in the cell? In another area, Natasha faced Spartan to stop him, or, failing that, see if it was possible to bring him to the right side. Thor would hit the glass of the cage with his hammer, but this would cause a system of pistons to begin to give way. Loki, humans believe us to be immortal, laughing a little, do you want to check it out? Before he pressed the button on the cage, Coulson would appear with a gun threatening him, while the Loki in front of him disappeared and the real one appeared behind him, burying the spear in the agent. Thor, no. Thor would stare angrily at the god of mischief as he laughed with amusement to press a red button and make the cell fly out of the helicarrier, while Coulson addresses him a few words and fires the prototype weapon at him, to die. With Natasha, the Black Widow was facing Barton, whom she had disarmed by saving him with a knife, until the woman slammed the agent against a pipe, causing him to regain consciousness and, just in case, knocking him out with another blow. Motor 3. Stark was spinning the rotor, causing the helicarrier to slow its fall. Tony, Captain Lever. Naruto was hanging, trying to get back to the helicarrier by the cable. Naruto, I need a minute. Tony, the lever now, as he stopped pushing and was against one of the blades. Iron Man would begin to be carried by the blades, hitting everything he could with the suit, until Naruto would use the lever, making the Metal Man come out, who with the energy he had left would return to the helicarrier and attack the soldier, running out of energy in the process. In the takeoff area, Loki boarded a Quinjet and left the helicarrier. The screen turns off. Nobody said anything on his part. AFO, Evil triumphed. Gentlemen, ha 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 ha. Shigaraki, let's toast Sensei. AFO, Kurojairi the champagne. Kurojairi, I suggest the Chardonnay, sir. AFO, excellent. The Watchman. This continues. Chapter 21. The tension in the air was so great that a simple spoon could cut him. Izuku stood apart with his group, unsure what to do. He had admired someone who saw him as nothing more than an object. Shoto and Bakugo tried to cheer him up, feeling the same disappointment. Only Bakugo understood why he was saying it, one for all. Nana and All Might wanted to get closer and make him understand the reason for the purpose of being a symbol of peace. But the previous bearers of One for All, Kushina, Inko, Aizawa, did not let them get close to him. Spiner, why Stain, why? Stain, I was wrong. Nizu, the end justifies the means. Naruto, you know that thought is what led nations to ruin, allowed evil to triumph in places, and groups of heroes to separate. Remembering civil war, there is still time. That path only generates discord, chaos, and distrust. The Watcher, well, I think it's better to continue. On screen, Thor was falling to the ground because despite there being signs of the sea, he would crash against a rocky surface. So after several efforts, he would decide to take his hammer and jump, destroying the cell to get out, just before he crashed into the rocks. While through the exit he would crash into a field. Off-screen, Momo, are the gods mortals? Ibara, that is not possible, God is eternal. The Watcher, you can see them as you like. After that he thought, and if you stop believing in them, they fade away and die. On screen, on the helicarrier, Fury was trying to care for Coulson, who was dying, leaving as his last words, Coulson, this wouldn't have worked, not without giving them something to. Coulson would stop talking as he died, while Fury would lower his head in pain, to stand and let the doctors check and give the warning, while the helicarrier's doctors attended to the rest of the personnel's injuries. Fury, we lost Agent Coulson. Agent, we have already sent a medical team to your location. Fury, they're here. While Natasha, Naruto, Tony were surprised they arrived late. Off-screen, Anoki, he was a good man. Hiruzen, if you see that, your eyes say it. Madara, someone to respect. Hashirama, we must have faith, his death will not be in vain. Tobirama, save the positivism for a moment, bro. Tsunade, for the agent, raising a shot glass in a sign of respect. Several others followed suit, including Stain, Dabi, Spiner, who decided to leave the League of Villains, the heroes who supported Naruto, and the students. Nizu, out of respect, did the same. On screen, boardroom, Tony, Naruto, and Fury can be seen in the room, while silence was present in the room. Fury, I found this in Coulson's jacket, leaving some Naruto cards with the cap suit. I think he couldn't get your signature. Throwing them on the table, we're frozen in midair. Our communications, the location of the cube. Banner, Thor, I have nothing for you and I've lost my only good eye. This was heard by everyone while Naruto saw the blood-stained letter. Off-screen, many found the photo funny, while Menma, Shiro, both Boruto, Himawari and Kawaki wanted one, something that the Watcher would give them. Midnight, what muscles, she thought, blushing. You, tranquil. Fuyumi, she's so hexy, she thought. Kawaki, Mom, he said with shame. Shoto, calm down nephew, women are weird. Dabi, if there's a reason I don't have a girlfriend yet, and Toga isn't my type, while he looked at a blushing snake tamer. On screen, Fury, I knew this was coming. The atmosphere was bad, not even a joke could be made. Yes, we were thinking of building an arsenal with the Tesseract, but I never focused on that project, because I went with a riskier project. An idea arose and Stark-nosed Naruto would look at Tony, called the Avengers Initiative. The idea was to find and gather a group of exceptional people, and try to turn them into something more, see if they could join together when we needed help, to fight the battles that we could not win. Phil Coulson died firmly believing in that idea, in heroes. Tony would get up and leave the room, leaving Naruto somewhat surprised, as his face showed anger, rage, sadness, frustration. Fury, well, the idea is obsolete, right? Off-screen, Stain, so they wanted to put together a group of heroes somewhat fascinated by the idea. All Might, but what about legality? He said so they would see him as an idiot. Daigoro, and to think that you were a worthy successor to this, denying the attitude of the eighth bearer. Yorichi, the ninth at least has those values. Captain, we'll leave it to you. Naruto, if young Izuku wants, I will be there to guide him. Izuku, yes I do. On screen, in the field, Thor was approaching Mjolnir in pain. Elsewhere, voice, you fell from the sky. In an area of rubble, Banner could be seen as normal, naked, as he woke up confused, seeing the panorama of an abandoned building, destroyed by his fall as Hulk, and an old man talking to him. Bruce was only embarrassed by the situation, while analyzing if there was anyone there. Bruce, he didn't hurt anyone, right? Old man, there was no one here to hurt, although you scared many pigeons. Bruce, how lucky. Old man, oh, what good aim, you fell awake here. Bruce, did you really see it? Old man, every second, you went through the ceiling, green, big and completely naked, throwing away a change of clothes here. I thought they wouldn't fit you until you shrank to a more decent size. Bruce, thanks. Getting dressed. Old man, are you an alien? Bruce, what? Old man, An alien from space? Bruce, no. Old man, well then, go see the doctor. Off screen. AFO, ha 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 ha, wonderful. The god and the monster far away. The victory of evil is guaranteed. Boruto. Hee, that was fun. Naruto, yes, you're right. On screen. Helicarrier, infirmary ward. Barton can be seen handcuffed, while Natasha spoke to him, updating him on what happened to him, while the agent tried to stay still, due to the discomfort generated by Loki's control. Barton, how I woke up, how you moved it. Natasha, cognitive recalibration, I hit you hard on the head. Barton, thank you. Off screen. The majority, a classic. On screen. After that, Natasha would tell him what she discovered, and everything they had discovered while agreeing to go after him before he puts the plan into action, while Barton asked to pierce Loki with an arrow. Somewhere else, Tony can be seen thinking as he looked at some sort of cylinder of stairs as Naruto approached next to him. Naruto, did he have a wife? Tony, no, I was dating a cellist, I think. Naruto, I'm sorry, I thought he was a good man. Tony, he was an idiot that bothered the people outside. Naruto, why? Because I have faith? Tony, for attacking Loki alone. Naruto, he was just doing his job. Tony, Arj, it was too much for him. He had to wait, he had to. Naruto, sometimes there is no other way. Tony, yes, I already knew that. Naruto, first time you lost a soldier? Tony, we're not soldiers, I don't march at Fury's pace. Naruto, me either, he stained his hands with the same blood as Loki, but now we have to put that behind us and solve this. Loki needs a power source, if we make a. Tony, he made it personal. Naruto, that's not the point. Tony, that's the point, at least for Loki, he attacked us on a personal level. Why? Naruto, he wanted to separate us. Tony, divide and conquer is useful, but he is clear that he will win if he defeats us. He wants to defeat us and let them see him do it. He wants a turnout. Naruto, of course I saw his act in Stuttgart. Tony, if that was a preview, this is opening night and Loki is worse than a diva. He wants flowers, he wants parades. He wants a monument that reaches the sky with his name written on it, thinking carefully about where that damn thing could be. New York, Stark Tower. Dr. Selvig can be seen preparing the machine that the Tesseract will use. Off screen. May. Of course we didn't think about that. Everyone sees her and Naruto smiles at her. Melissa, what's wrong? May. It needs a power source to sustain itself for a while, and the only place I wouldn't destabilize it would be. Power loader. The arc reactor at Stark Tower. Nagato, surprising. Madara, intelligent. On screen. Helicarrier. A hatch opens and Naruto sees Natasha. Naruto, we're going. Natasha, where to? Naruto, I'll explain on the way. Can you fly one of the jets? From a curtain Barton would appear. Barton, I do. Naruto would look at Natasha, who would nod at him. Naruto, do you have a suit? Barton, yes. Naruto, then put it on. With Thor, the aforementioned would take his hammer, while on the helicarrier, Naruto would take his shield, Natasha her weapons and Clint his bow, while Tony repaired his armor. Thor in his place would raise the hammer to the sky, while a lightning bolt fell upon him, beginning to be dressed in armor. Tony would put on his moderately repaired suit, enough to get to Stark Tower, while Barton, Naruto and Natasha head to a hangar for a Quinjet. Pilot, hey, you're not authorized to be here. Naruto, son, don't even think about it. In the command room, Fury was looking at his cards as Maria Hill approached him. Hill, sir. Fury, Agent Hill. Hill. Those cards were in Agent Coulson's locker, not in his jacket. Fury, I just gave them a boost outside. Aizawa smiled, a rational lie. At that moment, they both see Tony and a Quinjet leaving the area. Loudspeakers. Unauthorized takeoff on Platform 6. Fury, they found him. Reactivate the communications systems however you can. I want eyes everywhere. Hill, yes sir. The screen turns off. The true heroes, friends and family of Naruto, YSSSSSS. Stain just gave a scream of excitement. Spiner, oh. Shigaraki. And that's the hero killer? Twice. Damn / yes, the final fight. Izuku Avengers, good name. Naruto, thank you. Bakugo, makes more sense than League of Villains, ha 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 ha. Several people laughed at that, while Shigaraki said the name was cool. Madara looked at them as if to say, are these villains? He felt pity, not shame, but pity. Minato, curse. Danzo, you better win. Loki, Hamiura and Kohara nodded. Chapter 22. The room was full of images of the Avengers, while a certain green-haired man was selling his All Might merchandise to everyone's surprise. But something that was even more surprising was seeing the hero killer do the same, saving the poster that the green-haired man took from Sir after his death. The rest sold everything, while buying certain things from Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, Hawkeye, among others. All Might, I screwed up big time, he thought. Nana, she's making Toshi doubt. That shouldn't happen. One for All's job is to stop the scrotum face, she thought, very unconvinced. Naruto. It's not too late yet, he repeated, seeing All Might trying to make him reconsider. AFO, Shigaraki, Danzo, Minato were with Loki flags. Danzo, God of Deception, wins. Minato, get rid of the scum. AFO, leave evil high. Shigaraki YSS. Naruto, how the hell is that crazy jerk-off villain? He's just a kid. If good wins he screams, cheats and all that. There are psychopathic villains and all that. But him, he simply lacks a lot, intellect, planning. If the scrotum face is his teacher, he's a terrible guy, he thought, analyzing the situation. On screen, Iron Man, after leaving the helicarrier, would be the first to fly to Manhattan, New York, the island where Stark Tower is located, with the flaws of the suit and so on. At the top of Stark Tower, the machine was working to activate the Tesseract. Jarvis, sir, I shut down the arc reactor, as I was braking in front of Selvig. But the cube is already self-supporting. Tony, turn it off, Dr. Selvig. Selvig, it's too late, she won't deactivate, she wants to show us something. A new universe. Tony, okay, preparing his repulsor rays. Tony would shoot, but a barrier would defend the cube, while Iron Man's ray returned at double power, leaving Dr. Selvig knocked out on the ground, while the roar echoed in the vicinity of the tower, drawing the attention of the citizens. Jarvis, the barrier is made of pure energy, it's impenetrable. Tony, yes, I already noticed, seeing Loki Plan B. Jarvis, sir, the Mark 7 is not ready to be activated. Tony, I'm in a hurry, forget the finishes. Tony would land on the platform as it helped remove the suit. Off-screen, the builders and scientists, 1010, Mark 7? Excited. All Might, has 7 suits? Naruto. At the moment, at that point in the story, yes. Stain, do you have more? Naruto. I think there were about 85, all of them being an updated copy of the previous one, including one specifically designed to fight Hulk. The children, Suga, Mei, hey Midoriya, let's try babies. Izuku, huh? Kirishima. History will not forget your courage and sacrifice. Soldiers striking a military pose. Ida, having memories of Vietnam from the crazy. On screen, after Tony took off his armor, he would enter the building. Loki, tell me you're here to appeal to my human side. Tony, I was actually planning to threaten you heading to a bar. Loki, you need your armor for that. Tony, yes, she is very battered and you have the flashlight of destiny pointing at the scepter of God. Something to drink? Loki, nothing will change with distractions, he would say amusedly. Tony, no, you're not threatening. You don't want one? Are you sure? I do want one. He goes to pour himself a glass of whiskey. Loki, the Chitauri are coming, heading to the window. Nothing will change that. What would I fear? Tony, to the Avengers, putting on some bracelets and pouring himself a whiskey. Loki would look at that with confusion as he approached the millionaire, playboy, philanthropist. Tony, that's what we call ourselves, a kind of team, the world's mightiest heroes. Many outside said they should be included with arrogance. Loki, yes, I already saw them. Tony, yes, I won't deny that it was hard for us to understand each other, but we have to take stock. Your brother, the demigod, a super soldier, a living legend who surpasses his own legend, a man with fearsome anger management skills. Loki moved amusedly and smiled. A pair of master assassins, and you, my dear friend, managed to annoy each and every one of them. Loki, that was the plan, trying to sound smart. Tony, not such a good plan. When they come, and they will, it will be the end of you. Loki, I have troops. Tony, we have a Hulk. Loki, I thought the beast had escaped. Tony, no, don't change the subject. There is no throne, there is no version of history where you win. Maybe your army is too strong, you caused this. And if we don't protect the Earth, I promise you we will avenge it. Off-screen, Kirishima, Tetsu, Rock Lee. He was so youthfully manly, crying manly tears. Taurus men, man. Where they came from, nobody knows. The Watcher, and who were those? Presenter, nobody important. On screen, Tony would take a sip of whiskey as Loki approached him. Loki, and will your friends have time for me when they're busy fighting you? Using the scepter on the reactor in his chest, failing in the attempt, he would try again and nothing it used to work. Tony, well, technical problems are quite common. 1 in 5 high. Loki would grab Tony by the neck and throw him against the window. Tony, Jarvis, whenever you want getting up in pain. Loki would take him by the neck again. Loki, you will all fall before me. Tony, unfold it while in a door something seemed to open. At the same time that Loki lifted him by the neck unfolded. Loki would throw Tony off the building, making him fall, while the Mark 7 would shoot out of the door at the same time Loki was knocking to rescue the millionaire. The suit would detach some readers and thanks to Tony's bracelets, it would begin to assemble itself, and when it finished 2 meters from the ground it would recompose itself and return to the top of the tower. Tony, and there's another person you made angry pointing the repulsor ray. His name was Phil, shooting the ray at him. Off screen. Melissa and May, that was amazing. Konohamaru, Naruto and I, that's incredible, but when you get to the fight. Naruto, soon friend stirring his head. Boruto, not bad. All Might, with that technology he could beat AFO, he thought. AFO, nothing that some nomus can't solve. Serious. Shigaraki, tisk, he cheated, scratching like a man. On screen, the Tesseract would be activated as a beam was fired about 5 kilometers high from Stark Tower. A portal would open while some species of ships would come out through it while being mounted by some rather strange beings. Tony, right, the troops while changing the helmet interface. Iron Man would rise against the Chitauri while some managed to get out of his sight and attack the city while attacking Iron Man, so that he could take out some mini missiles from the armor's shoulder pads and launch them, finishing off several of them. People in the streets looked on in bewilderment at the situation, while shots were fired at them, causing panic and running of civilians. The disaster was immense. People ran to take shelter as they could, hiding in bars, buildings, underground, while Loki walked victoriously until he reached the tip of the disarming system of Stark's armor, revealing the god's armor. To his expected surprise, thunder resounded throughout the area while Thor landed on the tower. Thor, Loki! Pointing the hammer, deactivate the Tesseract, or I will destroy it. Loki, you can't. Pointing the scepter, nothing will deactivate it. All we have left is war, smiling psychopathically. Thor, you asked for it. Loki jumped into a fight with his brother, as both Asgardians went all out on each other. In the streets, the police responded, arriving at the scene to try to help and distract the Chitauri, despite the panic among the civilians. Meanwhile, Iron Man flew over them while being pursued by 3 ships. Nearby, the Quinjet was approaching. Natasha, we're on your right heading northeast. Tony, did you get burgers before? Sarcastically, go to park, I'll take you there. Tony would begin to head towards another area where more Chitauri ships were joining in the pursuit, passing by Stark Tower where both Asgardians were fighting fiercely. Tony, Iron Man was traveling between buildings being followed by several ships, while nearby the Quinjet would reveal a weapon waiting to see enemies to attack. As Tony passed by, they would open fire, destroying several ships. Jarvis, sir, another group is approaching. Tony, okay, I'll keep them busy. The Quinjet was destroying all nearby ships as it approached Stark Tower. In the tower, Thor struggled with everything, as did Loki as the latter separated from Thor and fired the scepter at a Quinjet turbine. Thor, annoyed, assaulted Loki as the Quinjet plummeted to the ground, causing Naruto, the passenger on board, to hold on as the aircraft crashed to the ground, saving innocent lives and causing no casualties, while Naruto, Black Widow, and Hawkeye emerged from the aircraft seemingly unharmed. Naruto, we have to go back up. A powerful roar would call them to look towards the portal where Chitauri's ships were coming out while a grotesque being came out of the portal, a leviathan. The screen turns off. Everyone was surprised but no one said anything. The watchman, go to the bathroom and we'll continue in 15 minutes. Everyone would do what was asked, although certain girls needed it to see America's ass. Chapter 23. After everyone went to the bathroom, everyone would return to the living room waiting to see what was next. In the elemental nations, seeing all of this, they would get excited. The children would shout that they wanted to be like the Avengers, while the shinobis would feel jealous for not being admired. The Watcher, well, everyone, we are ready. On screen, a gigantic leviathan had begun to descend from the portal, where it began to be on par with the buildings and released several Chitauri against the constructions, which if they entered the buildings would open fire on the people, causing more panic. Naruto, Stark, you're watching this. Tony, I see it, though I find it hard to believe. Still no sign of Banner? flying and analyzing the Leviathan. Naruto banner? Tony, if you see him, tell me Jarvis, look for his weak point while the Leviathan destroyed several buildings. In Stark Tower, Thor and Loki were struggling. Thor, don't you understand? Look around you. Do you think this madness will end when you become king? Loki, it's too late, nothing will stop him now, brother. Thor, no, we do, together trying to reason with him. Loki taking advantage of this would bury a dagger in Thor's side. Loki, sentimental. Thor would begin to beat Loki until he was exhausted, where he would manage to take away and leave the scepter far away, while the god of deception would throw himself off the building and fall onto a Chitauri's ship. Off-screen, Bakugo, shine, Sasuke, talk to him? All Might, maybe it will work trying to win his successor back. But the green-haired man wouldn't even look at him. Nana, he must go to jail. Endeavor, he's just another villain annoying. Stain, I see I was wrong, but at least try, unless, of course, I understand. On the screen, after Loki adjusted his ship, others began to position themselves on its sides, while more and more ships approached him, while Thor in the Stark Tower removed the dagger from his side and in the streets. Naruto, Natasha and Clint analyzed the situation. Clint, there are still civilians trapped. At the same time, Loki caused disaster and destruction wherever he flew, causing casualties and worrying the heroes. Naruto, they are easy targets. They're seeing civilians taking refuge in a bus and several Chitauri coming down to the streets. Natasha, leave this for us, help them go. Naruto, do you think you can stop them? Clint, Captain, it will be a pleasure fitting an arrowhead in the quiver and firing it. The arrow hit a Chitauri and it fired 9mm bullets at 3 others, killing all. Naruto, taking advantage of this, would jump off a bridge where he was, run, getting on a bus, dodging enemy fire while he went to save people. And Clint would pull civilians out of a nearby vehicle, to finally join Nataha, who was firing her weapons. Natasha, same as Budapest a few years ago. Clint, our memory of Budapest is very different. With Cap, Naruto was dodging all the chaos, while approaching the police officers. Police, the National Guard could take more than an hour. Official, doesn't the army know what's going on? Police, we do. Naruto would arrive to the police's fear. Naruto, go to the buildings. There are civilians inside and they will run straight into the line of fire. Have them escape through the underground or maybe a basement, but don't be on the streets. Extend a perimeter that runs to the 39th. Officer, why would I follow your orders? Off-screen, Mirko, I'll hit him wanting to jump and hit the policeman. Mount Lady, Stain, uniformed, always so special. Shigaraki, admire the Chaos Sensei laughing psychopathically. On screen, 2 Chitauri shots would explode a nearby car, and 2 Chitauri would arrive while trying to kill Naruto and he faced them, while 2 more joined the fight, finishing Naruto with the arm of one. The policeman did what Naruto asked out of fear. Off-screen, Bakugo, the most boss. Kirishima, the bucking master of bucking masters. Aizawa, that's how you do it, Captain. Spinner, admirable. Habit, nothing bad. Shoto, amazing. Boruto, Kawaki and Himawari, Papa, yes, incredible. On screen, Khan Iron Man. This would attract the attention of the Leviathan to be pursued by it. Tony, okay, I have your attention. What was step 2? Flying away. Ashore. Natasha and Clint fought fiercely while Black Widow stole a Chitauri weapon and fought them, while Naruto returned to the fight by throwing his shield and Thor appeared from the skies with his lightning bolt. Naruto, what's going on there? Thor, the power surrounding the cube is impenetrable. Tony, Thor is right, we have to stop these things. Natasha, do you have any ideas? Naruto, fight as a team. Thor, I have a score to settle with Loki. Clint, you're not the only one. Friend retrieving some arrows. Naruto, forget it, we need to focus Loki's attention on us. Without him these things would disperse. Stark is up there but we have to help. The sound of a motorcycle would draw the attention of those present, Bruce being the one who arrived on it, making them approach him. Bruce, wow, the situation looks terrible. Natasha, I've seen worse. Bruce, I'm sorry. Natasha, it's not fair what we need now. Naruto, Stark returned. Tony Banner? Naruto, you were right. Tony, well, let him get ready. The party is going there. In the air Tony was approaching them with the Leviathan. Natasha, I don't think that's a party. Bruce would start walking for the monster. Naruto, Dr. Banner, it would be very good if you started getting angry. Bruce, that's my secret, Captain, I'm always angry. Minute 4.10. Bruce would become Hulk, and after Tony flew by, he would take on the Leviathan in one hit, which would stop and begin to rise upside down. Tony, don't let go, launching a missile at the tail. When the missile exploded, several covered themselves with Naruto's shield and Thor with Mjolnir, while remains of the being fell on the surrounding streets. So that after that, Hulk roared, while Iron Man came down with the team, the 6 founding members of the Avengers. The screen turns off. The kids, that was amazing. Izuku, the best group of heroes. The Vigilante, nah, it's pure nonsense. The best is the Justice League, he thought. Everyone had different thoughts, while some top heroes, ninjas and kages, felt jealous. Chapter 24. Boruto, that was amazing. Kawaki, no. Himawari YSSS. Koda, Deku, so what did you see? Izuku, yes. Katsuma, that was great. Eri, Suga, Konohamaru, that was amazing. Inari, genial. Koda and Katsuma, Captain, you can teach Deku and I to be like you. Mahoro, I forgot to say shine in the explosion, trying not to admire too much. Menma, not bad bro. Fuyumi, Los Capanalgas Fufufuf. Hinata, girls blushing. Mount Lady, Fufufufu, that suit doesn't do them justice. Ino, I would spank him. Kuratsuchi, Fufufu for Igwalyo. Naruto, girls blushing if there are more perverted comments without Hex for a month. The girls stopped throwing bricklayer compliments and saying things about America's buttocks. Mineta, wonderful play. Kaminari, that's a hero and a man who respects himself. Kirishima, did you see that? That's being manly. Nana, TSK. Daigoro, in my years as a carrier I've never seen anything in third person that's epic. On screen, after the fall of the Leviathan, several of the Chidori's devices would be deactivated, forcing them to remove them, while growling in fury. From the air, Loki, let the rest come in. Other roars came from the top of Stark Tower, where several additional Chidori ships, along with another 3 Leviathans, were emerging from the portal. Off-screen, All Might, something else always comes along. Shigaraki, I'm liking this. AFO, I'm so excited I'm about to burst. Kurojairi, sir, I beg you not to celebrate before time. Anoki, not bad. Hey, let's hope they make it. B, oh man, the captain is based. Kumo, shut up B. B went off to mumble, making little circles with his finger. Hashirama, copying my style. Madara, how could I have been his friend? With shame. Tobarama, Hashirama, behave. On screen, ashore, all the Avengers were gathered together as they watched what was happening to proceed as efficiently as possible. Natasha, gentlemen. Tony, order Captain. Hulk grew. Naruto, okay, listen to me. Until we close that portal, the priority is to prevent them from escaping. Barton, on the roof, stay alert. Look for patterns and loose attacks. Stark defends the perimeter. If anything moves more than 3 blocks away, either you make it come back or you turn it into ash. Barton, can you lift me up? Tony, of course, taking Hawkeye hold on tight. Legolas. Both would fly into the sky, to the buildings. Naruto, Thor tries to obstruct that portal. Don't let them advance. Control the lightning. Turn them into coal. Thor would begin to spin his hammer to rise into the sky. You and I stay on the ground. We will fight here, he said, looking at Black Widow and then looking at Hulk, and Hulk the aforementioned sees him, crushes, giving him a signal with his hand. Hulk would smile and jump against the first nearby building, starting to crush the Chitauri, then jump to another building and continue crushing some more, and jump to destroy about 5 Chitauri ships. Off-screen, Hiruzen, good voice of leader Naruto. Katsumi, my brother knows how to give orders. Shiro, not a mal Tony-san. Shoto, good brother-in-law. Gaara, genius. All Might, incredible they adapted to the first. Naruto, most hero groups are born because of a villain they can't stop on their own. Endeavor, if they can't do it alone, they're weak. Hawks, interesting watching the monster smash. Shikamaru, likes to crush. Temari, having fun. Read so much youth. On screen, Thor would rise to land on the Empire State Building, one of the tallest buildings in New York. Using the mighty hammer Mjolnir, he would cause a bolt of lightning to crash into the building and redirect it to the portal where 2 other Leviathans were approaching in a group of several ships, destroying them in the process. On the helicarrier, Fury was watching the situation of the city that never sleeps, through the security cameras of the buildings. Hill, sir, calling his attention the council. Fury would proceed to deactivate the videos, to answer the call. In New York, Barton was firing arrows left and right with various tips, even without looking at his targets, causing several casualties to the Chitauri ships. Barton, Stark, there are several ships chasing you. Tony, I try not to let them bother me on the ground. Barton, I notice they can't turn very well shooting an arrow at two ships without look for a tight corner. Tony, that's exactly what I'll do. Iron Man would heed Hawkeye's request, as the archer shot an acid-tipped arrow at a ship, causing it to split and bring down two others, as they were chasing the Metal Man. Tony fought alongside with his repulsor ray and guided several ships behind him through tight corners, causing the ships to crash into buildings, while also driving into a parking lot, creating more opportunities to destroy the ships. Off-screen, Ida, question, what about the damage to the buildings? He would ask annoyed. Naruto, it's not important. Unlike an earthling villain that you can face in your hero career, what you see is an invasion, a fight that could become a war in the future. Nizu, unfortunately it's true. Ida, I understand annoyed because with the video several things that were taught at UA were destroyed. On screen, Tony would get rid of the last Chitauri ship that was chasing him in order to continue the fight. Tony, great advice. What else do you have? Barton, Thor is fighting with a squad in the 6th. Tony, and he didn't invite me. Elsewhere, a Leviathan was approaching a building scaring people. But on the other side of the same building, Hulk was running against the Leviathan and starting to punch him in the face after jumping against him. Ashore, Natasha was fighting several Chitauri while taking away their weapons and using them against the enemies, until by luck she pointed it at Naruto and then lowered the weapon. Natasha, Captain, this will never work if we don't close the portal. Naruto, the best weapons don't touch him. Natasha, maybe they're not the answer. Naruto, you need transportation to get there. Natasha, I already have one taking a run, help me reach it. Naruto, are you sure you're going to do it? Preparing his shield. Natasha, yes, it will be fun. After that, Natasha would run towards Naruto and jump while Naruto with the shield propelled her up and she grabbed a Chitauri ship, where she would kill one of the two who were on board, and the other would stick two knives in the nerves of the back that helped to control the ship, while Loki and another group of ships behind fired. Tony tried to get rid of those who surrounded him and approached the ground to help Naruto, who was fighting alone, killing several, and after Naruto put up his shield, between the two they would launch an attack of the repulsor rays against several Chitauri, so that he would fly out to help Barton from several enemies climbing the building. On a Leviathan side by side, Hulk and Thor fought against the Chitauri to try to stop them, so that the green monster would take one of the pieces of the grotesque being's armor, and after tearing it off, bury it in itself. Thor would take advantage of this, and with a lightning bolt from his hammer, he would strike, causing the lightning to strike the Leviathan, which would fall on the Museum of Natural History in New York. As they looked around after their teamwork, Hulk would punch Thor, sending him flying to prove who was the strongest. The screen turns off. The children, why? In the best part, Sasuke not a Mel. Nagato, not bad at all really. Izuku, can you imagine All Might doing that to Endeavor? Shoto, I wish it would come true. Chapter 25. You can see All Might tired. All Might, for the umpteenth time, I'm not going to hit Enji looking at Shoto. Izuku, don't worry, it disappoints much more than you expect. Both would leave the place leaving All Might with his head down, or well they wouldn't leave at all, since Izuku would hide behind a wall. All Might, me and my stupidity hitting the wall. It's not too late yet. I hope you're right, Cap. Nana, oh no, Toshi, your job is to beat AFO, he said with the first one nodding. All Might, Master, with all due respect, shut up. You don't know what I'm going through. Since I got one for all, I only hear that I have to take care of AFO and nothing else. I want to be able to look into the eyes of who is or was my successor. I want to tell him to live his life and not make the same mistakes that we previous ones made. Izuku smiled quietly. According to Naruto, hearing that would make him see things more clearly, since All Might was also used for that purpose. Nana, and what are you going to do, kill AFO? All Might, if it is necessary to end this entire chain, yes. Nana, but a hero doesn't kill. All Might. So, you points to the first one failed in creating the OFA. Ending AFO is not locking him up in a prison where he will be released by a corrupt government. Nana would leave the place annoyed for not finding words with the first thinking. Izuku, you did well. All Might smiling as is natural for him. All Might, Midoriya Shonen starting to cry, I'm sorry. I was a complete idiot. Izuku, I heard everything. Naruto-san was right about giving opportunities to those who deserve it. All Might hugged Izuku as he calmed him down, his manly tears falling. In the room, everyone was gathered while Izuki gave a thumbs up to Naruto, who nodded, while Shoto, due to their uncle-nephew relationship, trained Kawaki with the ice quirk. Naruto, are you having fun? Kawaki, yes father, even though the guy is a two-colored emo, he is funny. Shoto, hey. At that the screen would turn on. After Hulk hit Thor. In the Stark building, Dr. Eric Selvig was getting up in a daze while his eyes, blue due to Loki's control, returned to their normal color, synonymous with having escaped the villain's control, making the heroes celebrate while he saw all the chaos. In the streets, the military forces had arrived with their combat machines, armored vehicles, while the soldiers would fire at the Chitauri in flight and on the ground. Sorry if it's not a Humvee, but there isn't much of these vehicles in the picture. Off-screen, the greedy people in each village would be drawn to those vehicles while the heroes looked at them strangely, because that thirst for power, that greed was perceptible. Danzo, interesting weapons. Minato, we need them for Konoha. Naruto, and I came out of it looking at his mother. Kushina, at least they can boast about the Namake's size and the Uzumaki resistance, she said uncomfortably, and without problems saying it. Menma, I find no flaws in your logic. Naruto, I understood the reference. On screen, Naruto was on the ground struggling against the Chitauri, who was pointing his weapon at his head, while Cap was on the ground, but the blonde managed to get rid of the weapon and stand up. Clint, Captain, the bank on 42nd past Madison, they have several civilians cornered. Naruto, I'm on my way. At the bank, at least 6 Chitauri were surrounding the people from some kind of upper floor, pointing their weapons while people were in a panic. One of them would decide to activate some kind of bomb, getting Deidara's attention, but would be interrupted by Naruto, who would enter through the window and throw the shield at his face, causing the Chitauri to drop the activated bomb, and the others would open fire on Naruto. Naruto would cover himself with a desk that he would kick against the 3 Chitauri who were shooting, while he launched himself body to body against the remaining one, managing to break his neck and throw him to the lower floor under the watchful eyes of the people. Naruto, quickly get out of here. Before he could leave, he would be grabbed by a recovered Chitauri who would apply a lock to his neck, causing Naruto to struggle, losing his helmet in the process, to use the strength of the Chitauri against him, while another fired, using his captor as a shield, while he saw and heard the beep of the bomb, making him go for his shield and the remaining Chitauri throw it at him. While he covered himself with the shield almost in a fetal position, and the bomb exploded after being thrown against him, leaving the people unharmed, and Naruto falling from the first floor of the bank to the street. Luckily for him, he would land in a car, while he gave some moans of pain from the fall and stood up with difficulty, while people were taken out by rescuers and the police. Naruto would be a little stunned while people looked at him with a feeling of security. Off-screen, the kids, Suga, Kota, that was amazing. Konohamaru, yes. Katsuma, super amazing. The 3 friends. Izuku, that was amazing, noting the movements. Kirishima, very manly. Bakugo, there's a lot of Shurnio. Deidara, that ephemeral art was horrible. Shoto, not bad brother-in-law. All Might, I have a bad feeling. Stain, I think S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government will authorize something that will bother us. Aizawa, and it will make the government look at things differently. The real heroes, without a doubt. On screen, a female voice could be heard as Fury was watched on the helicarrier. Voice, Director Fury, the council has made a decision. Fury, I recognize that the council has made a decision, but since it is an absurd decision, I am willing to ignore it. Ida and Niza said it was contempt of higher authority, but they remained silent. Councilman 1, Director, you are closer to our submarines. The smartest ones, including Nizu, understood why we were accepting that rejection. Launch a jet. Fury, that's Manhattan Island, Councilman. Until I see my team defeated, I'm not going to order a nuclear attack against the civilians living on the island. Now many, knowing what was being asked, were alarmed. Did the end really justify the means? Councilman 1, if we don't stop them in time, we'll lose everything. Fury, and launching a missile is a sign that it already happened. Fury then hung up the call, annoyed. Off-screen, Danzo, what is a nuclear attack? Nizu, nuclear weapons are weapons of mass destruction. They have the power to wipe a city off the map with one launch. Ida, but it is the government that should obey, he said nervously. Nizu, no, young Ida, this time we are going too far. If this is the path that the end will justify the means, we should not follow it. Ida, but Izuku, If you call yourself an aspiring hero, Ida, you'll end up with that nonsense. If you don't realize, you're talking about sacrificing a city with more than 1.5 million inhabitants. Deidara, what would it be like? He asked curiously. Screen, off screen. Deidara, it's beautiful. Danzo, how would its devastation be? Interested. The Watcher, its blast radius would wipe out an area as large as Konoha Iwakuma combined. Danzo, Orochimaru and Minato had a tinge of evil when thinking of creating that super weapon. The Watcher, let's continue. On screen, in New York, Natasha was trying to control the ship as best she could while behind her Loki, accompanied by several ships, were shooting at her. Natasha, Hawkeye, with Clint. Hawkeye was looking with doubt at what he was doing. Clint, Nat, tell me, what are you doing? Natasha, do you want to help me? Clint would change something on the bow, changing the tip of an arrow, one of the last ones left in the quiver, while aiming at Loki. Clint, I got it. Clint would release the arrow, directing it at Loki's face, who with his hand would take it centimeters from his face to look at him mockingly, while the arrow exploded, destroying the ship and making the god of deception fall into the Stark building, while Natasha released the ship and fell near the portal machine. Loki would recover but would be attacked by Hulk, who would deliver a blow, taking the god into Stark's apartment. Hulk, seeing Loki standing up, would pound his fists on the ground and approach Loki. Loki, hey, that's enough. Stopping Hulk, everyone is below me. I'm a god, you stupid creature, and I'm not going to be intimidated by a stinking one. Hulk would grab Loki in the middle of the monologue and slam him into the ground many times. After a few good blows against the ground, Hulk would leave Loki buried in the floor, while the aforementioned was moaning in pain, with his eyes wide open, while the green monster walked away with a firm step, looking at the god with disappointment. Hulk, sigh weakling. Loki would utter more moans of pain. Off screen, everyone grimaced at what Hulk did to Loki. All for one / Madara. I don't wish humiliation on All Might / Hashirama. All Might, as far as I remember, I humiliated him. Hashirama, how kind you are, Matty. Tobarama, he didn't say it to you to be nice with a drop of sweat. B. This calls for a rap, taking out a notebook and writing. Izuku, I see a rival. Bakugo looked at himself doing the same thing to Izuku, which made him smile. Kirishima, what are you thinking about? Bakugo, nothing, fire hairs. Minato, for his part, was terrified, imagining Naruto and his other children doing that to him. The children had stars in their eyes. On screen, on the roof, Natasha was approaching the machine to see how to stop it. Eric, the scepter. Natasha, doctor? Turning to look at him. Eric, Loki's scepter will cut off the energy. The Tesseract doesn't fight. You can't protect yourself. Natasha, it's not his fault. He didn't know what he was doing. Eric, actually I would say yes, I built it so that I could cut off the power source. Natasha, Loki's scepter. Eric, maybe with it they can close the portal, and I'm seeing it right now looking at the god's weapon. In other parts of the city, Thor was fighting several Chitauri in their ships, being intercepted by a Leviathan, while Stark tried to penetrate his armor with a laser. Jarvis, sir, we'll lose power before we penetrate that armor. Stark would go flying at greater speed to intercept the being. Stark, Jarvis, do you know the story of Jonah? Jarvis, I wouldn't consider him a role model. Stark would activate explosives in the armor and enter through the mouth of the Leviathan, while shooting everything from the inside until exiting through the back, crashing into a bus stop. While trying to recover from the fall, he would be received by Chitauri gunfire. In the building, Clint would launch his last arrow at a Chitauri that wanted to attack him from behind, while another appeared with blows with the bow would be thrown from the building. In the distance, several ships approached, so Clint would take the arrow he used and change its tip with the one he had left being a hook, throwing himself from the building to the ground, while the Chitauri shots destroyed it, to shoot the arrow that would become a kind of rope, and going down he would enter the building through a window in pain. With Hulk, the green monster was crushing several Chitauri on top of a building, while several ships would surround it to start after it saw them a hail of shots to stop the Great Avenger. On the helicarrier, a plane was taking off from a platform. Female counselor, Director Fury is no longer in charge. Order cancelled. 7 Alpha 11. Pilot, 7 Alpha 11 confirmed, ready for takeoff. In the command room, Hill would realize the situation. Hill, sir, we have a moving aircraft. Attention on the flight deck, unauthorized takeoff. Fury would run out of the room to the runway. Hill, I repeat, stop that craft, unauthorized takeoff. On the platform, Fury would be leaving through the door of the helicarrier control building loading a bazooka while an aircraft, model F-35, began takeoff. During takeoff, Fury pulled the trigger, destroying the rear of the plane and halting its takeoff. However, another plane left the second runway, prompting Fury to draw a 9mm pistol, but too late, as the plane was already in the air. He then entered the building due to lack of air. Fury, Stark, listen to me. There's a missile heading straight for the city while focusing on the aforementioned standing with his armor quite battered. In New York. Stark, how much? Fighting with Chitauri. Fury, 3 minutes max. Will wipe out half of Manhattan. Stark, Jarvis, put all the power into the thrusters. Jarvis, I already did it while a Chitauri climbed on top of Stark. Tony would fly out to intercept the plane. In the air, the plane was approaching New York, while the pilot pressed a button, launching the missile towards the city. Pilot, missile sent returning detonation in 2 minutes 30 seconds. In New York, the city was seen as a vast island populated by large skyscrapers, large multi-story buildings, as well as smaller buildings. Naruto was fighting side by side with Thor as they both took his hammer and shield, defeating several Chitauri, only for Naruto to be hit in his side, worrying several falling to the ground, while Thor eliminated the Chitauri with the hammer, throwing a car at them and helped Naruto get up. Thor, ready for another round? Naruto, why are you bored already? Squeezing the wound. In the Stark building, Eric, Selvig and Natasha were with the computer, and Loki's spear preparing to close the portal. Eric straight to the crown. Natasha would aim the spear and begin to penetrate the machine's shield. Natasha, I'm closing it. Can anyone hear me? Can I close the portal? With Thor and Naruto. Naruto, do it. Tony, no wait. Naruto, Stark, these things are still coming. Tony, a missile is approaching and will explode in less than 1 minute, moving the camera to where the millionaire is, and I know exactly where I will put it, starting to chase the missile. The screen turns off. All and Nizu. At this moment, All Might. When the powers that be react, the civilians pay the price. AFO wonderful. The moment where the heroes are almost defeated, he applauded. Shigaraki, yes, in your face, heroes. Evil will win. Naruto, you do know that the fight isn't over yet, right? Shigaraki, they'll win by cheating, scratching his neck like a man. And in these images, heroism classes understood one thing: villains also lurk within the good guys, within those who make the rules, eliminating millions of innocent people to contain evil, like collateral victims, as they would make it known to the press under false lamentation and false sadness. Many minds were changed that day. They could no longer define what it meant to be a hero, not even the teachers and top heroes themselves. Chapter 26. Everyone was waiting for the video. They wanted to know how the situation would be resolved, but others were seriously thinking about the government's actions. If possible, they would kill innocent civilians like pigs for the slaughter, all this time being heroes with the excuse of wearing suits, mostly ridiculous, and talking about heroism, all for having a plastic-covered cardboard that said license, and them defending a potential villain. All Might, it's decided, we will be heroes as we should be. Hawks, I must tell the commission about that, he thought, scared. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts were heard in the room. Endeavor, what did you say? Kawaki, I'm going to enjoy this. I'll make chicken popsicles emanating ice. Shoto, I'll roast you chicken hero using his fire side. Izuku, I'll hit you and make Kota admire me even more. Kaminari, Pika Pie. Everyone would look at him strangely. Kaminari, sorry, I meant I'll leave you childless, emanating electricity. After that, Hawks would try to escape but was received by Izuku, who would give a 100% smash on all the balls. Followed by that, Shoto and Kawaki would use their power, and then Kaminari would finish him off with his electricity, while the rest watched with interest. Mineta, is he still alive? Poking Hawks, or rather his fleshy mass, with a stick. The watchman, well, will continue. On screen, Tony was following the missile until it crossed a bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge. Once he reached the missile, Tony positioned himself underneath it, holding onto it in order to guide its trajectory. Naruto, Stark, you know it's a mission of no return. Tony, save your energy for the return. Jarvis, sir, may I call Miss Potts? Tony, why not? Jarvis would do what was asked, but the woman on a plane heading to another city while watching the news did not answer. Off-screen, Ino, does it smell like ship? Mina, I ship them. Hagakure, long live love. Inoichi, You had to bring out that side of your mother, hitting his hand against his forehead. On screen, on the helicarrier, everyone was aware of the missile, waiting expectantly for what would happen, while they watched the situation in the city, where the same Avengers, aided by the security forces and the army, were trying to do everything possible to save the city. Back to New York, Tony approached the skyscraper areas while guiding the missile to prevent it from crashing into the city and detonating the nuclear warhead. Under the gaze of everyone upon reaching Stark Tower, he would use ailerons and a pair of extra thrusters to guide the missile towards the portal, managing to get it out and through the portal. On the helicarrier, everyone got up from their seats and started celebrating. Off-screen, just as S.H.I.E.L.D. did, the heroes, children, and shinobi with brains stood up clapping in relief. Danzo, how bad they would have ended up as martyrs. Tobirama, with that mouth, I feel proud knowing that I didn't choose you as my successor. Hiruzen, I know I didn't do the job I should have, but here I am without being an inhuman being like the mummy. The Uzumakis, the mummy ha 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 ha. Danzo damned. Minato, grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr repeated. Kendo, shut up, giving him a punch. Monoma, first time? On screen, inside the portal. Tony was guiding the warhead a few meters into the portal when the armor's systems began to fail. Jarvis, sir, we have the armor would deactivate, causing Tony to release the warhead as the missile was fired at the command ship, while several more Leviathans leapt towards the portal. The missile would hit the gigantic Chitauri command ship, causing a blinding explosion to become a kind of sun that consumed everything in its path. On Earth, the Chitauri would fall to the ground as if they were deactivated, while the Leviathans that remained in New York would fall on some building under the gaze of the people, military, police, and Avengers. In the portal, Tony was falling, observing everything, so he decided to close his eyes. Off-screen, all the good ones would celebrate the feat. Stain, that guy earned my respect, hero. Shigaraki, growling, it's clear he doesn't see beyond his millionsker. Naruto, be careful what you say, Manolo, because he is one of the most respected heroes. The Watcher, saving 616, Ultimate, Superior Iron Man, creating villains, and so many other nefarious Iron Mans, he thought, remembering so many versions of Iron Man. On screen, in New York, all the heroes were waiting for Tony to return from entering the portal, looking up at the sky. Natasha, you can Stark? From Earth, the explosion and its approaching blast could be seen, and the portal wouldn't contain it, so only one had to make the decision, however difficult it might be. Naruto and Thor stared at each other for a few seconds, before the Uzumaki took the communicator from his ear. Naruto, close it outside. Many clenched their fists. The decision was difficult and most likely the only option at the moment. Natasha would look at the portal again, hoping to see something emerge, but nothing would, so with Loki's spear, she would pierce the barrier and reach the Tesseract's power core, cutting off the portal's power. The machine would deactivate, and a thunderclap would sound as the portal slowly closed, only for Tony to fall at the last second, causing the portal to close. At the portal, the shock wave continued its course, while on Earth, Tony was free-falling without slowing down. The heroes would rejoice when they saw him. Naruto, he did it. Tony continued to fall as if he were a dead body, when Thor began to swing his hammer to get out and save him. Thor, it's not slowing down. Before Thor could leave, Tony would reach the first floors of the skyscrapers, only to be caught by Hulk, who would slow his descent by grabbing onto the building, until he jumped and landed on the sidewalk, denting a taxi that was covered in debris. Hulk would shake Tony off and stand up as Thor and Naruto approached. Off-screen, All Might saved. Stain, you're saved, Captain, he whispered, having to hit him with katana blows. Minato, perhaps he is smiling. Without an ally for his son, he would fall, he thought naively. On screen, Thor would turn the armored hero's mouth down as Naruto arrived. Naruto, is he breathing? Thor would remove the helmet by tearing it off, while Naruto approached to see his life signs, pretending not to have any. Hulk would notice something that the god and the super soldier didn't, so he would growl before screaming, waking Tony up as if he had had a nightmare. Tony, Hulk, hitting his chest. Tony, where am I? Everyone present looked at him relieved. What happened? Please tell me you didn't kiss me. That caused laughter in the room and grimaces from those present. Naruto would sit tired on the sidewalk. Naruto, sigh we one sigh. Naruto, ha, relaxing hooray ha. Raising his arm as best he could. Good job, gentlemen. We don't have to come tomorrow. Let's take the day off looking at the destroyed landscape. Off screen. Izuku, nothing like a little humor after a tough battle. Ida, that's all you care about, right? Shoto, what do you mean Ida, good one? Ida, but the destruction? The civilians collaterally damaged? He would ask, annoyed. All Might. They are not important. Shonen being seen by his teacher, it was an invasion, not a fight against a villain. It is not the same case of my fight in Kamino against him, pointing to the scrotum face. AFO. As much as it pains me to admit it, the pufferfish is right. On screen. Tony, have you eaten shawarma? Getting everyone's attention, while Naruto showed an amused smile. There's a shawarma restaurant, like 2 blocks away. I don't know what it is, but I'm craving it. Thor. This isn't over yet, I'd say seriously. Everyone would look at Stark Tower. Tony. And the shawarma after? In Stark Tower, Loki crawled on the ground covered in wounds, while removing shards of glass from his path. He managed to reach the stairs of a living room to sit down, when he turned around to see an arrow pointed at him, while 5 other heroes were looking at him seriously. Last minutes, Loki, hey, if you don't mind now, I really want that drink. Off screen. The kids, Sugoi. Izuku, amazing. Bakugo, not bad. Shoto, it was amazing. Menma, bro, that was super cool. Konohamaru, boss, that was amazing. All Might, in all my years as a professional hero, I've never seen anything more epic, and I even saw my battle with Potato Face. AFO, I heard you. Shigaraki, TSK, it was just luck. Kushina, I'm very proud, son. Boruto, Kawaki and Himawari, Dad is the greatest. On screen. Journalist. Despite the devastation caused by what was confirmed as an alien attack, while several images of honor to the fallen civilians of the attack, the extraordinary feats of the group known as the Avengers are for many a kind of consolation, but also of salvation. Man, I feel good that they exist. They are there to protect us. While next to him was a young man with the captain's shield on his jacket. Woman, I love you, Thor. Child. They flew like this, Fiam, and everything went pure, and the green giant went grower. Man, I don't know, I guess I don't feel safe with those things around. Woman, I feel like there are a lot of things they are hiding from us. While images of people wearing Avengers merchandise were shown, children, young people, adults, women and men, all wearing at least one symbol, drawing or mask of the heroes. Stan Lee, superheroes in New York? Please, he said as if it were the most normal thing. Mayor of New York, these so-called heroes are the ones most responsible for the destruction of our city that made several people angry. While Ida smiled, this was their fight where they are. Journalist. But there are also doubts about the Avengers themselves. Now the camera focuses on a park where Thor was handcuffing Loki. Their repeated appearance now makes. Woman, now they blame them for this? Girl, Captain America was the one who saved my life. I can only say that, trying not to cry. I really hope he's okay, and I just want to thank him. Fury's office. Fury was meeting with the council members watching the recordings. Counselor 3, where are the Avengers? Fury, for now, gentlemen, I am not aware of your whereabouts. I would say you have earned this respite. Counselor 1, and the Tesseract? Fury, the Tesseract is where it belongs, out of reach. Counselor 2, that is not your decision. Fury, I didn't take it, I simply discussed it with the god who made it. Counselor 2, and let him take him to the war criminal Loki, who hasn't paid, as the screen showed the square where the Avengers were for his crimes. Fury, something tells me he will. In the plaza, Selvig would carefully take the Tesseract to put it in some kind of small machine and hand it to Thor, making Loki take it, while nodding to everyone to say goodbye and activate the machine, taking Loki back to Asgard where he would be judged. The others were saying their goodbyes while the counselors continued talking. Counselor 1, she obviously doesn't understand what she's caused by letting the Avengers loose on the world. That made several people in the room angry. They're a danger. While several people got into their vehicles, including Naruto on his Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Fury, I'm sure they are. The whole world knows it. All the worlds know it. Counselor 2, and that was the point of this? To make a statement? Fury, a promise, as he hung up and a picture of Naruto on his motorcycle was shown. Hill, sir, what will happen now? They went their separate ways, some far from this world, and if the Earth is at risk once again, what will happen? Fury, will they come back? Hill, are you sure about that, sir? Fury, that's right. Hill, why? Fury, because we'll need them while Hill nodded. In New York, reconstructions were taking place, while Tony analyzed the future of Stark Tower, while focusing on one of the tower's only surviving letters. The screen turns off. Everyone would stand up and applaud, except for the villains and the aggressors. Meanwhile, a room was opened, filled with snacks and drinks, even shawarma, for everyone to enjoy. The Watchman, I hope you enjoy that rest until the rest arrives.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.